when it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if this war win it. Just said Jessaru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. My Kim Key got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flow. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name mean. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. 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 Good morning. Peace, peace, peace. What it do, what it do? Y'all in the gym? Y'all on y'all way to work? Y'all up ready to tune in to the Magi? What y'all doing this morning? Let me know in the chat. What's up with the chat? What's up with the chat? What's up with the chat? Okay. I guess we need to hear that they crazy, bruh. Let's bump that they crazy, bruh. Shout out to Sonetta. Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, but you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that Sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the jewels, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels all blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, act divine, a Zion lack. Just get that microphone ready. With Medunetta, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a worker, I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Oh yeah, I said Sadiq with the source. My bad. That was you, Derek. I take that back. I'ma clean that up. I said it in my memory. I thought that was Sadiq who threw that out. Shout out to you. And I'ma work cause I ain't going. That joint wanted to reset. What's up with y'all? How everybody doing? Just getting started. Got my coffee. I'm ready. But it's hot though. You ever took that sip of that coffee that was too hot and burnt your lip? Come on, Reggie, I need you to tap in today. But all I'm about to do is watch all I was about to do was watch yesterday, make comments and try to react to it. And I'm gonna skip through what I presented and kind of get towards the end of that so we can look at this. Just dealing from about this point, maybe.
Reggie in the building. Reggie was wrong. Reggie.
No. We about to reconcile this. Well, let's listen. Can y'all hear her?
Nah.
No.
All right. How do I make it so y'all can hear the audio?
You got to push the audio with the thing.
There's an audio. All right, then we stop screen. Then we
It'll be auto.
Present. Share screen. Oh, share tab with audio. All right. Well, I'm just gonna share my whole Chrome. Maybe you can hear it now. Let's see. Now let's listen to what Dr. Solange Ashby says about the Temehu. And this is why Sadiq get a shout out for this. So on the show, I was supposed to say Uric. Because, that's all we got to do. That's all I be saying. If somebody got some information, like if Magi brought something, and you want to tell something about what I say about Syria, just say, shout out to the Magi. Just like I just said, shout out to Sadiq. But I was wrong. That was Uric who brought the source. Shout out to Uric. Speed it up to make sure I don't take us too far. Here we go. Y'all can hear her saying that part?
No.
Oh, I wasn't sharing. Oh, y'all you got to share my screen, son. Yeah, here we go.
I got it.
Tell me if you can hear it.
Amani Reynos.
Yes.
He's also attested this queen at a temple Caesar, and we see actually evidence that Rome in the Meroitic language is Arome. So Tamaya seems to refer just more generically to a white man. And so of Meroe. And so Augustus's head then would have been ritually trodden each time priest or royalty went up the stairs into this temple of victory. On the right, you can see an image, a stela, so a stone temple, clearly African.
I just want to play it. Here it comes.
To the left of your screen, you see a man that the Meroitic text labels Tamaya.
Hold on. See, Tamaya is who?
In front of his face. And it turns out that this term is not specifically Roman. We know that Rome in the Meroitic language is Arome. So Tamaya seems to refer just more generically to a white man. And so
got you, Reggie, got you.
So now look, it go like this. This is
why Jabari the goddamn Floyd Mayweather, baby.
Well, now I gotta give Jabari his props because I was sleeping. He would have caught me with a sucker punch. Yurik just pointed out that these are some Egyptians behind the Romans. I need to research this and qualify that. With that one too, and y'all ain't never seen me get punched
can't say nothing. He mad as hell. Look at God damn. He's
you better let that man finish that lecture, man.
He's sitting there silent.
Yeah, thank you. Because really,
it Floyd Mayweather reigns again, baby.
Nah, we're not finished.
Let him rock out. Finished. Let him do all that. Let him victory. That nigga victory before he get to the end zone. The nigga about 5 yards away with the ball hanging out.
Well, let's see what else she say real quick.
So this is likely a depiction of a Roman prisoner captured in battle. A stela, another royal stela from a city just 3 or 4 miles away called Hamadab, also makes reference to Tamaya. And that quote from the stela at Hamadab says, quote, "The Tamaya have raided every man, woman, and the youngsters." And so we have references here to this ongoing battle between Meroe and Rome.
So when they talk about the Tamaya, they indeed was talking about white people. Here's the issue. And this is why I like to reconcile these differences, because I always be seeing when both people be right. You got to remember, Side, the original claim was that Tamahu in Medu, not a derivative of Tamahu at a later time period during the Nubian time period. So look, I just explained it all right there, Tamika. You must have missed this part, because this shouldn't be confusing. If you listen to my explanation here, there's nothing for either party to fight over. Cats just want to fight. I felt like Cats messed up that show yesterday with the nonsense. Because you think my spirit is to get us, go on Sunday and start a big fight? Like, golly, I don't even like doing that on my own show. So, Tamika, listen to what I say right here. And this is the crux of everything, basically.
A stela, another royal stela from a city just 3 or 4 miles away called Hamadab, also makes reference to Tamaya. And that quote from the stela at Hamadab says, quote, "The Tamaya have raided every man, woman, and the youngsters."
Yeah, but they seem to be related, Tamika, and so that's the investigation we have to do. It shows that Jabari wasn't all the way off, but this ain't the word Tamahu. It may be a derivative in a later language.
And so we have references here to this ongoing battle between Meroe and Rome.
So when they talk about the Tamaya, they indeed was talking about white people. Here's the issue. And this is why I like to reconcile these differences, because I always be seeing when both people be right. So stop. Did no one ever hear I said I always be seeing when both people be right? Now I'm about to detail my stance on that. You got to remember, Side, the original claim was that Tamahu in Medu, not a derivative of Tamahu at a later time period during the Nubian time period. And the derivative is Tamaya. And so that's what they be. The Hebrews make that mistake.
Right, but the word
Give
Tamaya
a bomb.
also can bring you back to Tamahu, though.
Yeah, that's why I showed that in the presentation.
Thank
and
you.
The footnote
Man, what you
said
mean?
that.
No, yes.
But just to show how both of them is kind of right, the original claim was that it meant it in the ancient Egyptian. And we don't really got nothing to show that, but we do have evidence to show that it developed into a term that indeed meant white man. Now we need linguists, our other linguist brothers, to chime in and show that is indeed a cognate term. And I think the quarrel will be rectified, because in ancient times it wasn't no like white people to be calling Tamahu like that.
Can
I mean,
say something,
to me,
Smash?
go right ahead.
You can't introduce an anachronism. You know what I'm saying? Like you talking about Roman time, you talking 3,000 years prior to that.
Thank
that's
you.
not that work.
Well, all that I just explained, so I don't even know what he's talking about right now. So I just had to agree with him. That's what I'm saying. But in actuality, we're 3,000 years later, right? And so to say that some Africans looked at the not Egyptians, because these was Nubians too. This is another thing. This is the Maradic script. Ancient Egyptians didn't know that. Say that, I don't want to confuse nobody. Particularly at about the time period of the Romans, the Nubians was a thing. That was a thing then. Nubians. You see what I mean? But in the ancient times that we investigate, there were no people called Nubians. So we always got to keep in mind what time period we're addressing in order to make sure we ain't messing nothing up. Script, and as a matter of fact, they switched it up for that reason, and so that's a problem. But I would like to. I ain't got much to say because those was bombs already. We gonna show her just for the record, but everybody saying it one more time, and then we got other attestations of it, and we'll go on a few other things and maybe hear from the people.
Likely a depiction of a Roman prisoner captured in battle. A stela, another royal stela from a city just 3 or 4 miles away called Hamadab, also makes reference to Tamaya. And that quote from the stela at Hamadab says, quote,
so right now, yeah, that's what I was talking about, Hassan. We refer to people who do that. And I don't know if it would mandate that the H changes to a Y and do that, because you have to remember the original term is the land of Tamay. And that makes it even harder, because if you take the A and the U off, you got Tamay in both of those. You got Tama and you got Tamay. The land of the Temehu is called Tamay. You feel me? Think about it. Man, let Reggie do his thing. That's my saber. I always do my thing and express myself. You feel me? So what I'm saying is, it might not mandate a linguistic rule of the H switching to the Y, because if you take the U and the A off, you still are forced to say the same thing, so to speak. The top one could be Tamay, and the bottom one could be Tamay. So again, now, well, let's just say, Logic, that modern races, e.g., archaeologists use that term Nubia, which we can find like in AD times, and they threw it back to ancient times in order to create a system that wasn't there, in order to put a separation into Egypt that wasn't there. So again, I gotta pay more attention to pointing out the time periods we're talking about, because if you go into any of the dynastic times from Dynasty 1 to Dynasty 31 or what have we, you won't find the term Nubia. But if you go into that Roman period, which is in AD times, after 30 AD, you will find the term Nubia. Nah, I'm hella wrong right there. But, it's good.
Tamaya
Ain't nothing wrong with being wrong.
Have raided every man, woman, and the youngsters. And so we have references here to this ongoing battle between Meroe and Rome.
Okay, what's up with Dr. Reggie Peace to the Saber?
Brother Jabari reigns supreme, goddamn.
Nah, you messing it up. You
No,
stop
I'm not
messing
messing
it
it
up.
up. No,
Nah, yeah, you know you can't play like that around
Jabari
him.
said Tamahu is the white man. Simple
But
as
this
that.
is a different
Nah, see,
word.
that's the game.
Yeah, but
man.
it goes all the way back
But you
into.
know what? I'm with Sop right now. I'm just fighting his cheese boxing. Cause he's just getting on his cheese box. That's what we call that when you do what he's doing right there. Like that's called cheese boxing. And so I just was fighting the cheese box.
Rome.
Okay, what's up with Dr. Reggie Peace to the Saber?
Brother Jabari reigns supreme, goddamn.
Nah, you messing it up. Stop
I'm not messing it up. No,
Nah, yeah, you know you can't play like that around
Jabari
him.
said
No.
Tamahu.
Not Tama. That's a mistake. TMH, Hassan, is the origin. Come on, dog. The origin is TMH. So we have to imagine vowels in between there. So for a linguistic rule of Egyptology speak, we use two E's. Now take two E's and put it in between TMH. You're going to say Tamaya. So therefore, when we see it in the, what you call it with a Y, if it still makes the palate say Tamay, see, all writing is for is to make the palate do something. So however they make your palate say Tamay, we wouldn't be dealing with a rule that makes the H switch to the Y, because that last so-called vowel, I don't know, but that's when I'll leave that up to the linguist to talk about.
Is the white man. Simple
But
as
this
that.
is a different word.
That's the game.
Yeah, but it goes all the way back into that word, man.
No, Reggie, come on, man. So I guess you should think of a more strategic way to address this material. Because if you're going to hinge on the fact that this can't be reconciled with unsourced one-liners, that won't stand up by the end of this video. You know what I'm saying? So start to think of something that will convince the people that you may be right, besides saying that this information is unsourced one-liners. That's a worse method of refutation than you claim the method of discovering this is. You know how easy I can show people that these are not unsourced one-liners? So right here, the source right here is Dr. Solange Aspie. But, quote, she put up her source, which she's 2021 Treaty of Samos. And then she cited another text written in stone, primary account with the same term. Now, the funny part is, I got other documents open. You know me, bruh. You know me, right? Got a world of documents open over here. And here go another one for you, since you want another one. Since we talk about unsourced one-liners. Now here go when the Tamay, another text. A Nubian text. All right? And I'm going to take it to the top. So now we're going to get rid of the saying this is unsourced one-liners right here. So this was, it says, Graphic deciphered this melodic. I want to be able to cite which text this is for you. I don't think it's this Kabbalish inscription, but let's just see what they say. And oh, good Tamaya people, and not so dope people, the women and good men of the Nakara Bara vouchsafes the good king's desires that his good ka and soul transmit good. The Tamaya, so that's two attestations in another source. Ain't no one liner going on, family. These are things we have to look at. So this is Karama Doye. This is Karama Doye. A king named Karama Doye who mentioned his relationships with the Tamaya. Now remember, the land of, now we might be supposed to say Tamaya, because you got to remember, this is just me pronouncing it, but take the A off. The land of the Temehu was called Tamay. If you trying to tell me that don't say Tamay, you out here tripping. What that say? Look, I took the A off. Uh-oh. That don't say Tamay. I think that say Tamay. When we slide over, we were saying Tamaya. It could be Tamaya. It could be Tamai, which will form a nisba out of Tamay, which will say the people of Tamay. You know, that's not a problem. So yeah, I just wanted to knock that down, that I wouldn't put forth nothing that's a one-liner. This is a text they didn't even mention. Okay, good brother Reggie, thank you. But I just was showing people I wasn't putting forth no one-liner. Now let's keep going. How it works. What's the edit? Everybody knows the
He just said it too.
Let me give you a good example.
Then you got Lex in the chat room saying, "Hey, Smash, sometimes you just got to kill niggas. Put the arrow through their head, yo."
I don't even see him.
Smash
Hey, but hold on, you let the pseudos run wild with it.
Nah, this is right. This is real facts. We have to see
it goes back to Tamahu.
Can we please look at the reconciliation? Can I please just show y'all?
Hold up, Smash. Do the word. Go back to Tamahu.
So let's talk about etymology. Sonetta asked me a question. Let me straighten it out for him. So we know a simple word. Everybody know the etymology of the word nice, right?
Yes, go ahead.
When in ancient times or in old times, nice meant dumb. If you said somebody was nice, it meant they were stupid. Now, if you say they're nice, it means they're courteous. And so when you look at the etymology, it could still be related to the word, but have different meanings in the ancient term. Now, the research I've done with Reggie showed clearly that they was associated with Nubians. They was in the South. But when we get to a time period when we're dealing with when those Nubians have a script, we see they do have a term, or at least these scholars say they have a term for white people, which is Tamaya, which seems to be closely linguistically related to Tamahu. But I'd like to hear from Brother Reggie. What's up, Reg?
Yeah. Okay. I accept the fact that there is another word. I will do some other work just to figure out what they mean by, if they're classifying the Romans as Tamaya, that Tamaya and Tamhu are obviously two different words. I'm going to have a conversation with Zion Lex on Kish. There's Kish in Iraq and Iran during Sumer, and then there's Kish in Nubia. So Jabari Asase did not clarify when he was talking about Tamhu. He was talking about Tamhu in earlier periods, right? He didn't bring it to this particular word and time period, and he didn't qualify it by saying this the Tamaye, right? To Tamaye, or this is the first time I'm hearing that word. So in pseudo land, we play games where there's pseudo Mayweathers. In real life, it's actually real studies. He didn't qualify it, so he doesn't have it. The work that I've been doing with Smash and others, and Ankh and others, is basically the Tamhu. There's the Tamhu, which is a Nubian civilization. On top of them is the Tajenu, which are Libyan group.
So we got to relook at that, bro. Reggie. Because you're saying, I mean, again, we trying. I'm with the research to establish whether or not the Tamahu are a Nubian civilization, but everything we looked at just showed them closely related to Nubians. When they had the chance to clearly call them Nubians, they kind of didn't. And so, you know, like, I don't get it, but let's just look at the text.
Groups, and then there's the Temehu, which is people believe that they are Canaanites, but they're actually Libyans, and they are also in the Eastern Desert. And then there's all the way west.
So he said the Tamahu there, but you meant to say the Aamu because I follow your teachings. We got to straighten that out too. There's too many texts that show that that might not be the case, good brother. But let's just look at it.
Just to let you know that there was some communication between ancient peoples, the Meshwash or the Libyans of the West, and then there is the Rebu or the Libu. So when
how is that Jabari hate though?
How's that a Jabari? What do you mean Jabari hate?
Say that's Jabari hate. It's like, all right, okay.
No, I don't understand what you mean.
I kind of agree with ATL boy that the fighting over a word is crazy. But I don't agree with the minimalization of the scrutiny that we could place on one term. It would just bring us greater understanding than anybody who watch these videos whenever they hear that word in the rest of their life and somebody try to gas them with something, they will be able to provide more information, even to a studied Egyptologist.
Going. Nah, I know how to do it. Nah, I don't play the in-between, Smash. You know I don't play the in-between because the pseudo grab the in-between and make it what they want to make it. They collapse time periods. They do all this, man. All this is out of complete.
I thought you could hear me. I was saying, who said Jabari hate?
Man, they got it in the chat. No, Jabari hate.
I'm not even
why you in the middle of Jabari hate? When the truth is, all you gotta do is the reality is, yo, and Reggie take too long to get to it. Look, man, we talking. First of all, the words have not been proven to be the same words. That's first point. Second point, right? They're two. We talking about the Roman period, AD.
Hey, I don't give a damn what period. Jabari came in. Jabari said that the goddamn term of Tamahu meant white man.
No,
so I don't care about it.
But I mean, I'm kind of feeling sour right there, though, a little bit. We're looking at it, even though when we get into the nuances, we understand the nuance of the conversation. But here we are, we at 2300. I mean, we at 2000. I said 2300. I mean, I'm talking about 2023, right? And so the last use of the term was from the Nubians.
I don't care about all the other words and all of that. It does.
That's not the right word.
Tamaya goes back to Tamahu, Reggie.
Yo, see that?
Different meanings, though.
It doesn't. It doesn't go back. It doesn't go back. Prove it, Sarnetta.
Smash proved it already.
No,
Smash already proved it.
I'm gonna share the screen and show the scholar what the scholar said. I did not prove it, but I want to show you something, Si, just to be clear. Can I share my screen one more time?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Josephine Kutcheritz, 2020 document. She makes these assertions.
Kutcheritz.
One prisoner is labeled Tamaya and Maratic. I said Kutcheritz, but that looked like it says Kutcheritz or whatever. I don't know that language, so whatever. I mean, you know, ain't that like Kutcheritz or whatever? Script, a term believed to mean white men, white people, and to denote Romans. So now this is the part that you do inside. This is what you leaning on. It says presumably deriving from the Egyptian term Temehu.
There you go.
But look, we got to read. But Tamaya may simply denote an ethnic group. See, they probably saying it might not just mean white people.
Right. We got
when you go back to Temehu.
It might not just mean that, but yeah, but Jabari is spot on.
Well, now you got white people in Egypt now? Now we got white people in Egypt now.
No.
Now we
Nah, that ain't good, because it clearly say on the screen. Hey, it'd be funny if I had some type of AI where I could pause people right in the middle of their rant, just like I'm doing now, and not let their rant overpower the show. I'm gonna develop that AI technology. where I could pause your, not just mute you, but pause your stream in the middle of your rant. You know what I'm saying? But one person, let's read this again, because he said, now we got white people in Egypt, now we got white people in Egypt. Again, I guess every sentence we have to address the time period, every single sentence. So since they're talking about Romans here, this would have to be during Roman times. Roman times in Egypt start at about 30 AD, right? A little bit before that. Not 30 BC. Yeah, 30 BC. Right? And they go to like 300 AD. There we go. Not, I know it was 30 something. I think it's 30 AD. Because the Greeks lost it at 30 AD. Yep. And then we had the Nubians fighting the Romans up into about 0, if that's a year. Ain't no 0 year, huh? But to about 1 AD, Amani Shaketo and Amani Renes. And so now when Amani Renes and Amani Shaketo was saying Temehu, how do we know this ain't Temehu? I'm going to stop saying Tamaya. How we even know the A was pronounced at the end? How we know anything? But I do see a Temehu spelled out in there, which makes it more cognate with the TMH. Temehu. It's not Tamahu. It's Tamehu. Well, let's May is a word, but I mean May is a root. May ain't formed from the well, we can look at what they write it with and see. See this May whip right here? So that killed everybody. Look, don't mess with it because the glyphs will get put out here. This a May whip. So that means that the M and the H is together. That who is some other shit. The Uchik is under, let me show you what I mean. First of all, I just show this sometimes because they've been calling your boy a straight shooter. Like,
all right, I'm out here practicing wind.
But that's a real thing. Right?
And it's hella windy out here.
I really am.
Aiming for the orange, but in my bow, I'm about to be aiming.
I dare us to go play bow and arrow somewhere.
Like, for this or this.
When we can use soft tips, I'll invite y'all out there. We can use.
I mean, if my wind compensation is good.
Hold on, we can use soft tips and styrofoam armor. You can have a styrofoam helmet on to see where that soft tip would have hit you. Y'all gonna be like, where is he? First thing, y'all ain't gonna be able to find me. And second thing, I'm gonna be knocking y'all down just like
wind
this.
Compensation, right? And it's hella windy out here. I'm aiming for the orange, but in my bow, I'm about to be aiming right here. I'm gonna let y'all, actually, I'm aiming like for this or this. And that's gonna allow me to hit this. Trust me. I mean, if my wind compensation is good, we at 20 yards. So let's see what I said. I'm gonna aim at what I said I was aiming at.
But I'm gonna do y'all from farther than 20 yards. I'm gonna do y'all from about 90 yards.
Again, I'm compensating for this breeze coming from the west. And I'm gonna aim low at this. Wanted to hit bullseye. Let's see if I know what I'm talking about. And then I'm gonna put a shot right next to the last one, just to show.
About to put the shot right next to the last one just to show how we do. I was supposed to do 3 to show that I ain't tripping. See the X in the sky? That lets you know that I'm a real archer. Look, when I got to the archery range, it was an X in the sky. I don't know if y'all know what type of person I am, but I drove like an hour to get to this range, and I got there, and it was a chemical X. That's not a natural cloud. So it was a chemical X in the sky in my simulated reality. Imagine how beautiful that was for me. On the same day, I hit a 90-yard shot. But what I'm talking about is I appreciate y'all saying I'm a straight shooter because I practiced that in reality.
They should be right on the bullseye. Why would I say that? Because I'm a Magi archer, B. God damn it.
Oh, damn. Hold on.
All right, I'm out here practicing.
No, we going back to that. I'm trying to pause it right on that part.
Why would I say that? Because I'm a Magi archer, B. God damn it.
See what I'm talking about? And so I felt like I would be a disservice to any Africans who called themselves a Magi if I get to meet them in the afterworld and didn't prove that I had a Magi skills in real life. So next time I go, I'm about to put this little orange thing on the eye of the rabbit. But I just had to tap that in real quick because, yeah, I appreciate who said that wasn't that in the chat. But I actually came here to get back to the presentation we were showing to go look at this real quick. We was talking about the May whip. Oh, and so yesterday, this was hella funny. I didn't even want to have to start getting on Jabari head. We ain't even talked like that much. But that's just how I respond. I guess I was raised as a battle rapper. So as soon as I hear you throw a slight at me, I'm just already all over it. I don't care about like subs and all that shit. If it sounds like it's towards me, I'm on you. So when he said, and he did actually address me directly about, have you been to the tomb? As if going to the tomb is going to teach him more about what it say on the wall. Y'all got to stop letting people misrepresent scholastic field trips where you don't get that much access. You'd have to stay there for a year and a half to stare at this wall for as long as I've been staring at the text. But I don't discredit field work. It was just a whack confrontation that I actually got in a slight, caught up in a slight that I think he was directing at other people. But it is a fact I have not been there. But I'm saying don't misrepresent no scholastic field trip. You feel me? And so now we about to beat it up real quick. Because even the ta in Temehu ain't a ta really. If we don't know these vowels and we see this, now this, let's just be fair about this sign. I will show you in Gardner's book. Matter of fact, I should probably do it now. Because people think every time they see this glyph that I'm pointing at down here, that they should pronounce a TCH sound. Cha or whatever. But that ain't like nature. The TCH in nature is coming from the fact that they was using this. But that's the antiquated use. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you. Gardner. We're going to go into Gardner and look that up. And we're going to see, oh, okay. What we going to see? I guess that I'm going to just look up a rope. Right? And when we find this particular rope, we're going to see that people ain't wrong first. When we dealing with this Temehu, we're going to use something I learned from another teaching. All right? And I've known this for a while, and I want to share it with us. So, netcher and netter are both correct. Why? It's because of this rule you're about to learn right here. You see this rope that we're analyzing? Okay, let's see what it says. Pyramid text, chet. Okay, so it's like chet, this word. Phonetically chet, sometimes also by the false archaism for T. So let's look at that. Sometimes it was used by a false archaism for T. Archaic meaning like old or what have you. But let's look at this. What we'll find out is
The last and with an added diacritical tick. Simply the same thing, but watch this. Just damn. I hate when I do that. Hold on. I just touched the book and it just went all over someplace else. It ain't even the same thing, but it's close to it with a little T that you probably never noticed on it. But notice this. Like used in the name right here. This one says phonetically chet or TCH, both in hieroglyphic and hieratic, but apparently only in a few words. Doubtless words in which the value chet had not changed to T. So what is he saying? Doubtless words in which the value chet had not changed to T. So what we learn is, what we're going to keep on reading, is that the value TCH eventually did change to a T. You can hear him saying that this derivative is used when it wasn't on the sounds that didn't change to a T. But I apologize for just being sloppy. Let me see, where is it at? All right, I keep losing it. So what we learn is that the TCH sound, and it says it in more than one place in this book, that the TCH sound falls off and turns to a T sound. But we have to deduce that from what he said here about the other, he says doubtless words in which the value chet had not changed to T. But in the words where it's still used in words, certain words, the value does change to T. And I can find that in another place in this book. But I don't think let me see something real quick. But regardless, I know we've seen that. So some people will say to chenu, that's fine. Or to chimu or whatever, that'll be fine. Or you could just say Temehu, because eventually over time this TCH, the CH falls off. But look at the may, the M and the H is together in this glyph right here. We got to remember that. So we got, and now this U, do you want to say that is a U that represents plurality or not? It's in the final position, amended onto a word to may. So if we remember, writing is only to make a person look at a text and pronounce a word. It's only to make your palate form certain positions. And so if they wrote may with an H at the end, or if you write may with a Y at the end, you still got the same palate movements. Try to trick it. You can't get out of that. May and may is may. So if we find the derivative with a Y where the H is, that really wouldn't matter if the palate moves the same way. Tamaya. And so when I was talking about the scholastic field trips yesterday with good brother Jabari, and he starts saying he will share the photographs. And that's kind of cool. Let me show y'all something. Since the Temple of Seti had been closed down until last year, I could go into the tomb right now, virtually, and show y'all how if you bought a ticket to Egypt to do this research, you wasted your money. You see? So don't let people bamboozle you with questions like, have you been in the tomb? See, now we in the tomb right now. And when we get to the portion of the text, what you're going to learn is, oh, hell no. It took Smash to show me that. This is why they can't get around. I'm the one they can't get the fuck around. I just ain't in it. I ain't tripping. So you won't be able to hit me off with a, have you been to the tomb? Because I'll take you to the tomb right on Sinetta TV Live and show you that the part of scrutiny that we analyzing ain't even there. Ain't even there no more. See, we in the tomb right now. Everybody watching. So don't get misled. Okay. Thinking they could get around the rap god. It's been hard. So what you gonna find when you get to the portion of the tomb with the text in it? And you want to see what the Tamahu look like? Huh? We could continue the search, but I just want to show y'all something. Have you been to the tomb? Come on, bro. You talking to the rap guy, Madjai, SMashrock well. This what the people will see. There it is. Have you been to the tomb? Miss me with the cap. That's what you gonna show somebody. What you on the tour, you gonna say the Tamahu used to be right here? Oh yeah, I want to see what you say, J Mill, because I was so about to look that up. I thought you was about to show me what wall that was on, so we could just show it right quick instead of me fiddling and fumbling through the tomb. So this is why, and I can show you, I'm going to go back to the course I've been taking on just for the little digital harvest certificate. And Peter Manuelian telling us it's fun to go to Egypt to tell people that you've been there. But it's not, if you're trying to study Egypt, Egypt ain't the place to do it. I ain't throwing shots, I'm defending myself, bro. Because when we talking about what a word mean, asking have you been to the tomb is rather, it's not, it ain't got nothing to do with it. Oh yeah, since 20, well, it was closed down though for a year, right? Or two. You said you went in 2018. Okay, great. And did you see this on the wall? Or did you see Temehu in 2018? J Mill, Magi Archers in the building. Did you see some Temehu there? Or was it broke off like this? So sometimes we have to use reproductions. Because as Peter Manuelian from Harvard University explains, some of these people got to see these walls before they deteriorated. You see what I mean? And so if we catch a flight to go see this is what we're going to see. So, I mean, that was just that. The other source that we overlooked, again, was a qualified source. Well, we could go right now and see. If we want to spend the time, let's spend more time. Come on. It's right here. I just didn't want to drag out the show. Come on, let's do it. Because if somebody say it's been restored, let's see. We just got to identify it. Now, I wouldn't just go pressing buttons to the tomb. We have to see which wall, what register that's actually supposed to be written on. and see if we can find it. You feel me? But when I'm chilling, I just like sitting here doing this, and I'll be by myself, right? And again, navigating this ain't so easy for me, so I apologize. I'm trying to do it easy, but when I go, I don't want to make nobody dizzy. So maybe I could just do it like that, yeah. And again, it's gonna be, it's just the same scenario over and over. Misrepresentation of, or just we over project a little bit. But I ain't mad. Like, I want to be able to build Jabari. I ain't never been I always thought that we not we, but I thought that Tamahu thing was overdid anyway. Like, who care about that like that? I mean, we could all mess up on hella words. It ain't like Reggie was like flooding the community. He flooded the community with Tamahu. Yeah, and so I will be just fumbling and bumbling through this until I stumbled upon something. And the proper way to do it would be like to go and find where exactly they say it was. But you can see the condition of the text. And I already showed you a picture of how it was a long time ago. You see what I'm saying? And so I don't want to, I'm just saying, this is what you're going to see. But I'm going to sit here this is my first time using this version. There's another version of the Tomb of Seti, the first digital that might, Seti 1, let me see, Seti 1, virtual tour, virtual tomb. I think this is it. All right, there's a few different ones. Oh, no, damn, I just downloaded something. Man, don't you hate when you click on something and you download it by accident? That's the stupidest stuff ever. Well, anyway, maybe this is just linking me back to the other virtual tour, but I'm definitely not clicking none of that dumb stuff on the screen. Regardless, I got caught up on that, but that's what that was. Did I mess up and take the video too far back?
There's the Tamaya, right? Tamaya, or this is the first time I'm hearing that word. So in pseudo land, we play games where there's pseudo Mayweathers. In real life, it's actually real studies. He didn't qualify it, so he doesn't have it. The work that I've been doing with Smash and others and Ankh and others is basically the Tamhu. There's the Tamhu, which is a Nubian civilization. On top of them is the Temehu, which are Libyan groups, and then there's the Temehu, which is people believe that they are Canaanites, but they're actually Libyans, and they are also in the Eastern Desert. And then there's all the way west, just to let you know that there was some communication between ancient peoples, the Meshwash or the Libyans of the West. And then there is the Rebu or the Libu. So when
how is that Jabari hate though?
How is that a Jabari? What do you mean, Jabari hate?
Say that's Jabari hate. It's like, all right, okay.
No, I don't understand what you
how
mean.
It's going. Nah, I know how to do it. Nah, I don't play the in-between Smash. You know I don't play the in-between because the pseudo grab the in-between and make it what they want to make it. They collapse time periods. They do all this, man. All this is out of complete
I thought you
order.
could hear me. I was saying, who said Jabari hate?
Man, they got it in the chat. No, Jabari hate.
I'm not even
why
looking
you in the
at
middle
the
of
chat,
Jabari
bro.
hate? When the truth is, all you gotta do is the reality is, yo, and Reggie takes too long to get to it. Look, man, we talking First of all, the words have not been proven to be the same words. That's first point. Second point, right? There are two. We talking about the Roman period, AD.
Hey, I don't give a damn what period. Jabari
that's how you
came
do it,
in.
though?
Jabari said that the goddamn
Okay.
term of Tamahu meant white man.
No,
so
he-
I
no.
don't care
That's
about.
not the right word.
I don't care
term we're
about.
looking at is
I don't
Tamaya.
care about. I don't care
That's
about all
not
the
the
other
right
words
word.
and all of that. It
That's
does.
not the right
Tamaya,
word.
You going down that hill, son.
Tamaya
not-
goes back to Tamahu, Reggie.
See, yo, see that?
No,
See
it
how
doesn't.
down that
Tamaya
hill?
had different meanings,
No,
though.
it doesn't. No,
I
it
wanna
doesn't.
show
It
y'all
doesn't
something
go
else.
back.
Oh,
It doesn't
man.
go
I want
back.
to show y'all
Prove it,
something
Sarnetta.
else.
Show me
Smash
that.
I'm about to go to the Theban mapping project, right? Look, we're going to get into this book in a minute, and that one, and that one, and all of this stuff. But let's take it slow. Theban mapping project. Let's go here. Now, it's funny, right? This is what's hella funny, y'all. I ain't debating Jabari, but I'll be over-defending sometimes. But we come to the Theban mapping project, right? We could go to the tomb of Seti. I'm just going to go back here, and I'm going to show y'all something. Now, this is official. Y'all know about the Theban mapping project. We've had discussions about this. Let's go look into the Valley of the Kings. I think we want KV 17. That might be incorrect. Let's see. Seti the first, right here, 17. All right, now we in Seti the first. Let's go to the gallery. Now, again, this is where I will go to identify exactly where that is so we can go back and show how it is on the wall. But we're about to come down to the gallery. Now notice, this is the Theban mapping project with rights to deal with this tomb. They got all of it. They in there. They got the photos that we can't use, right? This is Seti the first with Neith, out of the same tomb that we just looking at. Theban mapping project. Check this out. This the book, part of the Book of the Gates that remained from that tomb. Theban mapping project. Here goes a little portion of the uncolored in part we seen when we was looking through Seti the first virtual tomb. Theban mapping project, a preliminary sketch. Tomb entrance. Now here you see, they got a reproduction of the Hathor scene because the scene removed by Francisco's expedition and it's now in Paris. So on the wall is a big blank there. If you get on a flight, all you're going to see is a blank on the wall and not know that this scene right here is missing. Scene removed by the Franco-Tuscan exhibition and now in the Louvre. So what's on the wall in Kemet right now? Nothing. Not where this was. Okay? Now, same with all of these reproductions. But we could get it when we look into more details. We'll see that, what they say. Well, they didn't even write out nothing in the more details. But a lot of these, some of these, I can't say all of them, aren't completely intact at this date. Particularly the ones of scrutiny, the ones we talking about. So, Theban mapping project will provide. See, but when it look like this, when you say, then it's supposed to be on the wall, they will provide a reproduction from looking at other tombs and making out what may be there. I hope we see that clearly. So when we get to the broken up portion that we talking about, what are they going to provide us with? I also want to point out how just all these characters look, you know. I would never call that color red. They just look brown to me. Or whatever. So we can clearly see when they provide reproductions for sections of the wall that's just not there or broken out. You feel me? Y'all get the point? Don't let nobody cheese box and be like, oh, but have you, man, I know what's there. It ain't even what we talk about ain't even there. Watch this. As soon as we get to that section, bip. Why is that? It's reconstructed because I showed y'all the picture. The picture, they reconstructed it because if you look at the wall, this is what you're going to see. Oh, I need the primary up on the TGE word using the meaning of the Temehu. No, I don't. Because Solange Asby did. Y'all, when you catching the L, man, we need classes on how to catch an L. I'm going to do a show on how to catch an L. Because apparently, y'all don't know how to take y'all L's in humility. How to catch an L. One of the worst things to do is maintain error. All right, hold on. These are the videos been playing in my sleep. I'll be asleep listening to YouTube. But I went to sleep probably listening to, I thought I just played the Solange Asby video. Well, I could just play it from this.
Proved it already.
No, I said, first of all, source up, primary. What is y'all talking about? Like y'all just having cognitive dissonance.
South of
because
Chile.
First of all, this is presented by a sister PhD. And if you don't think that this is a source, the Meroitic inscription number 92, then you just playing. Now she provides another source. Why don't y'all just listen?
And you can see that temporally in a.
Here we go, right? The Treaty of Samos. So there go two sources. What do you mean need the primary up? She got the primary right on the screen. A big old stone slab. What are we ignoring here? Y'all don't see that big old stone slab? Golly.
About 25 BCE, and then again clashing in battle in 22 BCE. Prisoners were captured on both sides. Strabo tells us that the Meroites, the Ethiopians, as he calls them, were.
So this is how my brain worked, because I play chess. And when I got hit with the "Have you been to the tomb?" I already knew everything I knew, but I'm like, it worked like this. Have you been to the tomb? And if you have honestly been there, right, you know the condition that it's in. And then that means you know the term that we scrutinizing ain't on the wall. So then you know asking me, have you been to the tomb, ain't effective. But you still ask me. Therefore, the type of predator, the way that you do your knowledgeable attacks requires somebody, you're trying to take advantage of what you think one does not know. Because that would be not effective if one knows that section of the wall is damaged.
We're toppling statues of Caesar, and we see actually evidence of a head from a statue of the Roman Emperor Augustus, shown on the upper left, that was found buried under the stairs leading up into what classical sources tell us was a temple of victory, but was likely the Sun Temple located at the city of Meroe. And so Augustus's head then would have been ritually trodden each time priest or royalty went up the stairs into this temple of victory. On the right, you can see an image, a stela, so a stone temple, clearly African.
I just want to play it. Here it comes.
To the left.
I got to stop. She just said you can see a stela, a stone found in the temple. There go your primary Babylon Don.
Of your screen, you see a man that the Meroitic text labels Tamaya.
Hold on. See, Tamaya is who?
In front of his face. And it turns out that this term is not specifically Roman. We know that Rome in the Meroitic language is Arome. So Tamaya seems to refer just more generically to a white man. And so
got you, Reggie, got you.
So now look, it go like this. This is
why Jabari the goddamn Floyd Mayweather, baby.
Well, now I gotta give Jabari his props because I was sleeping. He would have caught me with a sucker punch with that one too, and y'all ain't never seen me get punched.
Can't say nothing. He mad as hell. Look at God damn. He's sitting
let
there
that man finish that lecture, man.
He's sitting there silent.
Yeah, thank you. Because really,
the Floyd Mayweather reigns again, baby.
Nah, we're not finished.
Let him rock out. Let him do all that. Let him victory. That nigga victory before he get to the end zone. The nigga about 5 yards away with the ball hanging out.
Well, let's see what else she say real quick.
So this is likely a depiction of
man, I gotta do this over and over. So my man, room for a debate. You ain't got no room to debate me, bro, with statements like that. You said she never said it translated as white man. She said it might. So that's why I go on further to do the work, good brother, and I put this back on the screen again. Well, they say this term is believed to mean white man in another source. Now you can say, it don't say translated as, it say believed to mean. But this is another source that's saying they think that it mean the same thing Jabari said he thought it meant. So we're not even at her no more. She never mentioned this source. But now let's go into some books. First of all, this is where a lot of people, and if I made the claim I was trying to take ownership over it for Jabari, it might not have been Ankh who said that. It might have been me who said he got it from this book. No big deal, because I can't confirm where somebody got something from. So if he say he didn't get it from there, I would say cool. But this is before Org Bates' book. This in like the late 1800s, where he comes up with some pseudo meaning of Tamahu and said the Tame means people and created, and who is white. That ain't right. But he must have been alluding to something about them saying that the Tamahu was light skinned. And that, but if we go into, let's see. I'm gonna show y'all what this is. Moradic newsletter. And there's a bunch of translations on Moradic in here. Claude Riley. I don't see the date on this. 2003. So now we going over a lot more text than they pulled out because you know this Magi Arch is right. So don't hit me off with the one unsourced text, bro. I don't get down like that. I'll blow y'all, man. Nobody could really fuck with me, cuz. Like, I always imagine someone being on the other side of this presentation saying I'm wrong when everything I do, that'll be hard for that person. Everything they think they're going to say, I'm prepared for. So we're going to walk y'all through all kind of different translations talking about the Tamaya. Not just one. Okay? And we should be accurate enough to say which text these are. So let me go back up. See if they tell you which one this is coming from exactly. But I would encourage anyone interested to go look into this Clyde Raleigh's arguments in this Moronic leather. Now, let's see. Hold up. I'm having to go back up too high, so let me just get right back to it. So basically, he got the text detailed. I guess this would be coming from the GA30, but in the case of, oh, this is the Sarah text. Okay. It says the following TG seems to describe warlike activity and the capture of the Nubia prisoner, while the Ada instance is interpolated line apparently inserted as an afterthought to expand the list of titles and honorific distinguished relatives of the deceased, the chief Tamaya, Apola. So I guess this is some honorific title to distinguish the relatives of the deceased. We have plenty uses. It's all, we were going to run and remember this name that's hard to say. It's Caramandoy or whatever. But this seems to be a different text, but we'll find that in his text too, we find two other mentions of these Tamaya. Now, if you want to look into this, we see if this capture of this noble prisoner is related to this honorific distinguishment of the relatives of the deceased chief Tamaya. Then you will be able to mount some type of an argument that, well, hold up, if the relative of the Tamaya was a Noba, how is the Tamaya a white man? But these are more additional texts mentioning these people. To Shimalo, all the way from Salili, I guess, a Maho, a Tamaya, a Nazdok, who carried off the women and the man of Nakabar, the Maho, and the Tamayo will give them back. Now, this don't say that they black or white or none of that. It's just more text for us to scrutinize talking about the Tamaya. And I think this was already cited, as we just seen earlier. And yeah, now they're just in the footnote talking about the same lines that we had just went over. So again, in this Moronic text, they don't say nothing about, I ain't acting like I read the whole thing, but I didn't see nothing about them saying nothing about them being white people. But they showing us other instances when Tamaya got mentioned. It ain't just a one-off. And I don't know if we saying that right. Again, that Tamaya like that. Because it could be Temehu, which is straight back. I don't want to go into this Libyan antiquities, but one of the first things they say in this UNESCO book or this journal, go right back to everything we was talking about. But it's this part written by somebody named Muhammad. Let's look and see if I could get to that part. Sorry for just hold up. See if I can find that. I think this is about to be it. It's right above this. All right, let me see. I'm just about to read this. Egyptian sources. The merchant and missionary Harkuf traveled 3 times up the Nile Valley and reached Kerma in Upper Nubia. He reported that the ruler of Kerma was fighting against tribes living in the area west of the Fourth Cataract. These tribes were called Temehu. How crazy is that? So we think it was, so I don't know. But look at how deep down that is. Shortly after, some of these tribes migrated into the Nile Valley and settled there between the second and third Nile cataracts. Archaeologically, these newcomers are called the C group. It has been shown that there are cattle herders that kept small livestock. In addition, it was possibly to determine the language of the C group people, or thus the language of the Temehu, as a language related to the present-day Berber. Note they're talking about C group Libyans, not C group Nubians. It says, this statement rests on the following evidence. Through 500 years of the arrival of the Temehu C group people, a new ethnic group moved into the Nile Valley, occupying the same territories as the C group and forming an ethnically mixed population. The language of the newcomers of the Nobin form one branch of the Nile Nubian languages, and it's called Mahasi. That's what I said a long time ago. The Mahasi are the Nahesi in older publications, and it is still spoken in the area. Nobin, as well as other Nile Nubian languages, contains a number of words which correspond to the lexemes of the present-day Berber languages. To expand this linguistic substratum, there is not much choice but to assume that the predecessor of the Nobin speakers of the C group people are former Temehu, belonging linguistically to the Berber branch. And it said, Appendix 1 contains examples of the Berber substratum in the Nile Nubian language. Hold on, though. I don't want to do readership. I want to make sure they're addressing directly what we're talking about. There was just the one part at the beginning of all this, so let me go back. Well, yeah. I'm not, no, this is an article written by a different man. In this book, I want the article written by Muhammad. But maybe I should just look in the, what's it called? Hold up, man. Give me a second. Look in the table of contents. It don't say who wrote it, though. Well, anyway, there's another article in here letting us know what a lot of these people said about what ancient Egyptians said. Now, this book claimed that they was light-skinned with blue eyes, too. And it claimed that the ancient Egyptians said that this is a UNESCO where we're at right now. So I don't know about all of that, but it just, I remember seeing that. Oh, here we go, finally. It says Libyo-Berber relations with ancient Egyptians, the Temehu and ancient Egyptian records. It says, to the Egyptians, Libya was part of the vague area described to the west. Even Queen Hatshepsut of the 18th dynasty considered that the western reaches of Egypt stretch as far as the mounts of Manu, the sunset. Terms such as barbarians were used to designate people of the oasis tribes of the foreign men who were possibly of European origin. Why is he saying this? And entered through the western frontier of Egypt. It is said that the Tibetsi Inidi was the source of the immigration into the Nile Valley. And there's a footnote on that. Now look at this. The ethnic name Temehu was used by the Egyptians as a kind of contrast to other foreigners, such as Asiatics. So I'm going to stop right there real quick. Because he also put forth that Temehu was used in contrast with Aamu. But he goes on to say it also denotes inhabitants of the countries of Temehu, are white-skinned, are those who inhabit west of the Nile Valley, north of the Negro Zone. Y'all see that say that? Let me make it bigger. We gonna make it bigger. All right. Go on and get your soul food. Where this thing get off the screen? Can't make it that big because this thing just took over the screen for some reason. Let me reset. And then try to make it bigger their way. Do they have a way to make it bigger? Yeah, I gotta make it bigger that way. Okay. Now, do it say that or not? Terms such as barbarians were used to designate the people of the oasis tribes of foreign men who were possibly of European origin and entered through the western frontier of Egypt. It is said that the Tabisu was a source of the immigration into the Nile Valley. The ethnic name Temehu, not Temehu, the ethnic name Temehu was used by the Egyptians as a kind of contrast to other foreign nations, such as Asiatics. It also denotes inhabitants of the countries of Temehu, or the white-skinned. Shout out to the Black Raven for that contribution. It's much appreciated. Are those who inhabit west of the Nile Valley and north of the Negro Zone. All right. So he said it right here, Temehu, but this don't say Temehu. But we know Temehu and Temehu are related. So right now they saying the white skin. Now this is something to note. If they call them the white skin, yes or no, it could mean that it don't. I'm just reading over sources. Then they wasn't white skinned. The Egyptians wasn't white skinned because they called the Libyans white skinned. We know they wasn't, but I'm just pointing that out. Pre-dynastic records such as archery, knif, have signs similar to those used to designate Libyans in the historical Egyptian records. The sign of the king's scorpion salute found in Abydos belt, the oldest Libyan name known to the Egyptians. It is Temehu. That's kind of a push because when we look at that, it's only really a throw stick on top of like a land plot. It is deduced that Scorpion had a fight with the Temehu while unifying Egypt. So this is what Asar, what's his name, tried to put forth, but he couldn't find a source on it. Asar Mka tried to put that forward. It says, the Temehu were known to the Egyptians as Westerners. Now that's where I stay there. Let's stay there for a minute. Because a lot of these are simply just mean the people to the west of us, not white people. Nehesi mean the people to the south of us, not black people. Aamu is the people to the east of us, not yellow people. Since they live close to the Nile Valley, it says, it seems that the Temehu were the first Libyans who settled and domesticated animals. The earliest evidence of the Libyan cattle is that afforded by the 5th dynasty. It says relief showing the Temehu supplant
Sahura. All right. The other references are the animals taken as booty by Marin Patah and those shown in the Libyan tribute of the 12th dynasty tombs painting in Beni Hassan. That's another one we need to stop and look at. The 12th dynasty tomb paintings in Beni Hassan. All right. We know those paintings, right? But we don't, if we look at the whole tomb of Beni Hassan, it wasn't just those people that we always talk about when we talk about the Canaanites. This is the popular scene everybody refer to. But it's a whole thing. And everybody here ain't the Asiatics. And so if we go to Beni Hassan, I actually got an image of the collection of people found in Beni Hassan, but we don't like to look at some of these. Well, let me see if I can find it. Nope, that's not it. I'm tripping. Yeah, it's on here. And so this is another thing we find out of a Champollion book, that it wasn't just those people in the Beni Hassan. No, this is Tuma Seti. I apologize. But let's look at some of these people. So we're just gonna look at the people to know how some of them are noted. We got the Remich. We had the Nahesi again. This is just from collections of people that took out. But they had who they call Amu, or he's like, is this Namu? They're wondering at the time who these people was. But notice they got other people here like who look like what you would call traditional. But they again labeled Greek or Ionian, and then the Tamahu at the end in that reproduction right there. So I'm gonna try to find this Beni Hassan thing I was looking for, and let's see if they show us a lot of the tomb in here or not. Yep, we focus on just one scene from Beni Hassan, and this is normally the lines that we focus on, right here, where they got the guy Abishai bringing in these Aamu here. But if we look, we'll find at another point in this procession or on the wall, it's other people, just not those Asiatics. But this person's presentation seems to be only focused on those Asiatics too. So let's see if he'll show some of the other people I want him to show. But shout out to him for even putting this up. It's cool when people do that. Share their photographs. And again, we at Beni Hassan right now. Shout out to y'all, 130,000 in the building. Peace to you. And thanks for tapping in and watching this video. So I'm glad they got that metal nature right there, but I'm just loving these photographs right now. And I could not see nothing in there, but that was good to look at real quick. I guess I'll get ready to open up a chat.
you know, and let us bang it out. Let's get back to some of the video. Then I'll get back to my Hepri. I mean, I think watching some of the stuff is better than, you know what I'm saying? I think,
Ransack.
hold on. Not my Hepri, hold up. We got more stuff to watch.
A Roman prisoner captured in battle. A stela, another royal stela from a city just 3 or 4 miles away called Hamadab, also makes reference to Tamaya. And that quote from the stela at Hamadab says, quote, "The Tamaya have raided every man, woman, and the youngsters." And so we have references here to this ongoing battle between Meroe and Rome.
So when they talk about the Tamaya, they indeed was talking about white people. Here's the issue. And this is why I like to reconcile these differences, because I always be seeing when both people be right. You got to remember, Sai, the original claim was that Tamahu in Medu Necher, not a derivative of Tamahu at a later time period during the Nubian time period. And the derivative is Tamaya. And so that's what they be. We always, the Hebrews make that mistake.
Right, but the word Tamaya also can bring you back to Tamahu, though.
Yeah, that's why I showed that in the presentation.
Thank
and
you.
The footnote
Man, what
said
you mean?
that.
No, yes.
But just to show how both of them is kind of right, the original claim was that it meant it in the ancient Egyptian. And we don't really got nothing to show that, but we do have evidence to show that it developed into a term that indeed meant white man. Now we need our linguists, our other linguist brothers, to chime in and show that is indeed a cognate term. And I think the quarrel will be rectified, because in ancient times it wasn't no like white people to be calling Tamahu like that.
Can
I mean,
say
to me,
Smash?
go right ahead.
You can't introduce an anachronism.
So Reggie, so what I just said, it wasn't no white people to be calling like that, and Shepard don't seem to agree. But I'm not saying it in the manner that you're refuting in the chat, Chef. I feel what you're saying, but this is what I want to point out. Let's just go to. And just hear how they say it, man. Let's just hear how the scholars explain that same part.
Because their heads are different about how take. But yeah, this idea that there's a natural impermeable boundary that starts at the Sahara Desert, and that there's no penetration, and that everybody who has quote unquote black skin is like sort of as if the Sahara was the impermeable boundary that nobody could get through, is really a continually problematic point.
There we go.
Type of argument.
So I can turn on the captions and zoom through it and find where she say that at while we chilling. To address what in a defense of what Reggie and Ankh be saying about the white people part and being in North Africa. I'm just reading and scrolling for y'all so that'll save us a lot of time. And sometimes you could download these transcripts, and you could download these transcripts from YouTube videos in order to quote a scholar. But as I zoom through, I don't really, all right, here we go. She said it right here.
The idea of whitewashing North Africa, some of the loudest voices on the internet and wanting to ensure this dividing line between Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa are people of Arab descent.
Hold on, let's
I'm
stop.
thinking here specifically.
When I say that, y'all be thinking I'm lying or being mad. I told y'all it's true, but I just said the Muslim sis. I just be joking. It's the Islamicists. Shout out to my homies. Y'all good in y'all worship, but y'all wrong in y'all scandal about Egypt. But she just said exactly what I said. It ain't even white people no more. It's the Arabs mounting an attack. So right now the fight, if y'all know it or not, is really black people and Arabs, because white people pulled out of the fight for Egypt. But let's listen to what she said.
The whitewashing of North Africa also ties in, if you think about this thing, the idea of whitewashing North Africa, some of the loudest voices on the internet in wanting to ensure this dividing line between Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa are people of Arab descent. I'm thinking here specifically of like Nicholas Talib, right? Because particularly in the United States, since 1910 or so, right, the people who are called Syrian get to be white, right? So they're categorized, technically, people from the Middle East are categorized as white because of this 1910 or 1919 law that categorized them as white. But they don't get to live the experience of being white in America because they're Muslim. So, but I think there's this bind into people who have recent access to whiteness, particularly in the United States, but also in the Middle East, where there is anti-blackness, severe anti-blackness, that they want to make sure that they can make that harsh dividing line, right? And they are some of the loudest voices. And so whitewashing of the Middle East is an ongoing long-term historical process. But in terms of how Europeans and Americans are doing it, Europeans are doing it primarily as a way to lay claim to the antiquities of Egypt and Libya, which of course is colonized by the Romans. And so you find Roman sites all over Libya and other places. But then in the United States, it has to do.
Notice how she said that. It was Libya colonized by the Romans, as we should know. That's a Libyan colony. I mean, that's a Roman colony. Like, we got to keep all this in mind, but watch what she said about whiteness.
By the Romans, and so you find Roman sites all over Libya and other places. But then in the United States, it has to do with the fact that people who at the time were classified as Syrian, but what we really mean is people of Middle East descent, or people of Arab descent from the Middle East, they got classified legally as white. And so think about what that looks like as someone like me, who is a white person, right, a European descent white person, saying to someone who is like Talib or something that North Africa isn't white, right? Or even more important is that this is actually what happened during the Mary Beard Talib debate, which was Beard was like, they weren't white, Libya and these places are not white spaces. This is not a concept that exists in the ancient world. And Talib comes after her and says, who are you, colonizer, to kick me out of whiteness? Right? But it's all this obsession of wanting to participate in this dominant identity group that is called whiteness, which has no roots in antiquity and has no roots even really in much modernity outside of, it's really a creature of the U.S.
So she just said what they said, Chef, that the whiteness has no roots in antiquity. So they're not really wrong for saying that.
It's really a creature of the U.S., though it appears in European texts earlier. We're the people who sort of run with it and turn it into this idea. And what we actually mean by white is dominant. We don't mean anything to do with our actual skin color.
Hey, do me a favor. Make my channel grow. Help my channel grow. We should be having 1,000 people in here every day. I'm doing what I could do. If there's something you could do too, do it. And thank you.
And other places. But then in the United States, it has to do with the fact that people who at the time were classified as Syrian, but what we really mean is people of Middle East descent, or people of Arab descent from the Middle East, they got classified legally as white. And so think about what that looks like as someone like me.
While we on this video, let's go on and chill and let her show you about all these cats on the internet who obsessed with the term Sub-Saharan African.
So if you sort of think about when is this obsession with Sub-Saharan kicking in, it's kicking in when we're trying to, in a period of time where we're trying to separate off Egyptian, so these these ancient kingdoms that are being discovered by modern Europeans, and the sort of Black South. And actually, I'm looking at a Google Ngram right here that goes back to 1800 up to 2008. I'm going to smooth it out here a little bit more. And the term doesn't start to appear in books in English, in the English language, until roughly 1978. So why?
This is Dr. Rebecca Futo Kennedy. She's pointing out how, first of all, you could go use AI or Google and see that the term Sub-Saharan didn't occur in no books before 1978. So it's a response to what happened in 1974 at the UNESCO, where Diop and companions said Egyptians was black. So in scholastic response to that, white people came up with a term called Sub-Saharan and a whole concept behind it. See how easy we show this shit? Man, I need to be out of school somewhere, man. But,
Session with Sub-Saharan kicking in. It's kicking in when we're trying to, in a period of time where we're trying to separate off Egyptian, so these these ancient kingdoms that are being discovered by modern Europeans, and the sort of Black South. And actually, I'm looking at a Google Ngram right here that goes back to 1800 up to 2008. I'm going to smooth it out here a little bit more. And the term doesn't start to appear in books in English, in the English language, until roughly 1978.
So look, the term Sub-Saharan don't appear in books until 1978. God, y'all pseudo. Diop said the Egyptians was black in 1974. Let me show y'all what happened to black people. This what happened. This what happened in the Bay. Hold on. No, they messed that up. I should just put Oakland. Man, I hope they ain't messing this up. This will start happening, blood. Right here. In the 70s. And they got mad.
Planet Earth can't even be sufficient without the rain. It doesn't produce rain, Sunshine, it doesn't produce the sun. The wind,
this ain't funny.
It doesn't produce the wind.
Y'all don't remember the funny Sun Rock?
The universe is in my voice.
What started happening in the 70s?
Universe speaks through this song.
See, y'all don't know how culture had got affected?
That a voice from another dimension was...
This one pseudo came out. But in actuality, there was a black cultural movement towards Egypt. Diop was not pseudo for saying that Egyptians were black. They were other things too. But saying they was black ain't wrong.
In my music, I speak of unknown things.
See the metal nature?
Things.
They was trying to get on it.
It would be better to say that because this is the proof of it.
But the movie is more funny. Hold on. Well, my point is that now this is 1976. So right after 74, now don't get it twisted. It was brothers saying that long before that. Martin Luther King, Du Bois, Martin Delaney, a lot of people was teaching that before that, right? But I'm talking about the culture. This 1974. Hold on, I want to show the funnier one. Because some of y'all be on this right now. Who be on this right now? Tell me. Let's see. Hold up. Well, we see the point has been made that after 1974, it started spreading into the black culture more than ever. And so there was a response.
Because their heads are different.
There was a scholastic response, and she's speaking on the scholastic response right now to black people starting to talk about Egypt.
So if you sort of think about when is this obsession with Sub-Saharan kicking in, it's kicking in when we're trying to, in a period of time where we're trying to separate off Egyptian, so these these ancient kingdoms that are being discovered by modern Europeans, and the sort of Black South. And actually, I'm looking at a Google Ngram right here that goes back to 1800 up to 2008. I'm going to smooth it out here a little bit more. And the term doesn't start to appear in books anyway, in English, in the English language, until roughly 1978. So you know, why? Why does this term emerge? It has like very little life before that, and then all of a sudden in the 1960s and 1970s, I see here's an appearance of it in on communism in the Soviet Union. In Sub-Saharan Africa is one of the earliest ones that I'm finding and marketing. So that divide seems to be one that has to do with economic policies and what they're viewing as economies in the modern state. It's all about development. So I think when people ask about this stuff, what they're really trying to ask, and they don't want to ask the question, so they use this phrase Sub-Saharan, is, are Egyptians white like us? And they don't want to say that, because if they say things like that, then, you know, because what happens when you sort of subsume whiteness for the entirety of North Africa, right? You want to claim the ancient civilization without modern Islam being attached to it. And then you want to separate it from blackness. That's the only reason why people use this term. There's no genetic distinction to be made here. There is no political distinction to be made here in antiquity, or in even clearly up until the modern world. If people aren't using the word, they're not making a distinction about it until they want to use it. All of Africa was a colonial playground until a certain period, and then we're going to make a distinction between the oil-rich Arab states and the mineral-rich and other resource-rich exploitable states below the Sahara that are not oil-rich states, right? Agricultural versus other. So I think anybody asking the questions about Sub-Saharan and how these ideas apply to the ancient world need to stop, because they are clearly, absolutely modern impositions of ideas and ideology, and very clearly they are very recent modern impositions. And whenever people say that they want to avoid imposing modern ideologies onto ancient world, they're okay with imposing modern ideologies onto the ancient world as long as it's their modern ideologies, the category of Sub-Saharan.
Thank you. You clown asses. She beat y'all up with that. Anybody who say the stuff about the social construct and then use Sub-Saharan is pseudo. Now, to be fair, I got a good friend, Brother Ankh, who used the social construct, and I'm just saying that ain't who I'm talking about. But I'm talking about your other clowns who be trying to hide behind that. And then they'll go on to say, but Sub-Saharan Africa, huh? Them both social constructs. But you're going to use the one that suits you, as she just said. Listen.
The questions about Sub-Saharan and how these ideas apply to the ancient world need to stop, because they are clearly, absolutely modern impositions of ideas and ideology, and very clearly they are very recent modern impositions. And whenever people say that they want to avoid imposing modern ideologies onto ancient world, they're okay with imposing modern ideologies onto the ancient world as long as it's their modern ideologies, like the category of Sub-Saharan. So I think we need to like nix that one. What you're really asking is, are they black or are they white? And the answer is neither, and both, but really neither. There's no white people running around in ancient Egypt. It's just not a category that they used. They did recognize people had blackness, black skins, and they recognized dark skin tones, but the idea of the white is a gender category, or a category used for people who are cold burned in the very far north, or it is a category that is used for people with certain diseases.
I don't know what y'all talking about, Kyle, about the people Andy and Chinia. That's just going on in the chat. That's ridiculous. You know, and I probably wouldn't let it get there. Ms. Riak, well, she said nothing's bad about what she's saying. She's saying some very good things that we need to reckon with. It's just probably bad from your point of view. But again, she's a PhD and she's white, and she has no reason for not saying they wasn't black, they wasn't white, they was neither. But they recognized blackness. They didn't recognize whiteness. She say that. And just like for Sheffrin, the reason why I played this clip, because she said the same thing and Reggie said, that there wasn't no white people in Egypt.
Political distinction to be made here in antiquity, or in even, they are clearly, absolutely modern impositions of ideas and ideology, and very clearly they are very recent modern impositions. And whenever people say that they want to avoid imposing modern ideologies onto ancient world, they're okay with imposing modern ideologies onto the ancient world as long as it's their modern ideologies, like the category of Sub-Saharan. So I think we need to like nix that one. What you're really asking is, are they black or are they white? And the answer is neither, and both, but really neither. There's no white people running around in ancient Egypt. It's just not a category that they used. They did recognize people had blackness, black skins, and they recognized dark skin tones, but the idea of the white is a gender category, or a category used for people who are cold burned in the very far north, or it is a category that is used for people with certain diseases. Or we actually see it in a poem by Catullus referring to Caesar for a political party affiliation, the blacks versus the whites as a sort of political thing, and then we'll see it. The other place where it might be connected to these sort of politics is that it's also can be connected to chariot racing. Your team, your favorite team, the Greens, the Reds. These are teams. The whitewashing of North Africa also ties in. If you think about this thing, the idea of whitewashing North Africa, some of the loudest voices on the internet in wanting to ensure this dividing line between sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa are people of Arab descent.
Do me a favor. 173 in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to any new followers. Y'all can go on and push that up to 250. It's an algorithm. Let's play with the algorithm. Just go on and get hot in the chat. Put a comment in there. Like the video and watch how that thing grow. It's going to be funny because it's y'all making it happen. It really ain't me. So click, 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 talk, say something. Let's get it popping. Thank you.
I'm thinking here specifically of like Nicholas Taleb, right? Because particularly in the United States, since 1910 or so, right, the people who are called Syrian get to be white, right? So they're categorized, technically, people from the Middle East are categorized as white because of this 1910 or 1919 law that categorized them as white. But they don't get to live the experience of being white in America because they're Muslim. So, but I think there's this bind into people who have recent access to whiteness, particularly in the United States, but also in the Middle East where there is anti-blackness, severe anti-blackness, that they want to make sure that they can make that harsh dividing line.
So in the Middle East where there's extreme or harsh anti-blackness, they want to make sure they can make the dividing line. What dividing line? The dividing line between Egypt and the Sudan.
In the Middle East, where there is anti-blackness, severe anti-blackness, that they want to make sure that they can make that harsh dividing line, right? And they are some of the loudest voices. And so whitewashing of the Middle East is an ongoing long-term historical process. But in terms of how Europeans...
All right, Brother Reggie say open up the chat. Let's open up the chat for Brother Reggie and get it going. Get a nice Zoom popping. It's nothing but a button. Let me see. Press it or don't stress it. So I'm going to put the button out there. Hold on. Invite. Copy invite. Where the chat at? Is that the chat from right now? That's the chat from yesterday. Hold up. Gotta go find the chat. Don't stress it. Let's see. There go the link. Feel free to hit the link. Let's get the likes. Can I get at least 100 likes? What I'm doing that you don't like, other 100 people? I mean, dang. Just hit the like. Golly. It's 98. Thank you. Somebody just ran it up. Let's watch it go up. All you got to do is go hit the like. Push that over 100 one time. 99. Let's keep going. Who is the next person about to say, oh, I do like this video. I ain't clicked like yet. I'm tripping. Because that helped. Who else? Come on. One more person. Step up to the altar. Press it. Press like. There you go. Thank you, whoever that was. I appreciate you. We could keep running it up because it's about 80 of y'all that ain't even clicked like. See? Thank y'all. That's all. That's social contributions. Those are contributions that don't cost us nothing. Now y'all running it up. And Brother Reggie came in to help the show because y'all running it up. Make me proud. Salute. Brother Baba Reggie, what's up? As soon as your mic connects, we're in full effect. Kyle came in with the quick tech, IT tech microphone. What's up?
What's up, bro?
Yo, you connected before Reggie, but you came after. What's up, Reggie? How you doing?
Fine, Saber.
All is well. What do you see so far in what we are overviewing?
I think your research is impeccable. I think that you were able on this channel to tease out a lot of the ideas. I think that in pseudo-land, a person with spiritual sources can make Tamahu means white when if they wanted to use the word white, they would use Tawi, right? And they did not. The complexions of the peoples, all of the peoples, even the people in the Syrians or Canaan was not white. So there's no reconciliation that we were both right because on the word Tamhu, which was the subject of the criticism, Tamhu does not mean white. And the term introduced that is important, Tamaya, right, does, according to Dr. Ashby and the scholar that she was actually quoting, you can see it's a correlation with Romans. So if I not now because I'm away from my computer, I will show you a depiction where there are Roman captives with people that's working with them, meaning Nubians, and they have Roman garbs on. And to say that the Romans themselves would not have come into Africa without Libyan contractors or Nubian contractors or intelligence or linguistic opportunities, translation opportunities, is ludicrous. So in short, Tamaya is a word closely associated with what they knew, which was Libyan. And even the Libyans had light and dark skin. So in pseudo-land, Um, in pseudoland and spiritual sources, a person can introduce a word called Tamahu without any citations, and that's what I call a spiritual source, because certain people don't have to give citations to be correct. Other people who are pushed, minimized, marginalized, we have to produce sources, we have to show text, we have to read the meta, and then, but the pseudo people can say, oh, you been in this temple, right? Well, it's stupid. I've been in Egypt in '87 when people were in their diapers and shit. So, I mean, you can't see everything, but the point of it is that it doesn't help your argument. So, with that said, Smash, I'm I just figured there was a lot of gaslighting yesterday. The fact of the matter is, Tamahu does not mean white, right? There's no word for
All right, but Reggie, like even someone picked up in the chat, no one proposed that Tamu meant white. The proposition is that white people were called Tamu.
No, Osase said that Tamahu or the white people. That is that is the heart of my criticism. That Tamahu meant the white people. It was the white people when he referred to Tamahu. So maybe there's times you being involved in other studies and you don't be involved in the fight. But everybody knows. Press 1 in the chat if when Osase said Tamahu, he meant white people. Press 1.
Yeah, I would press 1 too, but I'm saying he did not say that Tamu translates back to the color white. You said Tamu don't mean white, but he was saying Tamehu is used to say white people.
Where, in Egypt?
Well, the textual sources we have is from a derivative of a later time.
Tamaya, but we never seen that word until you brought it up. He never referred.
He never had, and that's just being honest. I could say I never seen him because he could have killed all of this, and he probably would have, or probably saved the information for a debate. I can't say. I mean, he could have at least got us to this point to where we see.
Not without the meta. You're gonna take a term that's 3,100.
Man, there's so many ones in the chat. It's looking crazy. You asked them to put a 2 in the chat, and it's not 1 2 in the chat, bro.
3,100.
It's not 1 2 in the chat, Reggie.
No, because I'm just telling you that everybody knew that he flooded his word outside of his word, and his critique of Europeans would be that they're the Tamahu. White people were the Tamahu. So I'm not.
Oh, okay. No, it's hella ones in the chat. You said put a 1 in the chat, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. You got a lot of support. It's only 1 2 in the chat.
So I'm not going to take a word that I can see at 3,100 BC around Nermer, right? Around when he's fighting Libyan groups, the Temehu, and then a later word, Tamahu, right? And I am not going to take any of those groups and make them white, nor am I going to take Tamahu and compare it to a word that's 3,100 years later in another script with another African people called the Nubians, and say by spiritual sources that they are connected. No, that's not what we do. That's not what we do. And I'm on the right channel with the right people. 3,100 years later, at best, they're associated with Libyan populations, a Libyan population, right? Which could be the Ticino or some members of the Tamahu. But to associate them and say that we can reconcile that we can't reconcile that, especially without sources. If he shows sources, then we can have a conversation. A one-liner, and I wasn't implying to you, Smash, about a one-liner. You don't do one-liners. His one-liner came without a source, And so anything that pops up, we have to attribute it to him because he's spiritual. And that's not how this shit works. It don't work like that. You cite your sources or you don't use a goddamn term or your goddamn word. And that got nothing to do with hate. But if everybody knows that he flooded the internet with Tamahu relating to white, then he did damage to the field and damage to us who are learners. He did damage. East Fed.
I feel that he did just as much damage as us as black people have done by saying the Egyptians are black.
Nah, that's not fair, bro. Because there were so you don't think there were no Egyptians that were black?
I didn't say that. I can use that same argument as saying that do you not say that any Tamahu were white? You don't think?
No. You would be better to say Egyptians were white because yeah. But I hear what you're saying.
Okay,
I get your logic, look, Kyle.
Well, let me speak to Kyle because Kyle's my dude. So Kyle, did you read my article? Syncretism. I have a journal article. I write and show my sources in an accepted journal. It is the third journal article on the subject of the naming of Kemet. It's in the Journal of Pan-African Studies. I'm a cited journal, accepted journal writer, right? And so you're free. In that article, I talk about syncretism, which is the change of religious views, right? And the integration. There's internal and external. In it, I show how the cattle was very, very important. The cattle, including the goats and rams, right? Una Winnis says that he is the Sai Kim, Sa Sid Kemet. He is the black ram, born of the black sheep, right? That is what you call tokenism, right? That is cited, right? And then there are other words, place names and other words connected to the bull, the black bull. And then of course, Apis. Now, when I said that, I meant that I didn't necessarily associate it with all black people, but the sacred black cow was a lineage. It was a lineage, it's called tokenism in the work that we do. So to say, that they're not black, again, black and white is an American word largely, right? Used in Europe and America to separate African people. The fact of the matter is their skin colors are associated scientifically with the ultra rays of the sun, the UVB rays, and how melanin evolves. And to say that the whole world at some point wasn't melanized is just not saying that you said that, but the fact of the matter is everybody on the planet until a connection with the Neanderthal and to bring out.
Oh my God, Reggie, really?
The phenotype.
Why would you do that?
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me?
Because you was doing. Go ahead, Reggie.
Because
and this is why Neanderthal James jump out there.
No. African people have already diversity in their genes, right? But if you're going to tell me that the African who walked out of Africa in Canaan and Syria did not admix with the Neanderthal and take things.
Man, go ahead, Reggie. We're gonna start arguing on Smash Show. That's why they can't even listen to you when you talk about Jabari, because you end up in the same fix. And Kyle brought it out. It's a walking contradiction. That's all I'm trying to say. Yo, I stay where I'm at. I don't contradict myself. No, you know that though. You can't say that he's saying that they white people, and then you turn around and make them black people. It's the same thing. Then you can't turn around and say Neanderthal made skin color. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
Yeah, I tried to save you.
You're not saving me.
Yeah,
you're interrupting me.
No, I saved you.
No, you're interrupting me. That's what you're doing. You're rude.
Well, everybody know that. That ain't nothing new. I'm definitely a rude dude.
Okay.
So I'm gonna shut up and stop being rude, and I'm gonna finish you off on that one point right there. So I got you on Neanderthal, and I'm going hard. You're gonna be a subject of the morning show. I got you. Let me unrude myself. You my man, though. I love you to death. Get that shit right.
No. It's fine. Information is information. But to say that in Canaan, that there is not admixture between the Homo sapiens sapien and the other population of humans, Neanderthal, which creates phenotypical changes, I don't. I like to see you show that there wasn't any admixture at that particular point with those two groups. That's when the groups met in Canaan, and then you have different phenotypicals. You have hair. You have cranial changes. You have nose. And those people have a right to have their own culture and their own lives and build up their mythology based on that.
And that's my point, Reggie. That's my point, man. Like everything that you're saying, I agree. These people, they move, they mix with they mix with the Neanderthals. They had different hair texture, they had culture, different ideas. Those are the basis for becoming a different population group, right? Like, I mean, and when we use that term black and we throw that over all these people, it's the same thing as saying that
somebody got to mute out. Somebody needs to mute.
Man.
Maybe that's
that's my point, Reggie. That's my point, man. Like,
well, I don't disagree, Kyle. So the disagreement was the overusage of black, but the fact of the matter is what in fact was their skin color? Largely,
man, they were.
Huh?
Nobody's black, Reggie. Nobody's skin color is black, Reggie. Nobody's actually black, Reggie.
No. That's not what I'm saying, Mr. Rude. That's not what I'm rude. I said that it has to deal with terminology. But the fact of the matter is they were okay if you like heavy and medium pigmented. If you like that word, heavy and medium
humans are
pigmented. No, but yes, but some humans have less pigment. Why? Because of their environment, right? So you can.
But what's your point? What's your point in saying that? You say, first of all, the environments that we're talking in Africa, they were absolutely people of color. Even the Indo-Europeans would have been people of color. You can definitely go Indo-Europeans. You can pull up on a map and see that they're brown. They brown skin with like blue eyes. Brown pigment, bro. So we're talking about time periods when the majority of the inhabitants on Earth, right, were brown. Dark brown, like that's not me making it up, Reg. Go ahead. I just had a conversation. I don't want to long it out.
Brown is considered black in scientific racism. Brown is
yes, absolutely.
Okay. So my whole point is I talked about tokenism, right? Where groups of people identify with sacred objects. We know that they identify with their cattle, right? The four groups of cattle, which is the hedge, the desert, the Kim, and the speckled. I can't remember the name right now. So they agree. They made in their world black being sacred. Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
No, but I disagree with the anachronism.
Okay.
There's definitely an anachronism there. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like, okay. I read people, I get up too early in the morning to just say anything about me, yo. Like, I'm particular. I'm particular for it, Red. I can't let you run. There's a clear stop sign there, bro. That's all I'm saying.
But you have to be right. But we have to be interdisciplinary. We have to we have to isolate the people in their time period. And one thing that they weren't doing is calling. There's no hedge Tawi. There's no hedge Tawi.
What is hedge Tawi?
Oh, that would be the inhabitants, white people. So, or white.
I mean, where are you getting the people from in that?
Oh, Tawi, inhabitants.
Are you saying like a TU? Okay, TU.
Yeah, TU.
Okay,
yeah, TU. So there's no Kim. Sorry, there's no Kim TU. I mean, I'm sorry, there's no Hedge TU. There's a desert TU, right, which means the red ones or the bloody ones, right? There is other TUs that we can look at, but there is no Hedge TU, right? So the ancient Egyptians used other words, and so they looked at Libyan populations that were foreigners and were largely distinct. Well, they were foreigners. I'm not going to say the Libyans were distinct from the Egyptians, except for dress, because Libyan populations were also part of ancient Egyptian from the earliest time periods. So I'm not arguing with my brother Ankh. I'm just saying that we have to be interdisciplinary. We have to look at how did the ancient Egyptians classify groups and people and why. And Osaze was absolutely wrong about Tamahu. If he would have said Tamaya, but he never sourced it, and so not sourcing is bad methodology, bad arguments, hiding his hand, hiding his sources, and this is not what we should do in 2023.
Nah, I don't agree, but go ahead, somebody else.
So Reggie.
Wait, Smash. What don't you agree with?
Hold on,
Reggie.
Hold on, Reggie. Look, you longing it out like Jabari do. I just want to have a conversation with you, actually, yo. And you don't got to sell yourself. I just want to make the listening audience aware that there's a clear red light. If you don't stop the red light, you're going to run the risk of smashing into Jabari with the walking contradiction. The walking contradiction is that Jabari claims that there are white people in the Old Kingdom. That's the walking contradiction. The walking contradiction that you're carrying along is that there are black people in the Old Kingdom based off of some bull. And I'm saying that racial construct was not designed then in the Old Kingdom. So that's a clear stop sign that causes both of you to crash into each other and argue like maniacs, being the opposite side of the same wild ass pseudo argument. That's all I'm saying, bro. It's a clear stop sign. Red light. You can't run it. Interdisciplinary study will not allow you to run it because it's a stop right there. Do not add that. They didn't have that warning. That's all I'm saying, Reggie.
What I would say is does she have black skin? Does Moot have is in attestments? What they say? Do they have the word black or Kim and I think Ewan, right? Skin. Do they or do they not? Or there are other attestments where the ancient Egyptian netters, right, or sacred blacks. Do they or do they not?
It don't matter though. It don't matter though.
Why
Reggie, you can't run a stop sign though.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because it's a red light there. There is no concept for the black race. It's a stop sign, no matter who you bring up.
This is
the problem. You run stop sign.
You putting the stop sign right there.
Because exactly, that's exactly what he doing.
Yeah, that's Unc stop sign.
That's
I'm
it.
crossing it.
Okay.
He want to make paradigm.
What I need for y'all is running y'all mouth right now. All I need is a scientific source that proves that the ancient Egyptians had a race, right? And that race was black and everything else. And then I'll shut the hell up and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I was wrong. I put the stop sign there. But since I know y'all just talking, I didn't put it there. Science put that there. Don't say nothing.
Show the sources where they
No, he never showed the source that it was a black race. He never did that. No, you wouldn't be arguing against the chef. You just trying to be a Cartarian at this point. You wouldn't argue that.
No, listen, I'm saying. Oh my God, you're right.
Chef, what's up? Go, Chef. We want to hear what you was gonna say.
No, I'm saying that to say that people didn't use those categories, right? When we didn't seen them using those categories, right, for themselves.
Nah, you made that up, Chef. You've been trying to do that for the last 2 years, though, bro. You ain't proved it yet. So I'm letting everybody know you're running the stop sign, Chef.
Nah, he ignoring this. Chef, he ignoring it, bro. The fact that I show all them attestations and we could be right here in the conversation is crazy.
I got Smash. So I'm actually waiting for you to go ahead and publish that, and we can let the other scholars.
No, see, that's the point.
I'm not qualified for that.
No, the point is, I showed you all published and peer-reviewed work. Herman Rank.
Oh, they didn't bring it together. Run it again, Smash. Just run it
Every
again.
time I run it, your phone gonna fall off or something.
No, it's
because
not.
Okay, now watch how this happened. Watch how this happened.
Your phone messing up.
See? How's my phone messing up? I'm at the house.
That's in the slightly negroid.
He just preambled it and said my phone messing up, but I'm sitting in front of my laptop. So he letting y'all know he about to fall off. Now remember.
No, I'm not. I'm not falling off. Go get that.
Okay, now remember, this every time I show this, first we pull up this where they talking about the black skin of Pepe.
Okay.
So before race and the social construct, Shu came down when Pepe died to pick him up his black skin. We talk about that, and they use the Kim here and the skin here to let us know that it is truly and really black. You see what I'm saying?
What happened? Hold on. What happened? What came down? I'm listening.
Shu.
What?
It says Shu. Shu is a netcher.
So what is Shu?
Shu is a netcher.
So a ghost came down with black skin.
No, the ghost don't got black skin. Pepe do. See?
Okay.
And the ghost picked it up in order to take him to the afterlife.
Okay, so let's do this. So you're saying Pepe has black skin.
That's what this
Based off
says.
of that.
Well, face falls on face because of the.
This based on religion and symbolism, though, of a sword.
I know, man. That ain't fair.
But we're not finished. We're not finished because we're gonna get to the fall off point. This is just where it starts. So that was one, right?
That's mythology. Hold on, is that mythology? Am I correct? I just want to make sure.
So the part about it, the part about it that's mythological is Shu picking him up, but him picking him up because of the black skin ain't mythological. He must have had black skin. I mean, that's just what it say. We could read over this text in plenty of different ways, but that's just what it say. But let's continue until we get to that point. When they talk to...
you know what? I'm not trying to talk over you, though, Smash. That's not what I'm asking you to do right now, though. You could do it, but that's not what I'm asking for. I'm actually not.
What was it? You said...
I was asking you...
You wanted to see the scholars who said that they was black. Remember?
I got another one for him.
But hold on, let us finish this. You said you wanted to see the scholars who said they was black.
No, and right on the subject, not just say the skin was black because they don't have the racial construct around the black skin, though.
All right. So we not going as far as to make a construct. But right here, the scholar in Die Egyptian person in Namin, Von Herman Rank, did say that this mean they black. And I showed this hella times. And so these are royal people. Each one of these tombs end with this Kim glyph right here. I mean, each one of these names. And so it was argued before that this was a title. But since Herman Rank is also responsible for categorizing every single title in ancient Egyptian, he didn't even propose that this was a title. He said it meant the black one. So again, when Chef say you put that stop sign there, it appears rather evident because Herman Rank ain't running no stop sign by doing the scholastic work and saying that these people called themselves the black one.
No, I thought he said that person.
No, so this is a majority. Look, these are all different attestations on the screen.
But they ain't necessarily had nothing to do with no race or nothing like that, though.
I know, man.
So no, definitely. And I'm not doing the race. I always agree with y'all on that. This is what we're talking about. But we talking about physical appearance, calling themselves black to show that it was their physical appearance and nothing else. This is how the scholars have this categorized. And so in the presentation, when we go back, we look at a list of personal names that all use the Kimi with the Kim glyph that have a physical quality. So in this name, a physical quality is presented. What's that physical quality? We get it out of the Kim, which is dark blackness. So they translate, and this is still Herman Rank, as you see the reference here, they translate this as the dark one.
and not to even cut you off, Smash, but they also apply it geographically. So in the book called History of Egypt by G. Maspero, it says the expression Kim Orit, the very black, is applied to the northern part of the Red Sea in distinction to Uaz Orit. Uaz Orit, the very green, the Mediterranean, a town probably built at a short distance from the village of Magfar, had taken its name from the Gulf on which it was situated and was also called Kim Orit.
That is correct. It's just the way they break it down. We know that as Kim So there was two locations called Kim One was the 10th nome of Lower Egypt, and the other one was like a Bitter Lakes region. And so what he said was correct, that they would use that kind of geographically. We know that that lake wasn't black, but for some reason they still called it Kim But back to the point I was trying to make
It has
is,
something to do with fertility, man. It has something to do with farming and
I
being
know,
fertile.
yeah, that's fine. I'm not against all of that, but these names were concluded by the scholars to have attributes and physical qualities. And when they use Kim, the only attribute we can pull for Kim would be darkness, and that's what they pulled in those names. And so again, I never said it was a race of people who did this. Others argued that. I showed individuals.
Yeah,
So
and,
I
and,
know.
remember I showed you too, Smash. Kim can mean brown too. Some it can mean dark brown.
Well, so they got dark right here.
So
okay.
So Smash. What was my stop sign again? So we don't. I don't want the sleight of hand.
No, you
right?
put the darkness. You put the black stop sign there.
No. I put the stop sign for making the black a race. That was the stop sign. It wasn't.
Well, it's sources that say that too, and we could get to that part of the presentation.
Okay, so that's fine. But long as we know what my stop sign is.
But your stop sign ignore everything that every Greek ever said about the ancient Egyptians.
So you changed it now.
I'm saying
it is a race.
So you said your stop sign is a race. So this right here that I was presenting showed you individuals who actually called themselves by the ancient Egyptian term Kim, or whatever we translate that to mean. And
correct.
then and now the
stuff. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
No, what was you saying?
This guy, I'm sorry.
The brother just read something about the black lady. The black lady actually wasn't black. So couldn't they actually? We have attributes all day long and say black this and black that. I say black African power. I ain't black at all. I ain't jet black at all.
I'm never going there. None of us are ever going there. The ancient Egyptians were never even going there. Their term for black had a semantic range.
All right, well, that's all my.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Appreciate that. But what is Reggie talking about then? See,
that's why we're so.
What is Chef talking about though? Hey, Chef, what are you talking about? Yeah, what was you talking about, Chef? Because you dove in the window talking about I did that. What? I was talking about race, social construct. Let's hear Chef.
You're the only one doing that.
I think I think what we're doing though, just to be honest with you, we're using scientific racism to muddy the waters in our conversations. We have this thing where we believe that they're white and black, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? And we're not using specific communication, because when we use specific communication, when we do that, unfortunately, a lot of people who have an affiliation or an affliction for Egypt gets cut out of that conversation. So we then overlook that and we overlap that conversation and we throw the word black on it, as if those people, because no one is disputing if those people were melanated in Northeast Africa, because they definitely were. This is why I asked in the chat, are all the Indians, not in Native America, but the people who are in India, the people who are in China, the people who are in Russia, are those one group of people? And everybody clear as day would say they're absolutely not. We can say with the French, we say that are the Vikings and the Polish and whatever they name, are they the same group? It's obvious that it's no.
Man, y'all wrong. Kyle, no disrespect. Shout out to you, but y'all wrong, bro. Because let him finish. This is about this use of the term black man, because I got another slide on the screen.
The black men that I know about, and because you're talking about the people who was called dark, because in context, you would look at the people that was called Ethiopians. They called the Indians Ethiopians. They called the North Africans Ethiopians. They called the Libyans Ethiopians. Anybody who had darker skin than the European invaders were called Ethiopians at some point in time.
So let me just show you this. This is what I'm trying to
understand
real
why
quick.
they did that.
Real quick, let me read this screen source real quick. I want to read this real quick because I was in the middle of it, and then we're going back to you. This Remech Kim, there's no other way. You can't get around this one. Remech are the people. Now, normally you don't even use Remech for one person, but Remech are the people. But we could say Rome is a man and Kim is black. This is the most. Now, if you find this, there's no way around it. I even have Asar Imhotep saying that, admitting that, oh, if they find this one, he basically saying he would have to concede, but he's not saying that in so many words. Let me let y'all see the stance on the term that we seeing on the screen real quick. Listen to this. Hold on, see if y'all can hear this audio. Real quick. So whoever was about to speak, go ahead and get your bars off. Who was about to?
Okay, so here's the problem with being interdisciplinary. So those people who study ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the textual sources, from what they said, not what other revisionists say. We have another word, right, is Kim Tiyu. Now, Kim Tiyu, that is what Diop argued in the UNESCO conference. We cannot ignore that.
We can't.
Right? Who are the Kim Tiyu? Now, we're not talking about what Ankh thinks, and we're not talking scientific racism. We are simply analyzing words like Remet Kim and Kim Tiyu in that it was the Egyptians who set themselves apart from the other group of people. You can read the Hymn of Aten, right? And there's other textual sources. But if you are not interdisciplinary, you don't know the Medu Necher, right? And you refuse to look at those terms in a suto, in the dirt, right? Then you're not interdisciplinary. You can make your points in other disciplines, but when you come to what the ancient Africans said themselves, then you lose the argument. They created a race. They created the race, right? A race construct of them and their foreigners. Now, I'll stop.
All right, now, if you listen to, at least you know that Asar probably can mount the argument a lot better than all of y'all, and listen to what he says.
So you would need a separate, you never see, Remech Kim. Like, I have yet to see that in a text. Remech Kim.
So Remech Kim would simply mean black people. But that it wasn't, did I just close it? It was, well, let me open it back up. It wasn't that hard to actually find Remech Kim. And so y'all know if Asar, with all the knowledge that he has, would say that you have to find a Remech Kim, that's probably better than any argument that y'all would be able to mount about the subject. But yet here I got Remech Kim and the source to it right on the screen, and people still don't want to say that that's a black man.
I'm using that, Smash. I'm using that.
What's that? Remech Kim?
Yeah, I had to take a screenshot of that.
Oh, that's all love. Let's put that back up. So we're gonna give you the source. So in case they want, you want to show people the source in case they hate. So here it comes. It's right here. I mean, what? It's factual. So instead of laughing, let's hear your true contention against what I'm about to read. Remech Kim. You just heard the source say we would need this to show that it says a black man. Now let's read what the source says. This is suggested because the papyrus BM 10390 is one of those extremely rare demotic texts which records the age and physical characteristics of one of the contractors, a feature far more common in Greek. Hold on. Panekakti is said to be a black man, and in quotes Remech Kim. Now she adds her own commentary saying, surely pointing out that he was a foreigner. That's not what we tripping off. What we tripping off is Remech Kim meant a black man, and they wrote that in ancient times on the text. So they didn't have no stop sign about saying black.
So Fran, so I heard you say that right? You said that was actually a foreigner, and they was talking about one
No,
person.
you did not hear me say that right. She
okay,
says, surely pointing out that he was a foreigner. That's her conjecture. The fact is, she put forth listen. She is telling us what Remech Kim is pointing out in order to maintain that being a black man makes you a foreigner in Egypt. But the fact is, she brought forth a text that has Remech Kim on it, which says black man. So we know there's no stop sign for saying black.
Okay,
I never said it was though. I never said it was a stop sign.
No, that was the one Chef said you made up.
But that's the thing that we keep skipping
that's
over.
That's just Chef saying that though. I never said that. I know exactly what I said. I've been consistent for the last 3 years. I never said stop sign saying. Come on, man. Like we don't.
Hold on, you just said it, huh?
I've been saying
I didn't say
the
nothing about
same
no.
thing.
What are you talking about?
I've been saying the same thing for this conversation for about 4 months now. We do not define black, and we want to have a conversation. And each person on here has a different definition of what black people are, and it does not produce a proper.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
we all pretty much African American. We all agree on what black people are, yo.
Not in this sense, because we're using black.
We're switching it up for the Egypt conversation.
Exactly. So let me ask y'all a question.
We pretty much know what black people are.
Y'all is fake. Y'all fake. This is why y'all fake, because they wrote this down to describe the person. They didn't have to explain any further. They said he was a black man. So anybody who read this demotic text should be able to deduce what he is. They didn't have to be like, well, explain a black man.
That's a good point, but it said it was a foreigner, and then you say when they say the
no,
foreigner,
the text don't say it. She is saying that. That's what I'm trying to don't hinge on that.
Text don't say foreigner.
She is trying to say it's pointing out that he's a foreigner.
So, Chef, what did the Ramesh mean, Chef? What did that word mean?
Ramesh is people, man, people.
So it don't mean Egyptians, huh?
Black people.
I'm just trying to make sure I know what's going on here.
Yeah, man.
Well,
what's your point,
though?
My point is that you break out a word. Hold on, you break out a word.
Right.
And listen, audience, I know I did. I thought you was talking about the Egyptians, right? When you was putting it together, that's fine. I could, I get a little silly and
wait. We talking about the Egyptians?
No, we talking about that they had the construct of black as being a signifier of a physical characteristic. You were saying
took away from people. Hold on, but no one's taking away from anybody's physical characteristics. I never have done that. What I said was taking the physical characteristics and making it a damn race is the issue of racism, white supremacy.
You are making it a race. Nobody's doing that.
What? Man, get the fuck out of here. That shit crazy as fuck right now. Man, let me get out this conversation.
No, they didn't even say it was a race on the screen.
I have yet, though, to be fair, though.
Okay, I'm done.
No,
I told you always tap out, so don't tap out. Remember, I said the tap out gonna come. So you asked why you do this, and I predicted it.
I tapped out, bro. You right. I tapped out.
Don't go nowhere though.
Officially tapped out, yo. You right. I tapped out.
Let me say something to you, though. To be fair, though, I have yet on either side, like Smash, Jabari, Sheffrin, Reggie, on either side, I have yet to hear anybody try to use the term black as a race.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't heard nobody do that yet.
Thank you. Peace to Corey, man. What's up?
Thanks, hey Corey. Thanks a lot, Corey. Then what the hell are we talking about then? Corey,
they're talking about what Sheffrin just said.
Thank you.
That's what they're saying is what Sheffrin just said.
Okay, so then why use an argument against me when I'm talking about race? That means you can't use that against me because nobody's talking about race.
They don't want to talk about race.
I was talking to Reggie when Reggie played the race thing. Think about where it came from. Think about when we started down this long trail. Come on, yo. That we get lost in the conversation. Now all of a sudden we never was talking about race, but fucking Reggie was.
Yeah, because
that's too far back.
I think you compressed.
Let me say this. I was talking about fucking Neanderthals and the Homo sapiens. That's when you interrupted. I wasn't talking about race, Unc.
No, hold on, Reggie.
Was talking about something fucking else.
Reggie, I think what you do is you compress 3,000 years worth of history together, and then you speed all of it up into the transatlantic slave trade and scientific racism. And you don't take into account that people can make physical...
Right?
Let Sheffrin finish. Sheffrin making a very good point. Please don't cut him off, Reggie.
Right.
I'm not doing that. He's talking about me.
No, he was talking to Unc, bro. You ain't even hearing.
Nigga senile and punch.
Yeah, he talking to Unc. Go ahead, Chef. Man, you messing up your point. Start your point over, Chef, please.
All right. So, hey, this is what I said. You compress like 3,000 years worth of history, right? And then you speed it up to the transatlantic slave trade and scientific racism. And you negate that people made physical observations of populations and people for that whole 3,000 years. So they could make the same assessment without attributing the negative connotations to black and people having black skin and vice versa through those whole 3,000 years. But you equate the part where scientific racism come in and you blanket it over the whole 3,000 years worth of people making these physical observations and writing, and you just
great point.
With the
great point. Since you just made all that shit up, and that ain't what I do, I'm very familiar with chronology. I would never do that. That's your way of trying to shift the conversation, and it sounds good the way you did that. And this has always been my problem with you. Never do I compress nothing. You've been trying to push the idea, right? Let them know right now that there was race, the social construct in the ancient world. Remember that, Chef? So don't take that away right now. Just keep that same energy right now. So the point I'm making is I'm actually not doing that. As a matter of fact, I'm confused about your stance now for the last 3 years. What exactly are you trying to say about the Egyptians? Last time I checked, African Americans are saying that the Egyptians are black. They're not saying that one person got called black. They're actually saying that the Nile Valley Africans are black people. That is the conversation, bro. Right. Don't play me like that. That's all.
No, that is the conversation, but you're not.
Okay, so what's the purpose of your statement then? If that's the conversation, that we're talking about the race of Egyptians and they're black, are you? So you just saying we're just talking about the color of their skin, huh?
No,
conversation though.
Hey, but you already done said you're not in that conversation.
No,
that's why, man, you keep arguing because you keep jumping in that conversation.
I'm not jumping.
When we already know you're not talking about black.
Listen,
because to you, black don't exist. It's a social construct and it's just racism.
Chef, answer the question, Chef. What color is the skin of Nile Valley Africans? Ask me that question.
So we get that
Hold on.
I
asked you to ask me. I asked you to ask me that way everybody know.
Oh, you want me? Hey, what color is the Nile Valley Africans of Egypt?
This shit range from dark brown to light brown, and all in between. Simple as that, brother. So I'm not ever getting away from physical characteristics. That's the little slight game we're playing here to try to throw the listening audience off. I've never done that. What I said was there is not a race of black people that was the Egyptians. And by the way, Reggie, Diop's got beat up on that shit, so I don't even know why you brought that up. He got beat breaks off with that shit you just mentioned, bro. Everybody, rewind the conversation. We get a chance.
Man, that's not true, Unc. Why you be saying that?
He did get beat up on that.
See, you be flip-flopping on that too much. Some days you come out and you try to say, and it was masterful what Diop and them did at the UNESCO conference. Now you saying Diop got beat up, bro. Listen to yourself. So you gonna stand behind your words that Diop got beat up now? Or you gonna take it back when you go live on Sonetta tonight?
No, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna handle it right here. Don't nobody jump in. Me and Smash is right there. We're at the high level conversation now. I've never said what you said. You just messed that up. Let me explain to you how you messed it up. I said the idea of the Egyptians being black, he got the shit beat out of him because UNESCO put in a scientific statement that race was a social construct based off of Adolf Hitler and them talking about the great Nordic race and blue eyes.
And that's when you keep saying that, and none of us got the breaks beat off of. That's not. But I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah. The part that he was masterful about is that he caused the goddamn scientific panel to start to recognize the Egyptians as being African. That's what he won. Culturally, look at the Egyptians from an African perspective, not the Middle East and not the Levant. That's what he in the Hall of Fame for, bro. That's what he's in the Met for. He's not in the museum for saying he was black. No, no,
You're
no.
wrong about that.
That's my point.
Let's go read the Met and see what it say.
Let's go read that.
Yeah, come on. You got that because you just wrong about that.
But you do hear, I can be wrong, but you do hear what I always say though, right? So long as we clear on what I say.
Yeah, I do. I'm clear on what you say, but you said Diop wasn't in the Met for no associations with blackness. But then
I said he's in the Met for causing people to understand Egypt from its African context and saying that Egypt was an African nation. That's why he's in it. Now they all recognize that.
Well,
right?
if you say Diop got the brakes beat off him, I'm gonna fight you every time because you're wrong.
No, but he's
that's
a
not a truth to tell the world.
No, he's a scientist, yo.
But they wasn't even in a debate. First of all, it was a symposium, and out of everybody at the symposium, he left getting the most highly spoken of. They gave them the most credit. They didn't spend no time talking about what the other people provided, like they talked about what Diop and them provided. So saying he got the brakes beat off him is not cool.
So yeah, he actually got the brakes beat off him. You can read it, yo. So I'm not adding emphasis. I don't do that. So we can take the time out. This is a good, healthy show. We can read this shit straight on Wikipedia, yo. We can read all that right now. We don't got even
up right now live. Let's see one of these pages.
Yeah, we live. Let's get that in right now. Go to it.
We right here at UNESCO. So let's just go to that document. But I mean that's wasting time. But because
we can do a separate show though.
Yeah, but so you gonna maintain that Diop got the brakes beat off of him on your separate show?
On one aspect of his argument that the Egyptians were homogenous, they was black, homogenous, until some invaders came in. Yeah, he got beat up by that. He sure did, and nothing wrong with that. He's a sign. He's had us in the ring though. He's not like us. He's in the ring. He's not a pseudo. He's none of these things.
Hey, why y'all look that up though? Hey.
Now we can hold off on that smash. We don't got to bug the show, but man, you can definitely have a good discourse on that. I think that's good for the people. I did a whole show on that.
Corey is Egypt still white, Corey?
Oh man,
you must got me mixed up, bro. I ain't never in my life. hey, no, what I was I was gonna say, what you said is kind of the problem. That's what I've been saying the whole time. What you said earlier, because I forgot exactly how you put it, but what the problem is the whole descriptor thing anyway. Like we in a time period where we don't need to use physical description like skin color or hair texture or the way the eye socket is put.
Man, that's not true.
I'm saying that comes. I mean, you can add that to it to confirm. You know what I'm saying? Whatever issue you're trying to solve, you can add those things to it as confirmation points, right? But the color and the skin color and all, it only convolutes the conversation. It only gets us here. Where we at here now, talking about white people and black people.
So why not talk to UNESCO?
When the experts and every single person on the panel has heard this, and we've discussed this for 3 years, the experts have already said they are neither black nor white.
Well, hold on real quick, because I just said Diop got the brakes beat off.
Now color is convoluting the conversation at that point.
Let's read this real quick, Corey. We in the document right now. The part cats don't be reading, so let's go. Until 1950, real quick. Until 1955, it has been generally accepted that the population of Egypt was Caucasoid. The expression is Cornivines or whatever, but Sheikh Anta Diop was instrumental in causing it to be reclassified as Negroid. So where's the L in that? Let's go L by L. Let's go point by point.
No,
I'm not. We're going to read the whole thing, but in this sentence, what does this sentence mean? It's this the end because this the end of the sentence. So this sentence means that Sheikh Anti-Diop was instrumental in causing the ancient Egyptians to be reclassified Negroid. Now look at this. A recent publication gives a faithful and extensive summary of Sheikh Anti-Diop's thesis by Obanga.
Can't hear that. Ambulance.
It says, somebody mute out, Reggie.
Hey, Reggie, mute out.
Which is forcefully expressed. In fact, the Neolithic and pre-dynastic hold on, I can do it for you. Let me see. In fact, the Neolithic and pre-dynastic inhabitants of the Egyptian and Nubian Valley were Negroes. Negroes were responsible for building the prehistoric and historic Egyptian Nubian civilization. Now that was their argument. Now let's keep going. We're gonna keep going for you, because we can't stop that short. We can't stop that short.
No, we got to go back into the context of until now.
But we got to keep reading so people can see how it was accepted or not.
Saying that though, yo.
I just said that and say this Obanga right here, but they're gonna comment on that. Look, the arguments put forth, to support the Negroid theory are more often culturally and linguistic or even literary than based on scientific anthropology. It says in particular, Obanga, on the account given by Herodotus and Diodorus, on linguistics and on the method of counting the graphic system. It says when the evidence of anthropology concerned hair, for example, it is called on by Obanga, sometimes clashing with the observations of certain archaeological and anthropologists. The theory, now let's listen, the theory that the Negro population should be classed as Negroid has not so far, to my knowledge, been studied critically in depth by anthropologists. The reproach has then been made by certain scholars that it confuses the different concepts of race and culture. Egyptologists, with one exception, although given a brief idea of the current work of Sheikh Anti-Diop by the bibliography Egypt Annuel, it says, have not yet made use of his work, and said there are thus two theories. Both of them are categorical. According to some many are great, the Egyptian population is white, Mediterranean, and as Vander sums up, it may just be claimed that the Egyptian race is full of Hamitic origin. It is certain the Negroes did not arrive from Egypt until later. Now that's Vander. Now, according to others, as Obanga puts it, the Egyptian of the pharaohs, by virtue of the ethnic character and language, is the inhabitants belong wholly from a Neolithic infancy to the end of the native dynasties to the human past of black people of Africa. So let's stop, because I was reading this to show that
Obanga.
I know. So do y'all know what's happening? They just laid out two arguments. So I don't understand why y'all keep saying that's Obanga.
Man,
I said
we need to know what the field say. We know what Obanga put forth, but we need to know what the field said about
the whole thing was not Obanga. They just detailed the two arguments. This part was Vander. Like, what is y'all problem?
Yeah, Vander, what did Vander say?
So these are two different arguments. Let me go back and read it. So just that one sentence. Look.
But there was no agreement in there, though.
No, but what Ankh said was that D-Ops got beat up. When what they're saying is D-Op put forth another theory that is now being considered.
No, it's not. Oh, man.
It's not saying that?
Are you serious?
So you didn't get none of that from what they just read?
No, yo, I read the whole thing like 30, and I listened to it 100 times because I was waiting for this moment when somebody would actually read the document with me, bro. And I knew you'd be the guy.
Man, we didn't read this. This ain't the first time we went over this. Y'all saying that's beat up? That's not recognition of his work.
Keep reading it.
They just got through saying he's responsible for giving this whole classification that we still talking about. But y'all saying he got beat up.
About that no more. No, we're not talking about that no more. They don't say the Negro no more. He is responsible for that. That's what I said.
Well, they don't have to use the terminology Negro. He did not get beat up. You can read to the end of this. I don't even know why you're still trying to maintain that. So now let's get into the parts of the discussion about the Kemetu, because he didn't even get beat up over that. The only part I agree with you about is the two cradle theory stuff, and I won't go there.
I ain't talking about that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to go there. But because I don't take L's like that. I'm only gonna argue with the conviction what's right.
Oh shit.
No
Yeah,
one
yo,
in
his
here do they
conversation.
say he took an L.
You need Sekou to argue the two cradles there.
Yeah, you need Sekou to do it. He'll come over here and do a masterful job, confuse everybody up and have us all over the place. Hey, Corey, come on, Corey. You gotta help me out here, Corey. You not help me out, Corey. I've never said what you said. I said. I always said that they wasn't black or white, yo. That's my whole argument. But it's a
No,
reason.
I understand what you're saying. That's why I
Right.
said that I understand that was your point, but that's why I said the conversation always get convoluted because it veers down to. But see, the thing
They
is
wasn't Sub-Saharan African.
and you can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways, though, huh? That's what
I don't want it both ways.
So you can't throw. You can't say, well, when you talk about the ancient Egyptians, you can't talk about DNA. You can't have it both ways.
Hold on, I never said that. When I say that,
well, you was in the boat.
I said DNA does not. I said DNA does not amount to race. No, clear now. We clear. I said DNA does not amount to race. I've never said you can't use DNA. As a matter of fact, DNA is an excellent tool. And if you study DNA, you'll see that the Egyptians' DNA markers coalesce with all African populations. On the fringes, you start to get more mixture with the Levant in the Middle East, right? And just like down south. So man, come on, Doug. I did a whole.
I don't totally agree. I hear what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying, if we break the population
I think you
down,
went a little far with that.
No, listen to me. If we break the populations down into 5 categories, right? 7. If we break it down to 7, right? Then the Egyptians is going to be on the African continent. The Australians going to be on the Australian continent. Native Americans, South Americans in the North.
Yeah,
and
but
South
we're not.
continent.
When you're talking,
No, let me finish. Just let me
talking
finish, bro.
about
Let me finish. If we
Go
break it
ahead,
down
bro.
into 5 categories, right? The Egyptians are going to fit in the category with the rest of the Africans and so forth and so forth. If we break it down to 3 categories, the Egyptians is still going to coalesce with the African population. Why? It's the most diverse population. That's what I'm trying. They never end up coalescing with Europe, with North America. It's always in Africa, yo. With all the mixes that took place from outside coming in, it's still coalescing with African populations, bro. That's all Diaz was saying. He was saying, culturally speaking. He had another thing. He said it's not an
Man, I'm about to read this because you messed it all up, man.
I'm saying genetics. I'm saying genetics too. But I was saying what Diop's brought forth was to understand it is to understand it through the eyes of African cultures. He was absolutely right, and that's why he's in the Hall of Fame in the Met. And he got beat up on the Negro shit.
You shook me. I lost my can of spray paint.
They shook the whole panel.
You shook me.
He just turned into Reggie Bush.
I didn't have my can of spray paint with me, Jeff.
Hey, look at this, though. Let's get this in. This is the part that's going to end it all. This is what they surmise, though. This is what they concludes about Diop's work. And we're going to go all into his interactions, and you have to show me where he get beat up. And this is long readership. Who want to do some readership? Somebody want to tap into the chat? I don't want to do all this reading, but in the quest for positive proof.
We can do a whole show on that.
In the quest for positive proof, Professor Diop has studied a number of preparations being subjected to laboratory examinations in Dakar. These consist of samples of skins taken from the mummies found in the marionette excavations. It says they all revealed, and Professor Diop invited the specialist presented to examine the samples, the presence of considerable quantities of melanin between the epidermis and the dermis. It says melanin, which was not present in white skin, it says persisted for millions of years, notwithstanding frequent affirmations to the contrary, as could be seen from the examination of the skins of the fossil animals. It's skins of fossil animals. Professor Diop hoped to be given the opportunity to carry out such similar research on the skins of pharaohs whose mummies were in the Cairo Museum collection. He went on to state that the conclusive anthropology study would also include osteological measurements and the study of blood groups. It says, I don't want to get lost. It says, it was remarkable for the example that presented today, that in present day Egyptians, particularly in Upper Egypt, belong to the same blood group B as the population from West Africa, and not to group A, which was characteristic of the white race. This is them surmising the instrumental things Diop put forward in the conference. After discussing a number of publications which he considered to have misrepresented the facts, whether consciously or not, Professor Diop concluded this part of the communication by stating that the populations of Egypt in pre-dynastic time was entirely Negro, with the sole exception of a small mixture of white nomadic elements. All right, he said again, let me do this.
Yeah, keep reading though. I read them. Keep reading.
He went on to consider.
On that.
Okay, cool. He went on to consider the manner of using iconographic data to corroborate anthropological findings. According to Petrie, the Negroes who comprised the population of ancient Egypt belonged to the Anu people, whose name, written with 3 strokes, was found in southern Egypt and in Nubia, and also in Sinai and Libya. The portrait of an Anu chief, Terranetta, from Abydos shows Negro facial characteristics. Professor Diop provided a list of names of fortified towns comprising the On, which was characteristic of the Anu. Now we find out that Heliopolis are, in later times, are Thebes, basically, I should say. Narmer, in the dynastic period, was considered by Professor Diop to be more Negroid than the present-day Senegalese. Zolger, Cheops, Mentuhotep, Serosis I, Queen, Ahmosis, Netatari, and Amenophis I were Negroes. Ramses II wore a headdress of a Tutsi type. The Sphinx, as drawn by French expeditionists in the early 19th century, was Negroid. On the other hand, whenever Indo-Europeans were depicted in ancient times, they were consistently represented as captives in postures of humiliation. Professor Diop contended that it was unnecessary to dwell on the details which, for example, distinguish Negroes from other personages, the later being aristocratic. In the same tomb, this difference of representation was of social origin. The common people were iconographically distinguished from members of the ruling class. All right, so let me just zoom this up a little bit. He went on to speak on the evidence of providing the ancient written sources pointed out by Greek and Latin authors describing the Egyptians as Negroes and referring to the testimony of Herodotus, Aristotle, Lucian, Apollodorus, Achilles, Achilles, Tatius, Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, Diogenes, Laertius, Laertius, and Ammianus, and Marcellius. I guess that's going to say Marcellius. Marcellinus. All right. Modern scholars, he said, refer to take account of those texts. By contrast, an 18th century author, Volney, did speak of the inhabitants of Egypt as Negroes. Furthermore, the biblical tradition considered Egypt as belonging to the descendants of Ham. Professor Diop considered the science of Egypt a product of imperialism. Professor Diop considered that the science of Egyptology, a product of imperialism, had much to answer for in denying all the facts to which he had just referred. Diop then turned his attention to the way in which the Egyptians described themselves. So hold up. Right now they are detailing how masterful, and they'll even say this, but this is the part. When I finish reading. Yeah, I'm going to finish reading it, but I'm going to give my commentary.
Let you off real slow.
I'm going to give my commentary just like you giving yours.
Okay.
Look, it says, Professor Diop then turned his attention to the way in which the Egyptians described themselves. This is what we always talk about. It says they used only one word for this purpose, kemet. Now, it says the strongest term existed in the language of the pharaohs to indicate blackness, which was translated by Professor Diop as the Negroes. Consequently, the hieroglyphs was not written with a crocodile scale, but with a piece of charcoal. That's an argument he also laid out there. It says Professor
he lost that too.
It don't matter. That's not a point in it. Yo, ad-libs ain't helping. Calm down. Do like the other people. Everybody else just quiet. It says Professor Diop went into the quest of
You're
ad-libs,
smart ass,
them
man.
ad-libs, bro. You remind me of Too Big. You say, ring 'em. I'm just popping in. It didn't work though. That ain't it though. He ringing them real quick one time. Hold on.
Good. I'm gonna check.
All right,
I'm writing it down.
all right,
What Jabari say. He say write it down. Go ahead.
all right, say they used only one word for this purpose. Kemet, the strongest term existed in the language of the pharaohs to indicate blackness, which was translated by Professor Diop as the Negroes. Consequently, this hieroglyph was not written with the crocodile stele, but with a piece of charcoal. Professor Diop went into the question of compound words based on the root of Kemet. So this is a mess up, but we'll talk about it. The Egyptians distinguished themselves from other people by calling themselves Kemetiu, all right? But they did not draw a distinction on the basis of color between themselves and the Nubians. Lastly, black was an adjective applied to the principal Egyptian deities, Osiris, Apis, Men, Thoth, and Isis. Set, on the other hand, was described as red, as were other evil beings. All right, I'm gonna keep going. Now here we go with the conclusion. In conclusion, Professor Diop emphasized the supporting examples, the family resemblance between the ancient Egyptians and Wolof. Professor Shinny, before leaving to attend a meeting, had asked Canadian specialists in physical anthropologists for their reaction to the theories advanced by Professor Vercountier in his paper. Their opinion was that the discussion on these theories in such a rigid and uncompromising form was a retrograde step which would put the clock back some 30 years and could serve no useful purpose. So that's what they thought about the other dude work. Let's keep on going. It says,
that's the one he wrote that book when he showed the Sphinx as being black. That's Professor Vonnie. We got that.
Oh, no,
Go ahead.
They said Professor Vercountier, not Vonnie.
Vercountier.
Vercountier.
Can I add just a different? I'm sorry. I apologize. I know
go right ahead. I need a break from reading anyway. So go ahead.
I just want to introduce something. It may be a new concept, and this is to you and whoever else is debating these topics. Like, can we introduce the idea that we're using an antiquated colloquialism to debate things that we know for a fact have changed due to the progression of science? Because like
almost. Before you go into your because, I can almost agree because it's not antiquated though. But it is a colloquialism, meaning for the simple of layman's terms, we say black, right? But it ain't antiquated, meaning they said it back then and we still say black right now in layman's terms.
We do, but they also came to the Americas and they called the people here black, or they called them Negro, which is black in their own language. But we know for a fact that those people weren't black; they just were highly melanated. You know, and
but no, that they weren't black by our modern day social construct. That's what I'm saying. But they was black before the social construct, because just darker people, you didn't have to be bliggity black to be black. If you was darker, they would say Negro.
Yeah, but I'm talking about so with colloquialism, it changes through time and through progression, and we use black in a different way than they use black. And I think that's the crust of Chef's argument is also mine, is that we're not using the term black the way that they're using them in those reports that we're reading today. And it causes a degree of confusion for people who may be novice in that field and don't know how to separate those things. And what we're doing is creating pseudos by producing sources that say Negro and black without identifying that those things are colloquial terms as antiquated. That's what I want to personally.
But they gonna take care of that though.
But no, he's allowed to have that stance though. Just Kyle, that's not a egregious stance, but it ain't fact though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
They creating enablers, Kyle. They creating enablers.
Because if the text really, we got to read what the text say. First of all, when we if you doing looking over ancient texts, you can't forecast your thoughts on it. We just got to stop. The Greeks said they was black. And then we can't forecast nothing on that. We can't deal with a social construct or nothing else. We just got to say, okay, the text say that. Now, in our examination of it, the first question we might ask is, what did they mean by that? Now, if we find out they were simply telling their people the physical characteristics of some people they had not seen, like if somebody say they seen an alien,
and say what he looked like. It was gray with some big eyes. We can't say something else applied to that description. They simply wanted you to extract what they looked like. Nothing about a race. They didn't say it was a race of them.
So,
well, actually,
Smash, I just want to let you know that in science, we have answered the question where you have an organism that looks like another organism, looks the same, but is genetically not even similar at all, right? There's a certain term they use in evolution. So we know the Greeks was just looker-shipping, right? That doesn't add to the validity of what we're talking about, because the Native Americans in Mesoamerica, they squarely live on the equator. And that's where Ali Baba Muhammad tried to play this game. Well, look, they had dark brown skins, thus they were black. Ronika Rashid had a whole career based off of finding people with darker brown skin all over the world, yo. So we now realize that that's actually antiquated and completely wrong. So the document you're reading is going to deal with deal with everything. Yo. That's why I love this document. We can get the true assessment of who this great guy was, Diop's and Theophile Bank.
I'm trying to find where he got beat up, and I've been doing a lot of reading. Maybe
you got to keep reading.
But I mean, we got to read a whole long ass 91-page document.
No, actually not. You can just go to the conclusion and it'll tell you. Matter of fact, if you went to the Wikipedia page, they actually have the different conversations on how we
don't want the wiki opinion.
Okay, so y'all don't do. So then you can't. Then you gotta read the 190 pages.
No, we right here though. So here they getting in. They getting it in. So let's keep going. Yeah. Now they gonna get back. They said turning the subject to linguistic. So I could go back up more, but I'm trying to short. If somebody want to come in on the reading, then we could get it all in.
Right there.
So see, they still talking about it a little bit up more. So who want to go? This is all the different professors chiming in. So let's start from right here in the case of.
Hey, Smash.
What's up with it?
Hey, Smash.
You want to read this, Babylon? Go ahead.
I can't see it, but look what I had did. And I actually listened to this whole thing yesterday. Facts. I put it in text to speech. You heard the text to speech?
Oh, yeah, this thing to read it for us. I forgot. It probably. Yeah. I could go like this and click.
So this part is his peers reviewing him?
Yeah, they about to start. Yeah, they about to start the part where he said is about to get beat up. Let's check this out.
In any case, it was retrograde to have recourse to authorities who were today completely outdated, such as Lepsius or Petrie. They might be recognized as having historical importance, but Egyptology had made great progress since their day. As for iconographical evidence, the only problem was to know how the Egyptians considered themselves in relation to other men. They called themselves RMT, Rame, that is to say men. Other people they regarded as an amorphous mass extending in all directions, designated by the cardinal points.
We talked about that.
For example, the statues of prisoners at Saqqara, 6th dynasty, 2300, were partly northerners, Asian, Libyans, and partly southerners, Nubians, Negroes. Stereotypes of northerners, whites, and southerners, Negroes, under the sandals of Pharaoh, confirmed that representation. Professor Ghalab spoke of the successive elements which could be identified in the peopling of Africa between the Paleolithic period and the 3rd millennium of our era. In northeast Africa, a large quantity of stone objects dating from the 2nd pluvial period had been found in the Nile Valley and the oases. Professor Ghalab distinguished at least 6 ethnic groups in the Egyptian population during the Mesolithic period, which, however, were united by a homogeneous culture. He considered that the human race during the Paleolithic period was more or less homogeneous and Caucasian. The first Negro types in Africa were Asilar man and Omdurman man. In the late Paleolithic period, the black race appeared from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Among the earliest Egyptians, however, traces had been found of Bushmen, some of whose characteristics were modified as a result of their becoming acclimatized to Mediterranean ecological conditions. Even today, there were vestiges of this Bushman type in the population of Egypt. A Negro culture did not really appear prior to the Neolithic period. Professor Abdel-Jabbar M. Abdallah referred to a number of points arising from Professor Vercutter's paper and Professor Diop's statement. He did not think it important to establish whether the ancient Egyptians were black or Negroid, What was most remarkable was the degree of civilization they had achieved. Physical anthropology had provided important evidence concerning the presence of black.
All right, let me go down. Let me scroll down. My mouse doing the
Go
number.
to the part where it talks about the percentages, Smash.
Oh, you want to do? You want to read it for? We're gonna let him read it for us. If you don't mind, you agree.
Oh, go ahead, family.
So let me this presence of black. So I'm gonna bring it to the top of the screen, and you got it right there. As soon as I scroll down, presence of black.
Yo, it's Matt. After you finish, can I say something? Because y'all made some great points, and I think people are overlooking unintentionally. But there's some great points, and I got some sources that I would like to share that's going to back up a lot of the things y'all have been saying.
Word up. So let's let Asar read right here.
Which in Africa?
It says black men in the ancient population, but it was going too far. Just at the top, black men in the ancient population.
In the ancient population, but it was going too far to generalize and to say what this population was entirely black or Negroid. So saying it's not entirely black or Negroid. Why should it not be accepted that there was also Caucasians and whites? Question we always ask. An Africanist approach to these problems should be avoided. There was no escaping the fact that the Egyptian detested the Nubians, which is crazy.
Hold on, no. Just to be clear, this is all of the scholars responded back to Diop's position. So this ain't like they saying this is a fact. This is one of the scholars responded back, just so everybody could be clear. But go ahead.
Yep. Iconographic evidence made it.
Check.
I mean, we're going to listen to how they surmise this response. So
don't let him read it. He got bias, yo.
But he ain't putting no bias in reading the words, bro.
The guys in here trying to
go right ahead. Let him read, please.
Taking the European stance concerning your Africans not being there. You can say white, but you ain't said black yet. So you're pseudo. But iconographic evidence made it clear that the creators of the Napata culture had nothing in common with the Egyptians. Their anatomical characteristics were completely different. If the Egyptian were black, what color were the men of the Napata culture? Turning to the subject of linguistics, Professor Abdullah stated that Kim did not mean black. And the derivative.
So let's stop. Because y'all said Diop got beat up on this. Hold on. Where Diop got beat up on the Professor Abdullah messing this all up, stating that Kim did not mean black and his derivatives did not refer to the colors of the individuals. But let's keep going. We all know to this day, 50 years later, that Kim do mean black.
Exactly. And what color?
And Diop was right.
Why y'all doing that though, man? Y'all know what
because we ad libs. We got to do our ad libs.
Well, okay, all right. Smash or what color?
No, just
what is
read.
The culture of Napata.
I don't know, man. Just Nubian culture, man. Just read Nubian culture.
All right, come on, let's finish. But we just made that point that Diop caught a win right there. 50 years later, we all know Kim do mean black. But keep going.
No. Yeah, we're gonna keep reading.
That's how y'all gonna end it. Y'all gonna do that though.
Well, we just asked you what color is the culture of Napata.
Man, tell the truth, Asar. He said that glyph meant the land of black people. That's what he was talking about, yo. Do it mean that?
It say right there, family. It say what
I'm
color
asking
was the men of the Napata
No, I'm asking
culture?
you. That's what he was talking about, though, yo. Don't confuse people. He was talking about that glyph means the land of
generally black. You know that,
No,
right?
he's saying that the glyph mean the land of the black people, not the land of the black
You
soil.
talking about
brother.
below?
No, y'all messing it up. He talking about Kim.
Professor Abdullah.
Professor Abdullah is wrong. Look, it says Professor Abdullah stated that Kim, that's the root, did not mean black. We all know Kim mean black to this day. So let's keep going. So this is how he tried to dismantle Diop. Let's let him finish reading.
Let's not use a sleight of hand though, because you got to complete the whole thought. The whole thought is that yes, it does mean black. So that guy was wrong on that point. But the way Diop's applied it, he was wrong, saying it was the land of black people.
But listen to how dude tried to dismantle it. Listen, real quick. Hold on. Listen, Asar, you hear me, bro? It's my show. Like if you hear one voice in his mind, that's when cats should be quiet. But just out of respect, like if I was on your show, I heard your voice, that's the only time I feel like I should probably fall back. It says, Professor Abdullah stated that Kim did not mean black and its derivatives did not refer to the color of individuals. So he is mounting an argument that the derivatives like Kemet don't mean black because he is saying that the root don't mean black. So that attack and that argument is incorrect. Let's hear from Asar. You got the flow.
He gave a linguistic demonstration in his turn to illustrate his theory, which differed from that of Professor Jope. He included that the Egyptian language was not a purely African language. It belonged to a Proto-Semitic group, as could be abundantly demonstrated by supporting examples. Professor Abdullah considered that the linguistic examples given by Professor Jope were neither convincing nor conclusive, and that it was hazardous to make too uncompromising a correlation between a language and an ethnic structure or an individual. A comparison drawn between a dead language and living languages was bound to be inconclusive. The similarities, if you could scroll up a tad.
Oh, my bad. I wasn't following. Let me go to the top. All right, good.
Similarity, okay, which had been pointed out were fortuitous, and nothing was so far known of the evolution of ancient African languages. The evidence which had been given to support the theory of kinship was in fact far more consistent with the theory of the spread of ancient Egyptian throughout Africa than of its kinship with present-day African languages. Why should it be assumed that ancient Egyptian and Wolof were related, but not ancient Egyptian and Meroitic, for example? The language of Napata and Meroitic were at opposite poles from one another. Professor Abdullah hoped that the inquiry would be pursued in the strictest fashion. He considered it impossible to establish any automatic correlation between an ethnic group, a socioeconomic system, and a language, or to reach scientifically valid conclusions by working on a large scale. There were almost no unambiguous examples in history of major migrations accompanying major cultural transformations. Negro was not clearly defined concept today as far as physical anthropologists were concerned. A skeleton did not provide evidence of skin color. Only the tissues and the skin itself were important in that respect. It was imperative to broach the study of paleopathology and of funerary practices without delay.
Let's stop right here, please. So let's get some comments in. First, he all wrong. Everything he threw out to this day has been refuted and rejected. Now, the one y'all about to lean on is coming on next. Sir Sanjaran or Sanjaran. And we about to trip off how Sanjaran, he gonna come back and support Diop, but he gonna say, he gonna tell dude, hold on, you wrong. Kim do mean black, but Diop might be wrong about this other stuff. Anybody want to get a comment in before?
Nope, I agree with it. I agree.
I want to real quick. So it says, why should it be assumed that ancient Egyptian and Wolof were related, but not ancient Egyptian and Meroitic? Now, the 2023 study that I had showed yesterday showed that there were DNA samples of the Meroitic people being in Egypt, and we also understand that the Bardarian culture, I forgot how you say that word. They were over there about circa 4400 BCE. So as far as that part, I'm gonna have to agree with it being a different non-African people culture being made in Egypt, besides the Nubian or the black people that we talking about.
Man.
Hey, I was low.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna just add two things, and I'm gonna
definitely
keep
out
reading.
the game.
I'll let anybody take shots if they want to.
No, we just want to read the document though. Oh,
we're gonna do that, but he asked for comments.
Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
So he talked about African languages matching. We can obviously see cognitives in the Wolof, so he's wrong there. He also said you can't make socio groups and a couple other things out of what the information displayed, which if we can't do that, what would be the purpose in anthropology? And clearly we can't. So from language to genetics and physiotherapy, and as this book will say later, the physiotypes of the skulls for Black Africans, you can find the black, darkest to the Caucasoid to the imbecile, which we'll get to later. Anybody want to add?
Let me add to that.
You said the what? The imbecile?
Yeah, he didn't say that in this book. It's crazy. I was like, damn, he tripping.
I'm gonna add something.
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
Who was that said can I? Go right before me.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because it sounds like y'all are baiting which were the scholars was wrong the least, which is kind of weird to me. But like, which one of these scholars that we're debating, or that y'all are debating, has a present day model that's a working model? Because I listen to Unc all the time. That's my brother right there, you know. And we always like on the chats on pseudo killers or whatever. He's like, man, your source is outdated. They're not going with that model no more. Which of these two that's in contention has the current model that's being used for academia?
That's a very good question. And now what I was about to point out in preliminary to that, it was that this document we're reading for everybody, it was a symposium that happened in 1974. So what was happening at the time, everybody, since Egyptomania came out, the majority of the scholarship you could find said ancient Egyptians was white or what have you. In 1974, Diop Obanga, Riketi Amen, and a few others stepped forward at the symposium to present this evidence. And so now, as they're talking about, they're probing the two theories. And this is the first time on a scholastic stage, at least like this, they're acting like the Negro theory has been presented. So now, if we go through 50 years later, and to address Kayel's question, we see that they are using, as you even look into the Metropolitan or whichever museum that went back and referenced Diop's work, and even in academia, they're starting to pull off of the white thing and try to fix this problem that they created by separating the Nubians up out of Egypt to say that then there is no blackness. Now, as far as the conversation that they're about to go into when Professor Sub-Saharan clicks in, they're going to go into, honestly, and to keep it a buck and not to overcredit people like Asar or Ujahu, myself, Dr. Reggie, these conversations, when you start to look through the material, they have not been pushing forward this Kemet conversation or commit to you, whether that means black people are not too much in the literature. And during our fights over the last 3 or 4 years, we pulled out almost every source that addressed whether or not this mean black or black people since this conference. So that was just my answer. But basically, they still are probing Diop's theory in everyday courses of academia.
Real quick, so you don't know what you're talking about. I hate how your ad-libs be, bro. You act like you just know everything, you really don't. So the article I'm pulling from, they speak about what Abdallah was talking about. Now, what I was saying was, it says the researchers observed that the Neolithic Kadruka samples generally belong to different paternal lineages that the later Meroitic, post-Meroitic, and Christian period samples. Most of the Kadruka individuals were haplogroup A M13 bearers, where areas the Meroitic, post-Meroitic, and Christian era samples were instead mainly haplogroup DE. We understand that the DE is the split of the outer Africa genes. So what are you talking about? How am I off?
You want to respond?
DE is not the split because they found the basal D in Nigeria. DE formed in Africa. And yeah, you do got D lineages that went outside, but that ain't the main split. You know, the CT is the split one went in and out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The parent of DE. You know what I'm saying? But D actually left a little later. Because they found a D para group in a Nigerian sample.
Mizriak asked in the chat, he's asking who uses them as a reference. You don't know people. Now I'm about to start making clips of all white scholars using Diop as a reference. So this is part of the ongoing change in Egyptology that they're referring to. We just showed you there's an exhibit. What's that? Metropolitan Museum, all based on Diop's contributions. So let's continue, because here's the lively part that's about to get cracking. I'll start off. Excuse me. It says, Professor Sub-Saharan intervened in the course of a lively exchange of views on the linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Diop, stating that the Egyptian Kim, feminine Kemet, meant black. So hold up. Sub-Saharan came back in and discredited Abdullah and agreed with Diop. Like you tripping. He stated that the Egyptian term kemet, kim, feminine kemet meant black, the masculine plural being kim-u, and the feminine plural kemenet. This is what he thought at the time. It says the form kemet-you could only mean two things. Those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country, and is derived from the adjective nisba form from the geographical term which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with the original meaning. So let's stop right there because we always talk about the formation of this nisba that they're addressing, and he's doing what Asar and Ujahu's argument in them was that when you form a nisba that it could not be, it's not relation in relation to the color. But again, Diop going to argue, as well as Sandro Capo Chichi and myself, that is not true. But I should not ever throw my name in with those brothers.
Well,
but anyway,
So
yeah.
real quick, the brother said the split is C is C. I said it's DE. So if I could pull my, I'm able to share my screen because I got.
No, you throwing this off. Y'all taking this off course. So let's table that. Just let's table that contention. I'll let y'all work that out. But we trying to stay on track with this thing we on right here, if you don't mind. But just remember, pencil it, and we'll have time.
He inciting genetics and he don't know what he's talking about.
Well, we gonna let y'all. I want to hear. I want to hear y'all discourse. I'm gonna give y'all both. I'm gonna give y'all both the flow.
Get ready. Bring your sources. We do that after.
Yeah, so let's keep going right here. Now, because they dealing with this commit to you thing. Now, notice Sub-Saharan chimed in and he agreed about the Kim meaning black, but he's about to go in and say you're not forming the Nisba correctly. So it says it was a derived Nisba formed from the geographical term, which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with the original meaning. It says the designation black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kim-u, not Kemet to you. That was his argument. We are linguistically astute enough to know you can throw that out now. That ain't necessarily true, but we'll talk about that later. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland whom they knew from the time of the New Kingdom. So he's trying to say, oh, but they had some Nubians to the south or whatever that they never used Kemethi to from the New Kingdom onward. Nor in general did they use names of colors to distinguish different peoples. And that's a good, strong point. Professor Obanga, in his turn, reverted to the linguistic demonstration which has been begun by Professor Diop. So Obanga hopped in like y'all not just about to jump, my homie. And he says, after criticizing Professor Greenberg's method that y'all be using on the basis of the recent work by Professor Einstein Fodder, whatever, it says, let's see, I'm falling off. Somebody want to pick up the reading because I'm just I'm getting fatigued.
In general, did they use names of color to distinguish different peoples? Professor Obanga, in his turn, reverted to the linguistic demonstration, which had been begun by Professor Joe. After criticizing Professor Greenberg's method on the basis of the recent work by Professor Istvan Fodor, and remarking that since the work of Ferdinand de Saussure, it was an accepted fact that linguistic evidence was the most obvious means of establishing whether two or more peoples were culturally related. Professor Obanga endeavored to prove that there was a genetic linguistic relationship between Egyptian, ancient Egyptian and Coptic, and modern Negro African languages today. Before making any comparison, one must be one of one's guards against confusing typological linguistic relationship, which gave no clue as to the pre-dialectical ancestor common to the languages being compared and genetic relationship. For example, modern English, considered from the typographical point of view, had affinities with Chinese, but from the genetic point of view,
hey y'all, you just made a beautiful point. Well, I know you're reading.
You heard me get loud on it. Go ahead.
Yeah, look. See, this the thing. Is Unc still here?
Yeah, nigga.
Hey, Unc, look at this. Right? You said, right, numerous times that the reason why UNESCO said that the Egyptians was neither black nor white was because they threw race out. they're not they're actually discussing it.
Thank you.
Right here. So you said that it was because of Hitler.
No, but he said what they concluded. That's
Why
so.
did he do that, man?
Yeah, he said that's what they concluded. Give him his
I
credit.
like the modern
I think you do
Negro
it on
African
purpose, though, yo.
They
Now
discussed
I'm
race, but
convinced.
they didn't conclude it. Let's hear from Aunt. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm convinced, yo. Did you do this shit on purpose? Because you
No, I
sound so
wasn't
motherfucking
finished.
clear. Yeah, you was finished. You was finished. I heard your wild argument on that.
But you was gonna keep messing up, Chef. Trust me. I helped you out.
He
Because they at the conclusion they're gonna say what I'm saying. Trust me, I read the whole thing, so don't do that to yourself.
All right,
Yeah, do it to yourself. Go ahead and do it to yourself. Nah.
They discussing it right here.
Yeah, they definitely are discussing it, and you right. And so let's keep going until they conclude what they conclude.
All right. So before making
Why you save him, yo? Why you save him, Smash? See, Smash is always
Magi archers, that's what we do, man.
He twisted the ankle, yo.
Yeah, and we got to understand to have this conversation what a report is. A report gives you all the conversation, all the dialogue. If you can't extract one sentence or a paragraph from any type of report in science to draw a conclusion, because this is just a discussion of the activity involved in that report.
But Kyle, though, Ankh said he got beat up, so we got to go over the details of it so that he can show us where he's getting beat up. So far, he's not getting beat up.
Yeah, because they drawing out the model that Diop had presented that was being presented. They're saying this is what he's saying, this is the model, this is what blah blah blah. But the conclusion, we need to get to that part so that we can understand what the scientists and the experts concluded on the said topic. We can't necessarily read the abstract of a case study or whatever to draw a conclusion, because all that is just words.
No, that's not true. I gotta disagree. This is completely informative to all people who want to speak on the matter. We're actually looking over how they surmise the discourse, and so we're not going to be qualified. We'll refer to the conclusion to let the qualified people, them to get their opinion, but I think this is useful, and we got a lot of viewers watching this, so let's continue.
No, I'm not saying that it's not useful. That's not what I was getting at. I apologize if that's what I kind of expressed, but I'm not saying it's not useful, because this is needed information, but it's needed information to understand why they had the conclusion that they came to.
Yeah, word up.
Yeah, but let me say this real quick, Smash. As we read the document, there's some points that Diop's absolutely made. Like, for instance, he made the discussion that Homo sapiens was on the Nile 160,000 years ago. They was like, nah, you can't prove that. You don't got that. And now we clearly know that you can find ancient finds on the Nile of Homo sapiens, right? So there's a point that he made, but the overarching point that he brought to the symposium was a couple points. One, that the Egyptians was Negroid since Neolithic time, homogenous all the way up until the invasions came in. He lost. He got beat up on that point. But another point was that they was Africans, indigenous Africans, yo, and the best to understand them is through the context of Africa. And he was right. And that's what he made into the museum for. So this is what happens with scientists. Some of your ideas come through, some of your ideas don't make it. The community here make you seem like a loser because your idea didn't come through. That's not true. This nigga shit was meticulous, dog. The melanin test and all that, at the end of the day, it was like, get that shit out of here. Now we know that the melanin test shit wasn't worth a hill of beans, but the fact that he attempted it was fucking brilliant. I'm just giving a proper assessment of a document that nobody has done until y'all heard me and Smash read this motherfucker. This, I promise y'all. I promise you that you've never heard this conversation before. You heard everybody say, Diop's and them, they never tell the whole truth. I think the whole truth is more beautiful than a half lie.
So, and I'm going to start to read here. Two things. This is, in my opinion, knowing this discussion and having discussed it before and putting forth a preface on it, this is science trying its damnedest to stop Africans from putting their particular foothold.
Why would you do that, yo? Why would you do that?
Because that's what happened. And I'm going to tell you exactly why. I'm going to tell you why.
Why would you do that? Whoa,
well, I'm going to tell you exactly why. And it'll be
go ahead, bro.
So
all right, go ahead,
let
bro.
me tell you.
Go ahead,
so it's clear that Jope is correct and Kim means black. It's in every dictionary today, from Dixon's to Alan Gardner. It was clear that Kemetu had to refer to black people because they already had other words for people that they could have used, such as remech, different things of that nature. And we've looked through all of these. And so when you add an adjective, and this is where most people get it wrong, they say the word kemet, but it's really a noun phrase. So when you talk about that noun phrase, if you have that adjective in it and the declension, which is part of that noun phrase, means that you have to use the adjective in a descriptive nature. So you have to say the Kim in it means black because it's using declension, which I explained before. And so you can't get away from the fact that that adjective has descriptive powers in the noun phrase Kemet. And it's really that simple.
So we actually can get away from your pseudo ass and what you just did. First of all, I hope you would at least understand what the hell UNESCO was. They absolutely represented the side of fucking black people at the end of the day. And they used science to overthrow Adolf Hitler and the boys. That's why they put out 5 statements on race. 1950, I think it was 1948, 1970, 1974, saying that race was wild as hell and created the Great War. So why would you say science? No, science is actually correcting itself. It's on the side of people of color, bro. It's on the side of marginalized people. It's right in this damn paper, but the fact that you would say that always proves that a pseudo will die at its source. Learn the material that you're reading right now, dog. This is not a treatise of racism. This is a treatise against racism. You know why? That's what UNESCO did. 1/3 of the people that participated in this particular scientific conference was African, bro. And they did that on purpose because they felt like, we can read the mission statement, that to this point, African people were not allowed to tell their damn story. And then you come behind that, adding to the kitty of foolery that all of a sudden, they just, this is science going against that. Dog, you confusing the people. And that's why I continue to call you a pseudo. Get your mind right. Move your ass to the front of the class. Get the hell out the back of the class, dog. You tripping.
You are dedicated, pseudo, because you're sitting here trying to agree with Abdullah's statements when we can clearly see Abdullah's statements didn't hold up over time. But UNESCO at this time agreed with Abdullah at their conclusion instead of Sheikh Anta. But we can see clearly in the dictionaries today, Kim means black, and that the social construct had to be true. Otherwise, the Greeks wouldn't say it. So you've been a dedicated pseudo. You on video flip-flopping. You wearing your flip-flops the goddamn day. And I'm going to keep reading. Here we go.
Keep reading.
But you know what, yo?
Now y'all did y'all exchange. Y'all had it back and forth. It's over.
Let me go. Hey, but this is why they call me the motherfucking God killer, because I killed the fake ass gods. First of all, the point was made by Abdullah. He was absolutely wrong. It does mean black. But Diops take that shit and ran too far and said black mean black people. And they wasn't talking about that.
But they about to address that right now. They're about to.
Right. But my point, he used it as a point to call me a dedicated pseudo. So let me flip-flop that shit back on your motherfucking ass. I never flip. I never flop. I stay on your motherfucking head, though. So there you go.
All right. Now let's finish reading.
All right, family, here we go. So
just so the audience know, they about to address exactly what they arguing over, but it's going to be Diop, Obanga, and Sub-Saharan arguing over Kemet to you.
We at before making any comparison, right?
I don't remember what
we up after criticizing. Okay, so after criticizing Professor Greenberg's method on.
Oh no, you read that already about Professor Esteban, so maybe we down here.
Okay. So before making any comparison, one must be on one's guard.
I apologize, bro. You read that too. I just didn't screw up the screen. So let's start at the genetic relationship.
Genetic relationship depended on establishing phonetic laws discovered by comparison between morphemes and phonemes of similar languages on the basis of such morphological, lexicological, and phonetic correspondences. One could arrive at Common's earlier forms. In this way, a theoretical Indo-European language had been reconstructed in the abstract and had been used as an operational model. It was indicative of a common cultural macro structure shared by languages which subsequently evolved along separate lines. The same approach could legitimately be applied to African languages, in which case ancient Egyptian would play the same role as Sanskrit for the Indo-European languages. The hypothesis of borrowings in ancient times could be discounted could be discounted because the geographical discontinuity. Having thus laid the foundations of his demonstration, Professor Obenga gave several sets of examples. First, he examined important typological similarities in grammar, the feminine gender formed by the use of the suffix T, the plural of nouns by the suffix W, O-U and U, meaning we say kemet you when we want more people or whatever have you. He next analyzed complete word forms and noted similarities between those of ancient Egyptian and a considerable number of African languages. Between Egyptian and Wolof, the correspondence was total. This series of demonstrations led Professor Obenga to the conclusion that morphological, lexicological, and syntactic similarities amounted to convincing proof of the close relationships between ancient Egyptian and Negro African languages of today, which in syntax, of course, sentences and different structures in the grammar. This kind of parallelism was impossible between Semitic Berber and Egyptian. Berber and Egyptian.
So he ain't took an L yet. They speaking masterfully in the presentation, but keep going.
Berber has an issue, Wolof does not. A comparison of ways of expressing to be in verb-noun combination showed that the common archaic form in the Bantu language was the same in this respect as that of the most archaic form of ancient Egyptian. It's the same. The analysis of negative morphemes of the emphatic future and of linking particles led to the same conclusions. Y'all know what emphatic morphemes that lead to future meaning. He did that, or, you know, stuff that's past tense. They found words similar. As the previous...
That's Obenga. That's Obenga talking.
Yeah.
Hey, look, hold on real quick. Earlier in the show, I said y'all could push us up over 200, and y'all did that. So let's stay interactive. Get live in the chat. Let's go on and try to push it up to 400. That'd be cool. Just for the fun of it, help the channel grow. If you're new here, say something in the chat. Like, subscribe. Do something to make the video grow. Let's see if we can get 400 people up in this thing. But sorry to interrupt. Go right ahead.
Once the SAR finish, can I add a little context to
Yes,
this?
sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sabio, go ahead, B.
All right, well.
You muted yourself.
You gonna stop right there when he come to Negro Egyptian and got beat up.
We're gonna go right into it. But you muted yourself.
Okay.
You muted yourself, Sabio.
Hold on. All right, Sabio, hold on. Let me finish the read real quick.
All right,
yeah. Okay.
As the previous examples, Professor Obenga considered, therefore, that it would prove possible to discover a common genetic structure. Lastly, Professor Obenga spoke of what he considered to be the most interesting aspect of the comparison. He drew parallels between the forms taken in different languages by certain words: palm, spirit, tree, place, and also between certain small phonemes. For example, Kim, Black in ancient Egyptian, becomes Kemi, Kami, Kim in Coptic, Ikama in Bantu. Yeah, it's the same thing.
He beat him up.
Meaning of,
He beating him up, but keep going.
Yeah, he doing his work right now. And you can see all three cognitives laced in those.
Well, all of that stuff is still true to this day. That's what we mean. So he's making a point against.
Scholarly rebuttal for that though.
All right, well, but they're gonna rebut it, but all of the stuff he's saying today is still true to this day.
You don't want to rebut this, Geechee, because you say what I say, that Wolof and ancient Egyptian is similar.
So go ahead.
And Banger proving it right now.
He ain't proved that.
Yes,
he didn't prove anything.
He said it before.
I know y'all need to see. That's not fair. Yo, keep
no, this
down.
is proof. To this day, the Coptic, nobody was using them references to prove that Kim mean black, and he threw that out there and beat him up. He threw out the Coptic, the Bantu, and all these other things. But go ahead.
But the Bantu don't got nothing to do with anything.
It probably don't.
I wouldn't
I don't want to
that.
start that argument. That'll be a whole nother argument. But
that.
I'm with y'all on that. But let's
just
y'all gonna start a whole nother show on that.
We don't even have a bit.
I know we're gonna have a whole linguistic.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's keep going. Keep reading.
Oh man, y'all should stop saying
that was pseudo, man. Y'all gotta take that back. You gotta reject that.
But it say it on the screen.
Tell him.
I rejected it in written writing, so you know me. But I don't. If you saying Bantu is closer than Coptic, you pseudo. But it might have some connections though.
Exactly.
Oh man, come on, keep reading. Go ahead.
Black and ancient Egyptian becomes Kami, Kemi, Kim, and Coptic, Ikama, and Bantu, with the meaning of charred by exposure to excessive heat. Kami and Azur Cinder, Rome, man in ancient Egyptian becomes Lomi in Bantu. The same phonemes have the same functions in the different languages compared. Professor Obenga concluded his demonstration with an analysis of a verb, to come, which is an ancient Egyptian e, in Coptic I, or aya, in Beni, ya, in Bantu, ya, in the Congo-Niger region, wa, in Bahar el Ghazal, ye, in Sara, it. The y, a voice velar spirant, occurs in every case. Professor Obenga go ahead.
Let me read that part. Professor Obenga inferred.
I'm gonna pull it to the top. Go
okay,
ahead.
Professor Obenga inferred from these. Man, goddamn, yo, you know I'm already struggling.
No, I said I'm gonna pull it to the top. You didn't hear me. My bad.
Okay. It says Professor Obenga inferred from these comparisons that it would be possible in the future to identify Negro Egyptian language. No, it has not. And then this is damn near 50 years later. Analogous to the Indo-European. In this context, and in the view of the undeniable common cultural background of all these languages, there was a sound basis for the development of future studies. So anytime over the development of future studies, we now know that fell flat on
it. Didn't. They still doing that right now.
No, they acting like they playing. They ain't doing it for real.
They
playing. Yo, we just had a new conference dealing with that.
Well, that mean they doing it. That mean they doing it then.
Not for that. Not for the Negro Egyptian.
All right, keep going.
Y'all explain something to my dumb ass. I'm confused here. How did early Egyptian language affect the Bantu language prior to the Bantu expansion? Like, can y'all make that make sense?
No, they can't. That's why it fell apart.
It doesn't.
I don't got nothing to do with the Bantu, bro. I mean, I'm talking about with that. I mean, I do genetically, but not with that theory that they're closely related to ancient Egyptians. I don't have that. I will be willing to listen to that. I don't refute it. I just don't teach it.
Okay, now I get it.
Here you go.
Your mic is out. Your mic is out, sorry.
Y'all
is
ready?
it out?
Oh yeah, go ahead. You reading? Go ahead.
It say Mr. Gordon Jock stated that the study of Egyptian topography could perhaps be brought to bear in support of the assertion that no massive immigration or various invasions of foreign populations had arrived in Egypt, at least since the Neolithic times. It say it was a well-known phenomenon that topological names were extremely long-lived, and that each successive language could inhabiting the same area would leave its mark on that area in the form of place names, more or less numerous depending on the size and the population and the length of the time of its predominance in that area. I'm gonna stop right there because I can't keep moving this shit. It's killing. Because I gotta move my phone. So I'm right there. Any important
you want to go? Who want to pick up right there?
It was nice with it right there. Anybody want to hop in? Can you hear me now?
Any important? I'll go ahead and finish. Any important permanent addition to the Egyptian population from the exterior would certainly have left its mark on the toponymy of the country. This was not the case. The toponymy of Egypt was very homogeneous, displaying names whose etymology could almost, without exception, be explained by the Egyptian language itself. It was only at the Ptolemaic period and still later, after the Arab conquest, that names of respectively Greek and Arabic origin were added to the basic fund of Egyptian names. It was only in the peripheral regions, Nubia, the western oases, and the eastern delta, regions in immediate contact with neighboring people speaking other languages, where names whose etymology could be traced to these foreign languages were to be found.
Yeah, stressed them out. They got them. They got them.
Keep going. No, I'm not done. Keep going. I'll go. What's his name? Devisis?
Yeah.
Professor Devisis briefly abandoned his role as rapporteur to inform the symposium of the unexpected results of an iconographic study. 3 manuscripts included representations of Black Egyptians, which merited detailed consideration. After eliminating...
Hold on, dog. I gotta stop this because y'all keep acting like Diop got beat up. It says the VCs briefly abandoned his role as the rapporteur or whatever to inform the symposium of an unexpected results of an iconographic study. Now, I just want to put this emphasis. 3 manuscripts included representations of Black Egyptians. So he stopped the symposium and said, hold up, let me abandon my job as the rapporteur and say, hold up, y'all tripping. Here go 3 manuscripts included to represent Black Egyptians. So he hopped in on Diop's side. But let's say we don't continue.
3 manuscripts included representations of Black Egyptians which merited detailed consideration. After eliminating what could be attributed to biblical tradition, the descendants of Ham, and allegorical representation in a consciously
I want to get it to the top.
archaic manner, Hades night, there remained a variable proportion of Egyptians represented with Negro features and coloring. Admittedly, some of these were certain, but, and on this point, the scenes selected were extremely interesting. Others were free Egyptians. Some of them, about a third of the participants, were around the table of Joseph, who was giving a banquet for his Israelite brothers seated at another table. Others were taking part in the sale of Joseph to Potiphar, who was himself represented as white. Probably the most remarkable aspect of these representations, which were consistently realistic in their details, lay in the characteristic costume worn by these Black Egyptians, particularly in the 11th century Octoteuch. The Negroes, who were clearly differentiated from Egyptians wearing beards and turbans, were in many cases carrying spears and wore a panther skin, leaving the right shoulder bare. Professor DeVee considered these observations all the more interesting because there were considerable contacts between Byzantium and Egypt during the Fatimid period, and because the representations which dated from this period were far more realistic than in the older manuscripts.
So what we talking about, the Bible, right?
Yeah, he threw that in as his evidence, saying what? Nothing to the contrary.
For the Bible.
Yeah, you asked us. Go ahead. The Bible. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was the Bible. I just want everybody to know. Go ahead, though.
But he just threw that out.
He tried to put Joseph in there as a reason.
That's what he. Hey, but he y'all missed what he was saying. He was pointing to an 11th century picture that drew the Egyptians in as some Black people, and then
CE. Yeah. Go ahead.
The general discussion made it clear that a number of participants in varying degrees thought it desirable in the present state of knowledge to undertake macro analysis, embracing the history of ancient Egypt as a whole, or in some cases, the entire continent of Africa. Certain other participants, on the other hand, thought that it would be wiser to take geographical microanalyses very much further on a disciplinary or interdisciplinary basis.
All right, so let's stop right there for a moment, because during that part, he didn't get beat up. Now they're gonna go on, and it goes and goes and on. As Kyle suggested, we just go to the earlier, but that was their discourse on Temehu. Now they're going in on this chronological analysis. So that wasn't even conclusive, and he didn't even get beat up there. If y'all want to go to I'm just saying, so if y'all want to go to, I know your part is the conclusion. I know when you're going to reign supreme, but let's go to the conclusion and start to read that to see what he's leaning. Oh, I'm tripping. I got the screen. Hold on. I thought somebody else was scrolling. So I'm
footnote, that they brought so much material, they was like, yo, we ain't even right. That's too much.
Yeah, that's what they about to say, yeah.
Yeah, they doing a whole lot of shit. They threw the kitchen sink at the white boys, yo. Shit was funny.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Something gonna stick. Sandals, Black people. Bible, Black. Melanin test. They were like, what the hell is these niggas?
they did the Gish Gallop in document form.
Man.
They did it in document form, though.
Yeah, they got busy. They came to get busy.
I don't know if you could Gish-Gallop in document form, though. You could take your time and respond to every claim. I don't know if that works like that.
What's up? Yeah, I feel
You
you.
say
It was
they
just
did
a
the
joke.
gift gallop and
All
Darwin
right.
form.
So who want to read the general conclusion? Since this your part, you the lead singer right now. I'm doing the ad libs. Go ahead. I'm gonna be messing up right behind you too. Come on, go ahead.
It say, although the preparatory working paper sent out by UNESCO gave participants of what was desired, not
Particulars,
all participants had prepared. Participants, not all participants.
Oh,
wait. Particulars, okay, of what was desired, not all participants had prepared communications comparable with the painstaking research contributions of Professor Shikant Diop's and Obanga. Theirs was consequently a real lack of balance in the discussion.
Stop. Because you said they got beat up.
Right.
But here, the general conclusion says, although the preparatory work paper sent out by UNESCO gave people the particulars of what was desired, not all participants had prepared communications comparable with the painstaking research. See, this is how you should have read it. With the painstaking research contributions of Professor Sheikh Anta Diop and
Let me
Obanga.
correct you real quick because it's a painstakingly.
Thank you. The painstakingly researched. Let's stretch the Lee, because it was painstakingly researched. Contributed by Professor Sheikh Anta Diop, who you said got beat up. But let's let you keep reading.
So how the fuck could they disagree when they ain't even do the work?
Thank you. Thank you, Chef.
Nah.
Thank you, Chef.
Nah, that's not
That nigga
true.
said nah. That nigga said nah.
Brother.
That's my whole point. There are certain stop signs and red lights in place. That's what I'm saying. Thank goodness for signs, because y'all can get that
got
off.
beat up. They put the stop signs there because they got beat up.
No, they did. No, they did. Just because you bring
some
like
hating
this
ass shit.
You hate?
Corey
Thank you, Chef. Let's hear from Chef real quick.
Corey said it just right, yo. Like, we already know, yo, that all that melanin test shit was garbage. So just because you
wait, what? Hold up.
Listen, I'm
I
gonna
don't
say
know
this
that. Can you
again.
explain?
I'm gonna say this again. You cannot look at the melanin content and tell the race of a person. So we know that it scientifically has been destroyed. So just because let me just say it, yo, bro. Don't call my name in the middle of me talking, because you just cut me off at that point.
But there's a
My apologies.
threshold
Take
for
a
light
melanin
skin.
test,
So how you
and
can't
just
tell?
because you take, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? I know you just heard me tell the brother something. You dove in with your wow. You wow with that.
Oh my
Let
God.
me finish my point. Then y'all can finish
these
yours.
claims.
All right, let's let him finish. You ain't gotta go back and forth.
The
Go
point
ahead.
is very, very simple. I ain't listening to him. You straight pseudo. You whacked out.
Nah, now he gonna say something back. So don't.
Well,
Just
he been
listen.
saying it. He been out. So we.
Let's hear what you got to say, Brother Bobby.
What I'm saying is, just because you bring a melanin test that was painstaking, just because you bring a blood test, something nobody ever thought about, doesn't mean it was right, and doesn't mean that it fit the daggone conversation.
Nah.
So they put a lot of stuff. They put the biblical text.
Nah.
Right. They did all that. Nobody's using the Bible to tell.
That ain't what the general conclusions say.
No.
I have a question.
It's all about the painstaking work.
Yeah, it's giving them props. You said they got beat up. But they saying they came with so many special moves, so many different disciplines that no one was prepared, and there was consequently a real lack of balance in the discussion. That's like when I talk to y'all.
Okay, let me just finish my point.
When you finish, brother, I want to ask you a question, please.
Hold on, Corey. Let me finish my point, Corey. Hey, Corey, notice people do this all the time, yo, and thank goodness for science. Because if not for science, y'all can actually get that off. See, y'all can't get that off with science and scientific literacy. Because, like I said, just because you bought a melanin test doesn't mean that the melanin test can actually do what you claimed it did. We just didn't fucking know about it when you bought it. Just because you bought the biblical text,
I'm not mad at you on
shit
that.
made some sense. None of that shit worked.
That's a good point, but that's not what they giving them credit for. They didn't even. I'm gonna let somebody else get the floor, but they're giving them credit. Just before we're gonna let everybody get it in. Let's just read this one more time.
What they saying is,
Look, they saying they told everybody what we want. Look. They say although the preparatory work was prepared. Come on, give me a line. It say although the preparatory work paper sent out by UNA gave the particulars of what was desired. So they told all of us what we want. Not all participants have prepared communications comparable with the painstakingly researched contributions of Professor Sheikh Anthony Diop and Obanga. So before we go into which one of their contributions was well qualified or not, they giving them props for what they contributed to the symposium.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, brother. That's the truth. We agree now. Hit him with the nevertheless, though. Hit him with the nevertheless.
No, they don't. All right, come on.
Word.
Let's go, because they're not even going to never get to what
they met all of the criteria that UNESCO had put forth for them to present.
And more.
These other motherfuckers didn't. But then they found a way to dismiss shit when they
they didn't. No, they didn't. We can look over it right now.
They tried to find a way. What they going to do? They're going to do what Ankh do, and this is what Ankh do. Since they couldn't find a way to discredit it, they're going to say it's a social construct. Well, who want to read it? Who want to read from Nevertheless? Okay, go ahead.
I want to ask Ankh a question first.
Hey, this is the new Reading Rainbow. It's on Chef next. Come on.
All right. It says, and this where racism kick in at. See, I'm a blackologist too. Y'all just can't get me on y'all blackology. Look,
after Chef finished,
you're right, though.
Share the screen?
Yes, you can. Let's finish this document, then you can share the screen.
I wanted to ask Ankh a question before we get off this topic, though. Regarding the melanin content. You said that it can't determine the race of a person, but can it actually determine the melanin content of the person? I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
No, because the person can be light-skinned and have more melanin than the person brown skin. Now move on. That's the answer.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, then why did Diop want to do the test then, man? Like, come on, man.
With that shit.
Why, if what you're saying is true, why would he want to do the test?
Because he was groundbreaking, yo. That shit just didn't work, yo.
Okay. So let's go in with the nevertheless, Chef. What's up?
Nevertheless, for a number of reasons, the discussions were very constructive. In many cases, they clearly showed the importance of exchanging new scientific information. They brought home to almost all the participants the shortcomings of the methodological criteria, which had hitherto.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Hitherto been used in research, but I want to ask you, Chef, who is they?
What you mean?
Who are they talking about right now?
Talking about Diop's and them.
Thank you. They not saying they got beat up. They saying they gave people homework to take home. Man, they brought home almost all participants the shortcomings of the methodological criteria which had hitherto been used in research. They drew attention to the examples of the new methodological approach on the basis of which the question from the symposiums could be studied in more scientific manner. Diop and them did that. You can finish, Chef. I just wanted to put some rap expression on it.
All right. They drew attention to examples of new methodological approaches on the basis of which the question before the symposium could be studied in a more scientific manner. This first meeting should in any case be regarded as providing the basis for further international and interdisciplinary discussions, and as a starting point for further researches which were clearly shown to be necessary. The large number of recommendations is a reflection of the desire of the symposium to suggest a further program of research. The symposium also enabled specialists who had never previously had the opportunity of comparing and contrasting their points of view to discover other approaches to problems, other sources of information, and other lines of research than those to which they were accustomed. From this point of view, the symposium undeniably provide or proved constructive. Scroll down.
Hold on, let's be clear. That's the end of the effing conclusion. Here come the recommendations. You see? So where did he get beat up, huh?
Good question.
Man, that's easy work. That's easy work, yo. He said that the Egyptians was Negro from the beginning all the way back, like unmixed, all the way to, except for some little population of Indo-Europeans, all the way to invasions came in. He got beat up on that point, bro. And that's the point that everybody is howling and screaming about.
But we just read it and it didn't say none of that.
What did it say?
Man, come on, yo.
You doing the
Man, y'all
Hebrew.
gotta keep
You
reading,
doing the
yo.
Hebrew with the Bible. Ain't no keep reading.
I'm
We,
actually not. Keep reading.
we just did the conclusion.
Y'all celebrating 10 yards away from the finish line. Out the framework and knock the ball out.
So you saying what you saying is in so your point is in the recommendations and not the conclusion?
What you talking about?
See, he just read the whole section called conclusion.
They don't. Yo, they got a whole conclusion. What they came to a point because it was a
let me go scroll back up. Let me make sure it says conclusion. General conclusions. So am I wrong here? That we're reading the general conclusion?
That's the general conclusion, but you got to get what they got out the conference.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
So you basically saying that they came out the conference saying that we need what?
No, you said Diop and them got beat up, and they just gave a general conclusion over what. They didn't say none of that here.
Well off. Hold on, they got beat up on the wall off. We know nobody accepts that today. The general conclusion clearly tells you that more things are going to be needed to reach full conclusions, right? So we know there's a statement made in this document that talks about at the end of the day, after all this came together, after they did all that talking, right? What did they say? Who did they say the Egyptians was?
He asking us other questions that ain't in the document. Like
yeah,
we just.
I'm asking, what was we reading this for then?
I know if you could have just said that without us reading this, you wanted us to see where he got beat up.
I don't got the document in front of me, yo. I can put.
Yes, you do. It's in front of all of us.
Right here, point to it. Where is that?
I only see part. I need to have the document in my hand. I can take you to it. I'm just looking on my phone. I'm looking at.
It sounds like your voice sped up. It lightweight sound like your voice is sped up. You know when people speed up people's voice because they tripping on the videos. It really was sounding like that. I never heard you talk that fast. Slow down.
I didn't do that. I didn't speed up. What you talking about?
You just was going like sounding. Blah, 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 blah. So you wrong. You wrong.
Okay. All right. So I'll just get the document and find it.
It's right here. So tell us where to look. We just read what you told us to read. You said read the and we read it, and it didn't say that. So is it a point in here that we should read? You still got the floor.
I need to see the whole document. I only can see.
See, now this is the Merodic script. So you telling us to read the part about the Merodic script because it's the general conclusion is right here, bro. You lost.
So based off, if you think that's the whole general conclusion, then it wasn't. They reached no conclusions. Then that's what you're basically saying.
Well, that happens in scholarship all the time.
Okay.
I'm looking for.
Okay, so let's say this. Since they reached no general conclusion, then why is everybody saying Diop's won?
Man, why you take that L?
Then we can turn and say, nope, I'll take this. I'll take that, and just say, they didn't get beat up.
They didn't. Stop saying that about Diop. Man, you need to do a whole show on Sonetta and stop and take this back. Because you've been telling people they've got beat up for hella time.
They did, but they did get beat up. I just don't got the document. You can run it, keep running. I like
everything you saying ain't cool.
It is cool.
You saying I don't got the document, but we just read it. That's not cool.
We didn't read that whole 190-page document.
But we went to the conclusion and we got to the part where they stopped talking about that. They went on to they got the people in ancient Egypt, then they made a conclusion, and then they went on to discuss the deciphering of the Merodic script. Now you just saying since we ain't read the whole thing, we need to go into the part about the deciphering of the Merodic script to see what they concluded about the people in the ancient Egypt.
Basically gonna gig me. Let me get this straight. I want to make it clear because I can't go to the precise spot in a 190-page document where they clearly talk about what the general conclusion was.
That's what happened when
let me finish.
Go ahead. The wiki betrayed you. Wiki betrayed you.
So Encyclopedia Britannica betrayed us too.
No, Wiki betrayed you. Because you can find what you want to show us on Wiki, but when we read the document, you can't find it.
Because I don't have the document. Smash is 190.
So give me a word to search, because we got word search. You want me to search social construct for this document?
That's got to be unfair, Smash. What you doing right now?
I'm giving you the advantage.
While I'm down the street in the middle of a car, you want me to find
I'm helping you.
Spot.
The term social construct does not appear in this document, okay? So let's look for, let's type something that does appear to make sure it's searchable first. DIOP. Diop popping right up. So now we know it's social. So what word you want me to find to take you right to where it's at? They don't say social construct in here. SOCIALCONSTRUCT.
I'm gonna tab out right here.
How about Hitler in World War II?
Yeah, Hitler. HITLER. They don't talk about Hitler. So what you seen in this document that made you say Diop took the L?
But what I said was, I'm gonna let you have it.
But when cats tap all MMA, they don't stop choking.
I'm not tapping out.
Sometimes the ref gotta come.
I'm just saying I'm just saying the flim flammery rules came in. This nigga better know where it's at in 190
No, I just gave you an artificial intelligent insistence.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, by the time I get home, I'm gonna have that for you.
You can't have it. You know how I know you can't? This is what I can confirm right now. It won't say anything about a social construct. SOCIAL.
I never said that, but see, you introduced. I never said that.
All right, so what does it say something about? Just tell us, and we can find it right now.
What I said was the Diops and them did not sway the panel that the Egyptians was Negroid from the beginning to the end.
You didn't say that. You saying that now. What you said was Diops got beat up.
On that.
What you said was Diops got beat up. You don't want to take it back. You maintain an error.
What I'm gonna do is listen. I'm good. I'm gonna let y'all ring. It's called celebrating at the 40 with the ball in the air. Is what you're doing. I'm cool with that.
Oh, but wait, brother Ankh, if so, right now, if you don't convince us,
no, get off,
if
brother.
You don't convince us,
listen.
If you don't convince us that Diop got beat up, that means that you get beat up in this conversation. Then, because what you said was that Diop got beat up because he didn't convince them that the Egyptians was Negroes. So if you don't convince us that Diop got beat up,
hold on. So you saying he did?
But he helping you too, Bobby.
Evidence to prove his point.
Hey, he helping. He helping. Because he didn't even go that far. His initial statement was, "And Diops and them got beat it up, and I got the symposium. And if anyone want to debate on, see, you didn't even go into detail at first. And then I called you on that. I asked. Remember when I asked you? I said, why you keep saying Diop got beat up?
No, I actually did.
We started to go into detail, but your initial statement didn't give us no detail about convincing Negroes, convincing the people of it being Negroes.
First of all, my initial statement was that they lost the part that would make the race of the Egyptians black or Negroid.
They ain't lose that.
They got beat up. They did.
There's still conversation. We just read the whole thing.
We didn't read the whole thing. We read a couple.
No, we read the whole part about that. Yes, we did. And look, this is what I want to show you. We can search the document. If I put KMT in here and we find them talking about it in other places where they're not referring to the correspondence about Sub-Saharan, here it is again. Professor Diop then turned his attention away to the Egyptians describing themselves now right here, this KMT popping up 13 times. So let us deal with it. Here go the same correspondence. It's not no place where we missing it. You could do, that's why I'm one of your best archers, because you just making a mistake of being on my show being wrong. You feel me? That's your only mistake.
I feel
you can do that on other shows and it's gonna win. I'm showing how you in error.
Guess what? And I don't even have a problem with that. See, that's the difference with me. But I'm coming back. You can understand.
Well, I'm searching the document, and I don't know if you're gonna go make a new document. You're gonna make a new document. I'm at term number 13 where they dealing with the KMT. So either you're gonna have to now number 12, 13. This is the last time it occurs here. So what are you gonna do when you get home?
I don't know.
I know you don't know.
Wikipedia page. That's what I'm
doing.
That
was honest. Don't go to the wiki. You gonna mess. Oh my God.
I said Encyclopedia Britannica is what I said.
All right. So we read it all. So this one's over. No need to stretch it out no more. We read the whole part and we just confirmed we did.
We didn't. We read what you wanted to read. I will find it in the document.
All right. I want to see linguistic analysis. It starts right here, don't it? Linguistic analysis. Like it start right there, bro. So what am I supposed to say? In this item, the contrast between those two previous discussed revealed a large measure of agreement.
So why don't you go up to the beginning? If you ask to go up to the beginning of the document, sir, make sure you apologize to me because it talked about how they outhand throw away the white thing, and then they talk about how Diop and them shit didn't get through. It say that, bro. Like I don't just do shabby shit, but I'm gonna let y'all keep playing. I'm gonna shut up.
No, we read everything you told us to read. Now we're going to the top. See, you told us to read the conclusion, so we read it.
Listen,
now we're going to go to the top.
No, we not. Nah,
No, you said to say that at the top. See, hold on.
Nope.
We're at the top.
Nothing. Nope.
We're at the top.
I'm about to start reading.
Yeah. Now, where does it say? Where do I find?
You're right. I made it up.
No, you just being difficult because you can say
I'm
go
not
down
being,
a little
I can't
bit.
find it. I'm in the middle of working.
I'm scrolling. I'm just speed scrolling through the top. They right now not talking about none of that. So although aiming through the highest scientific level, blah, 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 they're not talking about this yet. They still on the general history of Africa. Everybody can skim read. Like, I want to see. We started at blood. Nothing you do. Why are you doing all these tactics?
I'm not doing a tactic. I say I'm tapping out. What you want me to say?
All right, yeah, let's tap out because after the tap out, you told us to go to the top. And now we at the top.
Right
now here they start to discuss that right here.
No, I'm going to tap out.
Page 7, contents. So that was the top. So let's go to the top of that article. I mean, I know you've seen something someplace.
Nope. I ain't saying no. I'm just sitting here. Go ahead.
No, you can't show us where it's at. So how's you not being able to show us where that better than when MM4 or when anybody can't show us, or when Zion Lex can't show us where it's at?
I don't do Zion Lex like that.
I'm just saying.
I don't do nobody like that in the car in the middle of work. I don't do them.
I hope you don't mess it up like this. Look, he said go to the top. Now we getting one of the scholars' opinion. Please don't mess it up like this. This is just a paper from Jean Vercountier, one of the people who opposed Diop. So if you want us to go to this top, it's going to look ugly later.
All right.
Let's let it go because this is over. I don't like, it's over. This the top. Now we're getting Jean Vautier's opinion. So maybe he going to say all the things you're going to read later, but we know that's just a dude who opposed Diop. So I was only defending the elder, and I think I did a good job of it, that being on the internet saying Diop got beat up, that's like the most pseudo shit you could ever do.
Yo, Smash. Can y'all hear
So
me?
the Wolof, hold on. I just want to make sure. So the Black Egyptian was valid because they didn't say it wasn't. I'm just getting it straight. So the Wolof and all the connections was validated. Okay, so now all of a sudden they was actually Negro.
No, you're gonna be right. You're gonna be right.
That's the actual argument.
You're gonna be right making those points. This is what you gotta see.
I mean, but that was
you said he got beat up at the conference. They didn't have no contention with that. They didn't have no contention.
Yes, that's what he purported. Damn.
Okay.
But
he didn't get beat up at the conference.
No, Smash, he's right. That is what the beef was about, and that's what had continued through science. But like I said, science looked like they were trying to suppress what Black people were doing.
But you have to say what he's right about.
Yeah, that's what he's right about.
Well, what is he right about?
He's right about the fact that they tried to stand on the fact that Diop didn't show enough evidence when clearly him and Obanga did.
Who is they? The conference? Because that ain't what the conference said.
UNESCO.
No, where did they say that at?
But they started talking about it. That's the information we get today, not from our community, but that's what's been said throughout Egyptology, is that they were right at UNESCO and Jope failed.
But when we read UNESCO didn't say that, did they?
We know that. Me and you know that. The people who have read this information.
So we read somewhere today where it said Diop them failed?
No, not in this book at all. But I'm telling you, we can pull up other Egyptological sources that say that.
After the conference.
But
right, but in this conference,
Bobby Banger says that Diop got beat up at the UNESCO symposium.
Bobby, family, but Bobby is dedicated. You know that. We love him, but he dedicated. Dedication. Oh, she came up with that grimy. So we knew he was wrong because I've been reading this book on my show and 2 other books that clearly show.
Come on, nigga. Y'all know, man. Y'all funny. So let me get this straight. Now, hold on, yo. You know, like I'm like a good ass running back, right? I come through the hole, a safety come out of nowhere, I sidestep him, right? I see the fucking linebacker come. He hit me. Look, I stumble. Niggas think I'm falling. I put my arm down. Let's get this straight. They wrote a 9-volume set. It's called The General History of Africa. They wrote this shit out of the fucking conference, and that's what we're gonna find that shit. They go more
Oh,
detailed in those
okay.
works.
Okay.
Now, that's what I
Look,
do.
he
And
had to
Rich,
make sure he
hold
threw
on
that
now,
in
hold
on this show,
Don't
though.
do that now, nigga.
What you did was you didn't even move the goalpost. You went to a whole nother book, man. This is like, if we were supposed to be looking at that book, we should have been looking at that book.
We're gonna go to book 2, the general history
Oh
of
my
Africa.
God.
Page 100.
Hey, you made him switch up.
118, nigga. First, I'm not switching.
Hey, Chef did that. Chef made you go to a whole nother book.
No,
You just
man,
admitted
you
we
gotta
won't find
stop
it in
that.
this document, right?
Okay, I'm gonna say this
So
again.
let's go on and get that admission.
No, hold on, I'm gonna say this again. That the general history of Africa, the 9-volume set, was written based off of the goddamn symposium.
Okay,
Is we
cool.
being funny now?
Yeah.
Book 1 and
Nope,
book 2,
nope,
right?
nope. That's a big L. You taking a big L. You switching books like a Hebrew. You switching books like go to Deuteronomy to go to Jeremiah, huh? You want me to go to Jeremiah to explain Deuteronomy? We reading Deuteronomy.
You doing it on purpose, yo?
No, we're reading the symposium synopsis.
So you didn't hear what I just said?
I heard
You didn't hear what I
everything
just
you
said?
said, but you ain't
No, what did
said
I just
nothing
say,
like
though,
that
man?
in the
Hold on.
beginning.
What I say? What I say? Smash?
This is what you said. You said go read the conclusion. Then you said go read the top.
Man, hold on.
Whatever
What did I
you
just
said
say?
wasn't there.
No, what did I just say?
Now you saying let's
What
go
did I
get a
just
set of books that was written after.
No, I did. What did I say? I said
The whole
I
time
said they got a detail. I said they had.
I don't know what's happening.
Smash,
but
put a beat on.
This ain't normal. This ain't how. Why you trying to maintain error for no apparent
I'm
reason?
I'm trying to maintain some semblance of not getting cut off right when I'm making my point. If I can't do it, I'm fine. I'll just reset and come back tomorrow. I'm good with that. Not a problem.
Go ahead, make
and I'm
your
saying
point.
I know how to live to play another day. Listen, the day ain't my day. So I'll come back when I ain't got no noise around me and explain who wrote the fucking first chapter in the goddamn book based off the symposium. Since we want to play this game, then let's play the game. I love playing this game.
Well, you don't have to go back. We could just
I'm
scroll
good
and
with that.
see his name was Vontier.
Come on,
Like
man.
next, you gonna
with
take
that.
us away
Listen,
and do a whole video to show that. Sometimes the
I'm
rebuttals
fine.
ain't
No,
merited.
listen, Smash. I'm conceding, bro, right now.
Okay.
I'm saying that I'm not willing to be heard. Everybody playing retarded right now. I don't like the setup. It's wild for me. Right? I forgot that most people don't even know that the first three, right? It goes with the fucking conference. You should know that the book 2, Diop broke the whole first chapter on who the people was.
And none of your
Based
whole
off the evidence
every
that he brought to
internet
the conference.
pull up one clip of you talking about the extra books that you use to say
not
that.
extra
You
books,
used to say ain't nobody but me and you read this document that we reading right now.
Wait a minute. We all know that when they do conferences, yo, they have a book published
Man,
about it.
I'm only have to hear
Am I
some.
wrong
I
in
gotta
that?
hear something that's
No, you're
100
right.
before I relent.
Wait a minute.
I'm not gonna relent when you keep throwing fake shit.
Wait, no, what's that fake
Say
about?
something 100. You saying now I was talking about another set of books. Well, why was we reading this?
No, we're not talking about another set of books. We saying it whenever they have scientific conferences, yo, they publish books, yo. So you can go back and read it. It's
I'm
gonna
with
talk about
that.
the conference.
But you
That's
doing
all
what
I'm
Jabari
saying.
did yesterday. Jabari
Well, I
acting
wanna do
like
what Jabari did,
yesterday. Jabari referenced the new information. So, let me take that away because I don't want to slight the brother. What I'm trying to say, what you doing?
You
and
want to
actually,
slight me then? You don't
no,
wanna slight that
we
nigga.
talking. We speaking
You
directly.
want to slight me?
I'm not. Me and you are talking to each other. Jabari ain't here.
No,
that
you
would be
cut
a
me
slight.
off, though.
All right, go ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you is, yo, anybody that knows anything about scientific conference know they publish works on it. And I'm telling you that they published a work. You just looking at the document that's detailed.
Your argument getting weaker. You're getting weaker. I don't want to
It's
let
not
you talk.
weaker. You cut me.
You
off.
just
All
left
right, don't
from
let me
spending
talk.
us all over a document. Now you're talking about some
It's
other
in the
shit.
document where they talk about that.
So y'all
bro.
accept this type of shit? Why am I the only one refuting this type of actions? This is not personal between me and Bobby. Y'all letting this dude do some weak shit.
I'm not letting nothing go down. He keeps saying put a beat on. Put a beat on.
I got
but
the general
Cassidy
history of Africa book 2 up.
Cassidy said it.
Yo,
I don't care,
yo, this shit. I'm just trying to see because the argument has moved so far, and it seemed like we trying to. I think Chef made a great point earlier when he said people try to condense 3,000 years of history and ideas into a certain era. And I think we have to stop doing that. And that's why I respect Smash, because he let the documents speak for themselves. And that's what we have to do when we want to start talking about this thing called racism and race. We force this social construct and this idea of science into these ancient people minds. And these people wasn't thinking scientifically. These people was thinking about the land you were brought up in and those types of ideas. So if I could share my screen, I want to show something coming from a scholar who writes on this subject specifically. This is coming from a book I've been asking people to get for a long time. This is coming from Benjamin Isaac's book, Race, and this is coming from a paper that he wrote, Collective Degradation, Slavery and the Construction of Race. All right. And he's going to say a lot of things that a lot of us will attest to in the opening and all that. There appears to be a consensus that racism as such originates in modern times. Such is the thought, hold on, let me move this out the way so I can read it. Since it is thought not to be attested earlier, conventional wisdom usually denies that there was any race hatred in the ancient world. The prejudices that existed, so it is believed, were ethnic or cultural, not racial. In this paper, he shall discuss three topics. First, he shall argue that prototypes of racism were common in the Greco-Roman world. My second point will be to describe those close links between those forms of prejudice and ancient ideas about slavery. All right, so I'm going to just skip down to some things because there's some points that he pulls out. All right. Obviously, in classical antiquity, racism did not exist in the modern form of a biological determinism. Clearly, too, there was no systematic persecution of any ethnic group by another. However, he shall argue that it is justified to speak of early forms of racism or proto-racism as a widespread phenomenon in antiquity. All right, so let me skip down to right here.
Yeah, because I'm getting lost. So
no, because what I'm going to show right here. Because
but guess what? Hey, you know what? I don't need you to save me though, yo. Let's stay right there where we at.
No, I'm not saving you.
I don't need you to save you is because we're getting away from it. Seem like I get no. Do not help me, yo. I don't need no help.
No, he making another point.
Right, that another point takes us off of where niggas thought they had me. That's what that's doing. So for me, yo, I'm a motherfucking lion. You got to kill me. That halfway wounded shit don't work for me. Get me all the way out the fucking game. I'm for
I thought he was. I thought he was resetting and coming back tomorrow.
You're done.
But you didn't say he was resetting and coming back tomorrow, though.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get y'all to understand that.
All right, you cool. I just want everybody to hear that.
Well, let's hear what what he's trying to understand. Then I want to hear more from
I just wanted to make that. I just wanted to say that.
But what was Sabio? What you was trying to get us to understand?
All right, because apparently there's this argument and there's this idea that people did not judge people and call people black, brown, and other colors based off their land. And I'm showing you what we have to see is that they talk, and this is what they described. And that's what they use. So what Smash has been showing consistently that they was describing people in certain areas as black, and other areas they were being described as Asiatic or Negroid or Caucasoid or whatever you want to put it, whatever terms you want to put. They consistently use these terms to describe people, and they use other things such as the environment as one of the big determinants. That's why I went down to this place on environmental determinism. This is one of the earliest descriptions and usages of the environment to use to describe people. And you can read the whole document, and throughout it, you will see them describing people of Egypt with dark skin and Africa with dark skin and saying they're this way because of the sun. They're angry, they're hot-tempered, and all this. And other places, they're described as like the Asians is described as not spirited and but good rulers and shit, like it's different. So you just have to center the argument and stop forcing the social construct into ancient times, because when you force the social construct into ancient times, you muddy the water. Throw science out the conversation and just think about how those people were thinking, what they had to rely on.
And not to cut you off, they do it in the Bible. It's like they're pulling it from somewhere to put it in the Bible. They got racism all through there. They're distinguishing lineages all through there.
You have to pay attention to the right. They link it up, and you have to use all the ideas. You have to see the ideas that they use, and stop forcing what you want into the conversation.
Now I learned from all of y'all, everybody. I learned some from more, less than others. I learned a lot from Ankh, and I hope he learned a lot from me. I learned from Chef. I even learned from Corey. Sometimes I'll be like, okay, he laid out a good perspective.
Learn from Corey?
Yeah, I don't learn nothing about Kemet, but sometimes he might be talking about other things where I think it's useful to hear. What my point is, y'all don't really see me catch no L's when I'm talking about science, because I know that I might be setting myself up. One thing Bobby don't understand is how he's setting himself up in this conversation, because all of the material Diop used to espouse what the blackness of Kemet is what I fuck with every day. So dare you let your heart beat enough to think it's the time to make that challenge, and it will not end well. You're going to look bad. And what's going to happen is the world is going to get a whole lot more information about the Kemet you. Actually, it can be supported by modern day Egyptian grammar. So this why I don't do what you doing right now. I don't come on Sinetter and fight with you on some shit I know that you way more well versed than me when we get down to the nitty gritty. And that's one of the biggest mistakes happening right now.
I would say this too. We're always talking about black as a social construct. Don't forget white, Asian, all these other things are also social constructs. So if we're not going to use black,
that's why I said what I said. Bingo.
You did. And you're totally right. You can't keep throwing the other terms out and saying, oh, we're comfortable with these, and then not be comfortable in your own black skin when you're in Africa, talking about an African culture. The second thing, there's about 10 other books. I have 4 of them that destroy the information that came from the objectives to Sheikh Anta in the UNESCO symposium. So to be honest, and Corey and anybody else wearing a flip-flop, and you can respond, that's fine, my brothers. Real quick, you on video talking about Black African ancient Egypt. Then you turn around, you and my brother and Cozy, you talk about no Mediterranean, not black. So take the goddamn flip-flop off, my brothers, because I love y'all. Get the goddamn flip-flop off. Stop being on the wrong side of history concerning these things. You was on here the other day with me. The other day you said, can I change? God damn it, make the change. I'm going to play the Michael Jackson record, okay? Switch over to what it actually is. You watching me and Smash decipher this stuff. That we do this as a hobby, yes, but you watching us decipher the metal, that Chris on here deciphering this stuff with us, and we're coming to conclusions that are clear. Asar Imhotep and Ujao, if you're watching. And for those who don't know, yes, I'm the founder of this session because y'all keep asking. Yes, he knows that, we know that, with no biggie. You're over there copying people's books. And when you copy other people's books and then you put this information out, we're in trouble, especially if we go find ghost words in it. If you're going to do the work, because we want you to do the work, you do all right when you do the work. You got attention, Do the work right. Otherwise, you got this brother over here wearing a flip-flop because you're another arm of what? The Amin Ra squad. So if you're another arm of the Amin Ra squad, do the goddamn work correctly so he not standing on faulty foundations. Because today he got knocked off the bricks. And we ain't want to knock him off the bricks. Smash ain't trying to argue with him. Smash is always bigging up Ankh. Smash will mute me in 2 seconds for Ankh, because that's his brother. But me, as an information specialist and me getting down, I say, but Reggie, my brother. These is my brothers on here, but you know the corner I'm in. You know how I move. And so when he's standing on faulty information because you put it out, when you tried to debate Netanyahu with this garbage, now he's in trouble. So now he look funny. Give him a strong foundation. And Ankh, you can always use our goddamn foundation. Quit running to that pseudo nonsense that ain't holding. I told you this before on this particular topic. Go ahead, rip my head off if you like. Go ahead.
Nah, nigga, I ain't gotta do that. Yo, you one of them niggas that I done juke, right? Smash thought he had to tackle. Y'all don't. So I'm just going to, now I got to respond, yo, with quality, yo. So I'm good, nigga. I heard all that wild ass conversation, yo. I appreciate the wild conversation.
So let's say we on the YouTube streets, right?
Yeah, I'm
and we
standing all the way up, Smash.
Hold on.
As you cut me off,
so
same
Bobby,
way Son did. But I be wondering, like, nope. Hey, so check this out. Like, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna talk that talk and I'm gonna back it up. So since you think that ain't there, I just got to show you better. I can tell you. I'm saying the victory that you holding right now.
What ain't there?
Ain't
What are you
really
talking about? Just let me know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about that Diop's them got the brakes them beat off of them on that particular item, and ain't nothing wrong with that. And the fact you try to push that, okay, so then why
we looked all through that, and you just don't know. You need to read some books on something else, man.
See, y'all know what y'all doing.
You really trying to stay in that era, bro.
Y'all actually doing. I'm gonna tell you what y'all doing though. Y'all actually doing the constant. I was quiet, yo, and let y'all talk.
So you gonna get me later in these YouTube streets? I'm in your face right now, and you're gonna get me later
all day. Nah.
In the YouTube streets,
I don't like the way. No, but I don't like the control panel. Control panel.
But you been allowed to speak.
Nah, no, I haven't.
We went and read a whole book to find what you said was there.
That's not how that went. We didn't read the whole 90. No, that's not.
We read the whole part about what we was talking about, and this is the deal.
Manipulated. No.
It's all good, bro.
First of all, I was quiet though. All I'm saying is y'all actually spoke, and I was super quiet. As soon as I'm talking, now I got to deal with the back and forth. Y'all didn't have to deal with that. So I'd rather not do the back and forth and make my point. If I can't make my point right now, it's cool. If we celebrating early, that's cool. I'm not a hater. I'm participating, yo.
So you're going to maintain that Diop loss on the House of Consciousness or wherever you go? You're going to maintain that Diop loss and go work up and do some research to try to prove that?
I don't got to do no research to do that. All I got to do is
you definitely do because you can't find it. We're searching now, right? And you can't find it. So you have to research later.
So why are you trying to win so hard, though, Smash? I don't understand that.
Because I'm a winner, bro.
Okay, and so you're a winner. I'm a lion. And I'm always win.
Well, right now the winner's beating the lion.
I'm a win. Nah, you actually controlling the button a little bit.
I ain't pressed no buttons.
Yeah, you got the loud mic. You actually, you're handicapping right now. I'm not.
What's this shit called, y'all?
Hold on. You're handicapped.
This dude done had the whole time to do everything.
Nah, it's not true.
So look, just remember what we fighting over. You said Diop lost and you lost.
Took a big hold on now, niggas start talking about what Wu Jai did. What the fuck that got to do with anything? How he plagiarized the book and all that little wild. That was some wild comments the nigga just. How he
I didn't say none of that. That wasn't.
Yeah, but he said all that wild ass shit, and nobody corrected him on that shit. And as soon as I start talking in a general, now I get cut off. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not gonna get upset.
Hold on.
Separate conversation. Why don't you take that up with that man, nigga? So I'm not a sucker ass nigga. So you talking about Wu Jai without being there? It's some wild shit for me.
But if y'all talk at the same, everything. If y'all talk at the same time, it's gonna deteriorate. Up until now, we have been keeping it cool and not talking over each other.
We're not
we want to hear both of y'all. I'll go and then let's let him respond.
Right. What I'm saying is, yo, you did a 30-second soliloquy on how some group Wu-Ja took from you and you started, and that's all that, and how to book and information. Let me finish, nigga. Let me finish, nigga. Let me finish, nigga. Let me finish, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you, dog?
Oh, go ahead. Well, you from the house, so
nigga. I'm saying when you was quiet, saying all that ass backwards shit.
Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say anything. But okay, you might be telling like it is, nigga. But now you cut me off. What you scared of?
If you don't cut him off, he'll be able to finish. Then you'll be able to speak. Sorry, go ahead.
I ain't scared of nothing. Go ahead.
You acting like you scared. Now, my point is, you said all that wild ass shit having absolutely nothing to do with the conversation. So now I see you celebrating and fucking showboating, nigga. And what I'm saying, since you're a showboater, you're gonna get what showboaters get. You're able to back that shit up with the same energy, yo. The conversation ain't over with, nigga. It ain't as easy as you think it is. You out there. Now, so I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna find what I need to find when I get in my house, regardless if I can do it right now in this particular second and moment. I understand the whole goddamn material. Completely understand. So I don't gotta argue about that right now. So Asar, all that shit you said was just some old wild, hateful shit from back in the day or something, yo. Now that man ain't here to protect himself, but you running that shit. And I'm saying, for me, that's wild, nigga. You got me right now. Get me, nigga. Don't get everybody else. Get me. I'm here. Get me, nigga. But you can't, so you got to spread that shit to everybody else. The Amara Squad. I don't want to hear that backhanded comment about the fucking Amara Squad shit. I don't want to hear that shit, nigga, because you couldn't do it. You couldn't put together some shit like that. In your wildest dreams, you couldn't do it. If you dreamed it, you couldn't do it. So knock it off with all that shit, nigga. Don't get it twisted about where Smash at. Me and Smash always had these type of goddamn conversations. Y'all just ain't heard this shit live. Get out of here with that old clown ass shit you doing, yo. Get that shit right. We gonna find Wu-Ja, nigga, and we gonna hear you keep that same fucking energy on how you started this group and did all that wild ass fake internet shit. Yo, knock it off, dog. Stay with me, nigga, at the Cairo Symposium. Leave them niggas alone.
I just want to say for the audience, bro, that like you're reframing the conversation as though you didn't make a claim. Feel to bring the evidence. Hold on. And then, all right.
No, that's cool, though. Keep that thought set. I want to hear that thought. Let's hear from Asar.
Yeah, so real quick, Ujao going to tell you the same damn thing. So when he say, yeah, he started it because he already did it on the show.
Man, why are we talking about that, though? Hold on.
No.
I ain't about to madjai for Ujahu right now, but what's going on? How did we get to talking about Ujahu?
I don't know why he tripping, but since he mentioned it, I mentioned it.
No, you mentioned it, nigga. You mentioned that shit, not me. I'm comfortable in having a good I love a strong conversation.
All right, yeah. Someone suggested that we change the format a moment ago because we got to a point where it's hard to hold ourselves. We're going to hear from Bobby Banger finish, and then let's hear back from Asar.
I enjoy
y'all two.
I enjoy your conversation when it get hard, yo. That's fun for me, yo. It's not no fun just stepping on everybody. It's fun to be able to have to, precisely go get that. What exactly are you talking about? Slow it down. I enjoy that level, yo. That's a level we have maintained for 15 years, Smash, to tell you. So don't be dismayed. So let's continue this conversation right there. You don't got to showboat, yo. Stay right there. That's all you got to do. Get off of everybody else that's been around me, yo. I feel like you're attacking them and they can't defend themselves. So let's keep the cordial conversation. Nobody's mad at you, but that's a little weak. Deal with me. Deal with the Egyptians being black, because that's what you maintain. Deal with that. And deal with File Banger and them coming up with a whole new language. Deal with that, because that's what that document is talking about. And none of that shit got through. Because we can go to the Met Museum and we can see what got through. So that's okay. We good right now. I'm having fun at the highest levels. You stay right there, sir. Enjoy yourself, bro. You barely get these moments, nigga. But we all know that nobody in academia is actually saying that African Americans are Egyptians and Egyptians is some black race that's been black from the beginning to end. Guess what? We all know that. And we know there is no such thing as Negro Egyptian or black Egyptian. We all know that. So I'm never going to lose this conversation when it goes right there. I'm done.
See, it's a lot better when we let each other get our bars off. And so we're going to now, I'm going to ask, Asar and Ka to come off mute. And you got the floor till you finish. And everyone else should be able to speak like that. So go right ahead.
Absolutely. So once again, let me make this clear, because there is no attack on Ujao. Ujao is my brother. We ain't got no problems. I'm the founder. If you didn't know, check yourself in. I did that a long time ago in a hangout room. Call your brother Kansu, my brother. If you wasn't familiar with the situation, the reason I brought it up is because Sister Gina and some of the Sister Yolanda, they was asking. And then they had questions concerning. So if you didn't know, check yourself in today. If you just were born today on it, if you today news old on it, let me give you two other rundowns since you didn't know. Just because I'm just saying what it is, because I've been around for a long time. I ain't worried about no weak accolades. You don't know how I get my real accolades. When it comes to the dark side, which is why I hopped on with Lex, I started that too. So when you shot at my brother, even though he was caught scamming, which is why I brought him back his dark side, I had to get on you about that too, because you was wrong about the word endemic the other night. Now you family, you know we just shooting the stuff because it's just discussions. So it's not, don't feel like it's no hatred or nothing like that. You're not in no cage and no ring with me. I don't take it personal. I'm just letting you know what it is. So if you had it mixed up, tangled, and twisted, let's untangle it now. I am who I said I am. It's always been like that. So the second part of this conversation is you're going to run to that same UNESCO conference. I got other information in the bag concerning Kim. Plus, we already see this in Sir Alan Gardner's, from it saying the black land in all the dictionaries, from it saying Kemet to you in all the dictionaries, from Asar Imhotep when I had to check him in previously about what? African spirituality creating science. Now it's a colloquial term around here. So it's not me tooting my own horn. I'm just letting you know past conversations when y'all was disrespecting the young cat Netchaneb in the little discussion, talking about, oh, no, it can't be, he got that wrong. He ain't messed nothing up. He had it right then, and it's right now, and it's still right today, and we read it today. You was wrong about Sheikh Antijoke, and you on video flip-flopping. I'm telling you, stand on your foundation. And I'm telling them, because I told them at that time, get your foundation right. Don't be over here copying books, calling it black scholarship. Go rewrite the book so we get some real scholarship, because you rely on them for certain things because that's your family. So don't get mad when you rely on Smash for certain things because that's your family. I help Smash on certain things. Smash help me on certain things. Me and Reggie it's a collaboration, brother. Ain't nobody attacking you. Don't get no feelings. You don't want to scream and put a beat on Freeway. Cassidy already spoke to you. I ain't tripping. I ain't dragging you through the dirt. I'm just letting you know when the foundation is shaky, get off the goddamn structure before you fall down on it. That's it. That's all. No more, no less. Go ahead, fam.
All right, thank you for those words. Now, if anybody want to speak, raise their hands, and I remember the order was Set, Imhotep, Sabio, then Corey. So Set, you got the floor.
Yeah, I was trying to highlight that the framing of this conversation that we have now about the source is kind of disingenuous to me, because the claim was made that he got beat up at the conference. And now the elder brother Ankh is saying that he gonna show it tomorrow. Now, it doesn't mean that he's wrong that they got beat up, but it means that you should, at least to me, it means that you shouldn't be maintaining that stance without the evidence to back up your claim. And I feel like that's where we're going wrong right now. Because as you've been saying, Brother Smash, that we went through the document that that he brought us to, and it's not saying what he said it's saying. So instead of necessarily like, I don't know, maybe that's just how I would approach it. Instead of necessarily like going down so hard that, I'm right and you niggas is wrong and you're celebrating too early or whatever. It's just like, bro, I'm gonna bring it tomorrow, like you said. I'm gonna bring it tomorrow and we can have this argument again tomorrow, That's it for me.
I was just saying I had
you got me muted out.
I had everybody muted out because when everybody start talking over each other, I just did it. So if you want to say something, we're gonna do the raise your hand thing, but you can go right now.
So there's a couple documents that's dealing with the symposium, and the one we read is one of them, and the books that was produced out of the symposium. It's all part of the symposium, right? And so now we saying if it don't come from that exact paper, because you got all the arguments in there, right? You can tell where the whole board end up going in that paper. So you're saying if I don't get the exact one from the paper, then I'm wrong. But they organize it in the literature, the book that they wrote dealing with the conference. So what do we like at a certain point? Like, I don't even understand people saying that if you don't get it from that paper, I'm getting it from the conference though. The conference produced several documents. There's no denying that. And the fact that we trying to make it seem like that I don't know what I'm talking about because I ain't get it, you don't hear that exact statement made in that paper. But what about the rest of the papers that was produced out of the conference? Like, I can't even believe we once I realized what everybody was trying to do, like the brothers just spoke, brother, they produced several documents from that conference. We have to know this. Diop's wrote in both documents. It's there for us to read. I'm not making this up. I'm not that damn delusional. So since we want to go in Technicolor, which is cool, right? I'm a fine. We read the document. We read how they refuted a lot of the stuff in there about certain things, about how the word black didn't mean black people. And then we act like we didn't read that. And then we act like that doesn't count towards him losing the count. When I use the word beat up, I'm simply meaning lost that argument. So maybe I'll change my choice of words and everybody will feel better. He lost that argument. Does that sound better to y'all? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. As viewers saw, I got you, bro. So now you just started everybody's shit. You wild for that right there. You extraordinarily wild for that. You done started to Shawshu. You done started to black. Like, who are you? If not for Smash's platform, we wouldn't even know you, dog. So you talking reckless right now. You making up shit and you wild. You've been a pseudo from the beginning and you're going to end up a damn pseudo. I'm done, man. I'm going to get back to my day, yo, and I'm going to get that. I'm going to get what y'all think I don't got. That's what I'm going to do. I love the conversation, yo. And no, I don't think you greasy or trying to fight me. No, I don't. We just having a good, healthy conversation, building a platform where I always got a fucking home at. I'm good with this all day, every day. But I can show you why I'm God killer better than I can tell.
Word up. So then let's get back to that order. There was, I think it was, Set said his piece. I think you got to wait for the next time. So we're going to go Sabio and then Corey. And then
let Corey go because I'm looking for something in my source. So let Corey go.
Okay. Corey, if you got your mic, yeah.
Is Ankh still on here?
You want to go back and forth? I'm gonna ask Ankh to open his mic. You want me to ask him to open his mic?
I just wanted, open up Ankh's mic. Because I just wanted to say to I wanted to say to you,
you gotta open your mic. If Corey wants you to open your mic.
I said, bro, you can't wear the jacket of the gangbangers and put the bandana in your back pocket and wear your hat to the side like the gangbangers wear, right? But then say, no, I'm not a gangbanger, but you hang out with the gangbangers, though. That's what I've been telling you. And the problem is, what you run into is the things that you've been enabling are the things that come back to you.
Hold on, dog. Your phone dying. Maybe move the position of your phone or something. Yeah, you was dying out on us. But the last thing we heard you say was something about enabler coming back to bite you. That was when you cut out. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was a loud rice burner car by me. But yeah, so what me and Shepard was telling him about those things that's coming back to that he got to fight against is the pushing of those scholars that's been debunked already. Now, you can say, well, he's in the museum and this and that and the other, and that's fine. And we understand that. I know he in the museum or whatever, but the thing is, when you're trying to make a point, we have more up-to-date information from more up-to-date scholars. So now you find yourself fighting Diops and Dr. Ben and what they push. You know what I'm saying? Because of the enabling and shit like that. That because of the thing, because of you've been pushing Diops and Dr. Ben. And these people are coming with Diops and Dr. Ben's information. Now you find yourself fighting against that. See what I'm saying? That's all I have to say, though. But go ahead.
Word up. Thanks for the input from Corey. I think it goes to Sia Sabi already. Then we're going to go to Compton and Asar M. Ka. And then once the hands is down, I'm going to open it back up for everybody.
Yeah, I'm ready. So can I share my screen real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to be reading from Airs, Waters, Places. All right. And there's two places I want y'all, and they're going to be talking about the differences in Asia and Egypt and Libya. All right, so if y'all can see my screen, right here, say 16. So much, oh, I didn't mean to do that. So much for the differences of constitution between the inhabitants of Asia and Europe. The small variations of climate to which the Asiatics are subject, extremes of both heat and cold being avoided, account for their mental flabbiness and cowardice as well. They are less warlike than Europeans and tamer of spirit, for they are not subject to those physical changes and the mental stimulation which sharpen tempers and induce recklessness and hot-headedness. Instead, they live under varying conditions, where there are always changes. Men's minds are roused so that they cannot stagnate. And this is just going to show you that these people, what I'm showing is that they weren't, this whole idea of science wasn't prominent in their mind. They're using the things that they were able to see from people to draw their conclusions. Such things appear to me to be the cause of the feebleness of the Asiatic race, but a contributory cause lies in their customs, for the greater part is under monarchical rule. When men do not govern themselves and are not their own masters, they do not worry so much about warlike exercises as about not appearing warlike, for they do not run the same risk. The subjects of a monarchy are compelled to fight and to suffer and die for their masters, far from their wives, their children, and friends. All right, so let's see. Deeds of prowess and valor redound to the advantage and advancement of their masters, while their own regard is danger and death. Moreover, such men lose their high spiritedness through unfamiliarity with war and through sloth, so that even if a man be born brave and of stout heart, his character is ruined by this form of government. A good proof of this is that the most warlike men in Asia, whether Greeks or barbarians, are those who are not subject races, but rule themselves and labor on their own behalf. Running risks only for themselves, they reap for themselves the rewards of bravery and or the penalties of cowardice. You will also find that the Asiatics differ greatly among themselves, some being better and some worse. This follows from the variations of climate to which they are subject, as I explained before. Okay, such then is my opinion of Egypt and Libya. I will now discuss the area to the northeast of as far as Lake Maeotis, for this is the boundary between Europe and Asia. The people inhabiting these regions differ among themselves than those discussed previously on account of the changeability of the weather and the nature of the terrain. And what is true of the soil is true of the men. Where the weather shows the greatest and the most frequent variations, there the land is wildest and most uneven. You will find mountains, forests, plains, and meadows. Let me skip down. Some men's characters resemble well-wooded and watered mountains. Some men's characters resemble well-wooded and watered mountains, others a thin and waterless soil, others plains or dry bare earth. Climates differ and cause differences in character. The greater the variations in climate, so much the greater will be differences in character. I will leave out the minor distinctions of the various races and confine myself to the major differences in character and custom which obtain among them. First, the macrocephaly. No other race has heads like theirs. The chief cause and this is talking about the head lengthening of a. So I'm gonna skip through this.
One more minute.
All right. So
I just said that because I'm not limiting your time, but it was turning the readership. So yeah.
So I'm done. So all I wanted to show was that to better, so people can better understand how these people, because that's what we have to do to better have these conversations about ancient times. You have to understand the things they were using to draw their conclusions. We can't throw science in there because science wasn't something they was able to use at that time. So to say that race is a social construct that developed with scientific racism would be false, because they was already drawing these conclusions about people and their climate and the lands and the places they were on, and they were applying them to specific peoples in these areas.
Hey, see, this is what I don't do, man. I don't do hate trains. My chat gotta know the type of dude I am. Nigga, me and Unc we tied in. So just cause you might see somebody getting scraped over here, cause that's how I get down, don't mean that we could form no type of hate train on my time or on my watch. I don't even fuck with it like that in no regard. I don't even like people hating on the people I smash out. I didn't like y'all making Ujahu and them feel a certain type of way. So that ain't what we doing. Golly, cut it out. Anything we gotta talk about, we can discuss and y'all can listen. I don't need no like no support from other people. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy, yo.
Yeah.
I was wondering why he doing it though.
I'm hold on real quick. I'm gonna let everybody can unmute themselves. Go right ahead, Aunt.
I'm just saying, man, I'm not gonna sit up here and talk about, people and what I started and like, come on, yo. There's no way you could prove the shit you saying without them people being on here to do that, man. And then you throw Ned and Nab in the ring and say we dog talks. I never talk shit about Ned and Nab. That's my motherfucking man in real life, yo. We got real life experience together.
Yeah, I fucks
real life experience together, bro. I'm talking about real
man, I
shit.
fucks with Ned and Neb and I introduced him to you. Well, here's one thing. He went on that foolish page and said something about me, and that's the only time I ever said something about him. But he know he take that back. He shouldn't have did that. But let's keep it moving.
Right, that's facts. And but the point I want to make here is that I know the nigga in real life. I've been to his hood. He been in my hood. He been in the cookouts. Everybody know where we come from. Tested and proven. No halfway shit. No internet shit. No, you're a tough guy. You're a sucker guy. I know the nigga for real, yo. I know the niggas he ran with, yo.
That's good.
And vice versa. So for you to act like somebody duck, man, we was talking about information.
Well,
like, Ned, my man, yo, like we going to the museum together.
Yeah, you blowing it out of proportion.
That's my man. No, I'm not. You made it seem. No, listen, nigga, why you always talk when other people talking, nigga? But if I'm lying, nigga, let me lie. If I'm lying, let me lie. If I'm lying, let me lie, bro. And then correct the lie, yo. It's very simple, yo. You real jumpy. I'm saying I don't like the way you came on here and brought up Nab name, yo. Like me and this nigga don't got real shit. Cops and robbers, niggas, real guns, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? You halfway right now. So I can disagree with Ned and Nab. Ned and Nab can disagree with me. It's just scholarship, yo. I can disagree with you. It's just scholarship, but the other underlying shit, I'm just saying I'm not understanding that. You don't got to drive the wedge, yo. Like, I don't understand that. Just be writing your information, yo. That's what we doing. We having fun, yo. Sometimes you get shot, sometimes you don't with the scholarship, yo. I'm in the battle. I expect to get wounds, yo. That don't mean I'm a cuss you out and be mad at you for real and see you and punch you in your mouth. I'm not doing that. That's not real. So I don't like the real wedge you tried to throw in there with my brother Ned and Neb, yo. Like, I met Ned and Neb through Smash. Yo, check out this young nigga right here, yo. Check this out. Yo, check this book out. I got that from him. He from Baltimore, yo. So that shit has never changed. Whether we agree with scholarship, whether Smash think I specifically had the document in place. So what? We go through this. For 15 years, we've been through this, yo. And I'll be damned if a pseudo come around with some half shit, act like he put some shit together that you ain't proved. I'ma sit and listen to you, nigga. I want to know how you set up the dark side. I want to know how you set up the all that shit. If you're right, I'm saying, yeah, he really did, yo. So you seem to be the man behind the scene of all the fucking pseudoisms, huh? So you the man I got to finish off then. I told you, Smash, get that shit together. Let me go get this nigga. I told you that. So since he started the dark side with the pseudo group of individuals, right? Then nigga, I need to see you. You the leader, huh? The hidden leader. Let me see you, Asar, the astronomer that found astronomical finds. All that shit you said out your mouth is on tape, yo. You did all these things, right? You misinformation about the Hiscos. Really, yo, we can see each other, yo. You know what it is, yo. Like I'm chomping at the bits for you, yo. Down on that hill, bro. But keep the information, yo. Don't be start talking about my friends that you think I'm mad at and beefing with, yo. Don't do that, yo. Not around me, yo.
All right, so number one, you the only one turning it into fight league, fight club around here. We strictly talking and discussing. And second of all, I don't care about going back this, that, the other. We talking about the scholarly discussion that him and Asar Imhotep had, which is on YouTube, which you're on there being pseudo about. You keep flip-flopping in the damn discussion. So kill the fight league talk. Hey, accolades mean nothing. All right, like I said, they know who I am. You can see me on the UFC. All right? So I ain't worried about that fight talk shit. We're not doing that. You are brother, which I already said. You and Netchaneb in an argument, that's a discussion you having with your damn self. We said you disagreed with him on the video, and you did. You was declaring the Imhotep champ. You ain't heard of me. I never heard of you till my man Seti start talking about you. And I know you ain't like Seti. You always had the hate for him because he had the attention. So I know who the hater is. I'm just sitting back watching you. As far as the other stuff, the hangout is still up. All you got to do is call Ujao on the phone. You're like, yeah, he started it. And then we did this. And he was like, yeah, do this. And they went and did it. It ain't no question. Ujao wasn't even a first member. It was Setep and Ra. And you acting like you unfamiliar with me, like I don't know your man Amin in Maryland. We ain't got to talk about how Abju where it got started and the questions he was asking me, because that hangout is up too. So I'm telling
the
you.
What? Hold on, the what, yo? Hold on, yo, the what?
It ain't your turn.
What, nigga? Hold on, yo. The what? Nah.
It ain't your turn. It ain't your turn. It ain't your turn.
Nigga? Nah, nigga, you said you bringing in my business.
Hold up,
how I get started, nigga? Nigga, fuck all them rules, nigga. What you say about my business? How I get started, nigga? We want to hear that. We want to hear how my business got started.
On the line too.
No, we want to hear how my business got started.
You make a lot of stuff up.
You acting like he don't know.
No, we want to hear how my business got started right now, yo.
Because I've been I was on Blog Talk Radio.
Now I know you's a liar.
12 and all that.
Yeah,
so
now I know you're a liar now, nigga. Now I know you're a liar now, nigga.
So I'm gonna keep talking, nigga. Finish what I said.
I can mute myself, nigga. What about my business? I want to hear about my business.
How you get it off of Alibaba ass? So mute yourself for 2 hot seconds, because Amin called me about 3 times, and I ain't gonna embarrass you like that. Cause you
who, nigga? I don't even know no fucking Amin.
Did you say you was gonna press the mute button? We'll get to you in a minute. Right now, the rundown.
No, embarrass me, nigga. Right now,
the rundown is going down. Put the mute on.
Embarrass me, nigga. See, that's my point. You keep throwing that backhanded shit in it. What about my business, nigga? Got started? How I get started, nigga?
Who was you asking for Alibaba questions? Who was you asking where to get the materials and stuff from, huh?
What the fuck is you talking about right now?
How was he getting that with the shirts? Because I had that Kush Empire gear on. And it's still up on my.
What is this nigga talking about? Nigga, you
out your damn mind. Don't.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This sound like a lot of hate going on right now.
It don't sound like hate. It just sounds like people talking people's business.
But look, he say anything about any topic, yo.
Your damn self talking about, they can't be black.
But I thought it was about the information, and you know what happened when Unc got cut? That's what it turned into this.
Exactly. Well, let me finish, because I ain't done. So let me be very clear. Ujao wasn't even the first member. That's my brother. Still, I don't disrespect Ujao. That's my brother.
Ujao was about the 5th member. Setepenra was the 1st member. And then 2 other cats he knew was on there. And then I think it was one more person. Then Ujao, he said, yo, you know this brother Ujao? We was both battling G-Con. He said, yo, you know Ujao? And he introduced us. Setepenra was the member. They was guardians of Ma'at. They wasn't no Seshu Ma'ani Medinecha. When I said, yo, you're a Sesh, Ujao said, okay, if that's a good thing, yeah, I'll take that. That's what he said. And then I said, Rani Kemet. And they said, okay. Then they dug it up after I showed it to them. Then we started to move. I was the only Sesh. So if you don't know the history, don't open your mouth on it, because you don't. You in the dark. You've been in the dark. When it come to the other one, it was me, Consul, and Lex jumping on Michael Edwards in the chat room. He was threatening to call the police on us over scholarship. Garfield know that. And I don't even mess with Garfield, but Garfield know this. I said, I'm the Sith, blah, 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 blah. Then I called him the Sith Lord. Then I said, you're going to be the Emperor. Then I named Consul. Then we ran with Sith. Then we ran as the dark side. Then we grabbed more people.
What are you talking about?
So all this time, Uncle get that information to
so you can know.
Sheikh Andy Diab wrong.
Yeah, but so you can know.
No,
so you
that's some coach bill. What's coach shit you talking about?
So I'm giving it to him. You getting the history. So since
Smash,
you asked,
where you at,
now
Smash?
you know. Huh?
Wait, you went into like 12 different.
That's what he asked for. He asked who started the dark side and who started the sesh. You getting the history of the book. Why you mad about it if you asking for it?
George Lucas started the dark side, motherfucker. That's who started the dark side. George
from
Lucas.
George, because George was strong enough to hold it. Look,
yo, I saw playing. I saw playing, y'all.
I saw playing, yo.
Yeah,
but
that shit went crazy, yo.
That's what I'm telling you. So if you don't know, now you know how these groups are started.
It ain't no way in the fucking world that niggas are arguing about Alibaba at this point in time, bro. Like
Yeah,
y'all
niggas talking about everywhere Alibaba.
We arguing about pseudo-isms, I guess.
Hold on, all that. Hey, Asar, all right, you made your whole point, Asar. All I'm asking you is, what am I flip-flopping on? Because you said it too many times now. I want to know what I'm flip-flopping on about Netanyahu, about the Egyptians being black. I want to know. Then I want to know, what about how my business started, my nigga? Then I want to correct you on motherfucking Sarah, stupid motherfucking SETI. Unbeknown to your wild ass nigga, I had a blog talk video show.
Why you just bring up?
Because he hates
Sarah. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, yo. Let me finish my point. Sarah Steady nigga needed my platform, which was on Blog Talk Radio, nigga. Sarah Stupid Steady needed to come to my motherfucking cable goddamn show. Motherfucking Black Acres of fucking Atlanta, my nigga. That nigga had no show. That nigga wasn't even touring then, my nigga. Me and this nigga came together on Liberation Unit, my nigga. So, nigga, that nigga, I never gave a fuck about how popular nigga was. And the reason I never gave a fuck about how popular nigga was, because I had a pocket full of motherfucking dope money, you dumbass nigga. So all that old crazy ass shit never meant nothing to me. Who was more popular? I'm a getting money nigga. So I never cared about popularity. I just wanted to give something back to my fucking people, nigga. Now, so all that, I'm jealous of, how the fuck I'm be jealous of the internet, nigga? Never would be. Matter of fact, I always supported that nigga until we got fighting over science, you wild ass coon from the moon that came to Earth. Now, shut the hell up, nigga. Answer some fucking questions, because you on the hot seat now, nigga. What about my fucking business that you got started, nigga? What about that shit, my nigga?
And this is why Kemet failed.
Who was you asking?
Everybody shut the hell up.
Who was you at? They don't know.
I hear about you and my goddamn business, my nigga. I'm listening to you, nigga. Don't get it wrong, nigga, because I'm going to cuss your wild ass out. Now, not on this show, but I got you. Get that shit right, nigga. What about my business?
You still wrong about the origin of COVID-19 also.
Hey, nigga, why don't you just be quiet? Why is you talking all day? But why you get in the middle of that shit? Why is you getting in the middle of that shit? I want to hear.
Because you talking about emotional stuff instead of talking about information.
Nigga, I'm not emotional, you wild ass nigga. Now you're a wild ass nigga. I'm not emotional.
I'm not wild because you're emotional.
He emotional.
Nigga, I'm not emotional, nigga. I'm talking loud, nigga.
Now, I'm telling you who I started.
This is why I'm an Israelite.
I want to know about
my Squad is doing this. Pseudo killers is doing that.
I want to know about my business, yo. Don't talk about
nothing else. But now he mad because he asked me a question.
Do not do the pseudo. What about my business that I'm
You
embarrassed
pseudo,
about?
B.
I was
Started
thinking
my
about
shit.
becoming a
I'm
comedic,
the
but after
guard you've
saying
been
that,
trying to kill
I'm
the whole
staying an
time.
Israelite.
Why is y'all
I'm the
doing
guard
that, yo?
you've been
I'm
trying to
asking
kill the
this
whole
man
time. That's
about
what
my
you need to know.
business that
This
he
is the
quote
guard
unquote
that you're
started.
talking to.
What
You
about
trying to
my
kill.
business, nigga?
This the guard you trying to
But
kill.
this
That's
is
what
not
you
my
need to
art.
know.
Man, I don't
And you
care
try
about
to
no
kill me
wild
because
ass man.
everything
I
you
want to
do,
know what about my business, dog.
I've been
That you
around.
ran your fucking mouth about, my nigga. What about my business you want to embarrass me about? About the abju? What about that, yo?
Didn't I just check you on it? Who was you asking for the
Nigga, check me
Alibaba?
on it, nigga. What about it,
Who I
bro?
just
Don't
checked
do
you
this.
on it? Who was you
I
asking
told
for
my
the
Israelites,
Alibaba?
all we gotta
Answer
do
the
is step
question.
back.
I just
Answer
wanted
the
to
question.
I just wanted to say that Alibaba is a app is for everybody. It's a website. Like what the
He didn't know about it, and you didn't know
Kyle,
about it.
I never
Because you
asked this
agreed
nigga.
to do it
Kyle,
argument
yourself.
I've
The
ever heard
scripture
on
is
the
to app ass
internet.
down. Because the
This,
dude
this
that was
is
talking about it, he wasn't here.
nah.
Hey,
You a guard here.
What
Why?
you have
You
on
a
science,
guard here.
technology,
Right now, we
engineering,
having a discussion.
mathematics.
I don't care
I'm
about your pseudo.
I'm gonna
Now,
Hey,
find that out the
Kyle.
damn time
now,
on
Hey,
Google, yo.
hey,
this
Like,
nigga's
Kyle.
mad
Don't
because
leave.
this nigga
you
went
was
to a
calling
Keenan.
website.
Armin. Nah, you was
How
over
you
there
Hey,
mad
calling
that he
Kyle.
went
Armin.
to
You're
a
over here arguing
website,
about
bro?
How is he
dead mummies, and
producing
the white
himself?
man is taking over in technology.
How is
What
he
happened to
producing
science,
himself?
technology,
That's what you was
engineering, and
Come
asking.
on with that
mathematics?
shit, Jay.
How
This
he
is the
producing
silly
that
shit right
gear?
now.
When I
This
pulled
is
out,
fucking
when I
crazy,
pulled
yo.
out
Hey,
the
Kyle,
metal
you hear
nexus,
this shit?
These
hold
niggas
up,
is
hold
nuts,
on.
Hey,
bro.
JJ, why you
Look,
just trying to be
look.
heard, though? Yo, what's your point, though,
It's a picture.
Jay?
It's a picture,
Yo,
B.
why y'all let that
You
man
see me
make
right
up
here?
some shit? I've
Look,
never got nothing from
it's a
Alibaba,
old,
bro.
it's a
Bro,
old,
I
it's
never
a
got
old,
nothing.
it's an old picture. I'm wearing this coat with all this metal nature on.
Don't nobody care,
Old
bro. I'm
leather
be honest
coat.
with
I
you.
mean,
Don't
what do you
nobody
do?
I
care.
had
Hey,
Like
that
what?
yo,
on
don't run. Asa.
because you lying. Because you
Don't
lying,
nobody
and I
care
don't
though,
play
bro. You
that.
gotta understand
So
that.
Asa.
Like
now,
you gotta,
Why is
nah,
everybody getting
okay.
in the middle of this
So
right
I
now?
tried
We
to
gotta
dead it. So dead it,
His
because you
personal
know I
shit is
know.
nigga,
Don't
what
even
boring.
play.
about my business or
Dead it.
why are you doing this, nigga?
You asking me? Stop
Why you causing
asking me.
yourself
I
to
done
get
gave
your
you the
bitch
card.
ass beat
Take
up,
your
nigga?
goddamn
Why you
card and
doing it,
sit
nigga?
down
Hey,
somewhere.
nigga,
That's
check
why.
this out. Now it's personal, nigga, because you running. You made a wild ass statement to the rest of the world.
I'm
Now I
running
want to
at
know
you.
what
Look at me.
about my business that you
I'm
did for
running
me,
at
nigga?
you. Yeah, I'm dotting you. You was calling Ahmed asking him, where is he getting the joint from? Where is he getting the clothes from? Where is he getting the joint? I did not tell him for a while. And then he called me, he said, man, Unc keep asking me. I said, Unc a good dude. Tell him go to the Alibaba
What the hell you
joint.
talking about right now?
You a biter.
Call
Are you
Consu up.
serious, nigga?
Call Consu up. Matter of fact,
Who the fuck is Consul? Who you talking about?
Ngozi. Call Consu right now. Ngozi.
I
Y'all
ain't
know
never
you
asked no
listening.
damn
Get
Consul.
with
You talking
Consu
about?
right now.
You
Tell
talking
him come
about
on the
Timo
show.
Cyrus? Hold on,
Why
yo.
you
You talking
over
about
here?
Timo? Yo,
Timo
you
say
talking
he
about
love
Timo
you.
Cyrus?
He love
Yo,
you.
why is you
He
trying to
love you, but
overtalk
I'm
me?
gonna tell you what it
Yo,
is.
why
Because
is
I
you
love you.
doing
You
this, yo,
need this
nigga?
tough
Check
love
this
because
out,
you
nigga.
bumping your gum.
Hey,
Like
check
you
this
don't
out,
know.
nigga. Hey, yo, consider yourself a bitch ass nigga from this point forward, and I kicked it off just like
I'm
that.
the daddy. You the
You don't want
mammy.
to talk, nigga. Since
You
you
the
don't want to
mammy.
be honest
You the
and
old
had a
girl.
real
You the mama.
conversation,
I'm the
you's a
daddy.
bitch
I'm
ass
bald.
nigga to me, nigga. Since you don't really want to talk, yo, since you want to play this wild ass pseudo game, ring around a Rosie, Consul or Timo Cyrus, that nigga ain't never gave me no goddamn nothing for no. What are you talking about, dog?
No
Yo,
Hebrew
keep
Israelite
You
would
was
act like
he
that.
was
You
over
talk
there
over here,
calling
yo.
my man Ahmed. Shout
And
out
he
to my
don't know
man
what to
Ahmed in
do.
Maryland. He used to call Ahmed on a
It
regular
seemed like
basis,
he
like,
mad.
yo, how is he getting
It
the
seemed
clothes?
like
Where he
he
getting it
mad.
from?
JJ,
Blah blah blah
hold
Ahmed
blah.
up,
from
It seemed
Maryland,
like
JJ.
he
nigga.
He
What are
talking
hating
you
about
on you.
talking about, nigga?
wholesaling stuff
It seemed like
Nigga,
that
I
in the
nigga
got a
back.
hate that.
direct. I
It
got a
seemed like
direct
this nigga's hating at
connect.
this point.
Nigga,
Is
what are
you
you
can't,
talking
but
about,
them
yo?
handouts is still up. So watch what you you say.
What do you know? I don't give a
Watch
fuck
what
about
you
nothing.
say.
Shut up, nigga. What are you talking about right now?
Yo,
Nobody
I
this
already
is
told you
your
what I was talking
he
about.
want
You don't comprehend
$200 in
anything,
royalties.
so
Bro.
useless to talk to you about it because you don't understand nothing we tell you. Now I done
No,
told
we
you
talking
3
about
times.
my business,
I
nigga. I
started
don't want
the
to talk
chat.
about nothing else
That's
from
not
this
a
point
big deal.
forward when I'm
Because your
dealing with you,
ass
nigga. I
is
want to
on the
know what
table.
about my
I
business
started
that
the
you
dark
started, nigga?
side.
What
It's not
about
a
my
big
business
deal.
that I invested
But
my
you asked,
hard-earned
so
money
I
in,
had
nigga?
to
What
tell
about
you.
that,
Now,
yo?
every time you say I'm a
No,
Ross
I
squad
don't
or
want to
pseudo
talk
killer
about
this and
no
blah, 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 blah,
Amara
we don't
Squad
want to hear
shit.
that
Fuck the
dumb
Amara
mess
Squad.
because
Fuck
we
the
don't
pseudo
care
killers.
about your
I don't want to
bragging.
talk about none of that. I want to talk about
Then
my
what you
business that you
talking
talking
about?
about right now, nigga. And I'm
Well,
not
let's talk
emotional,
about
nigga.
it. Does the
I
word
want
10
the
mean
world to
black?
know you're a
Yes or
lying
no?
ass nigga.
Do you
What
agree
Can we
with
about
get
my
some
I'm the
business,
Ross?
scholarship?
sir?
Yes or no? That's what's on the table. Quit running from it. You already
Yo,
got
can
your
we
butt
get back to
beat.
the
Scholarship.
Your
scholarship?
booty already red and
Nah,
This
nigga,
bleeding.
I don't want
personally
to talk
Now
him.
about that.
answer the real
Nope,
question.
I don't
We
want to
get
talk
some
about that,
You
yo.
better
scholarship.
act like
Nah.
you know the real Asar. That's why
Nigga,
they
I
was
don't want
calling
to
him
talk
the fake
about no real
Asar
Asar, nigga.
because
I
I'm
want
the
to talk about
real
my
one.
business, Asar.
You don't know what you're
Asar.
talking about.
Skating the saw. What about a nigga from Maryland? I'm from Maryland, nigga. I don't know a fucking thing from Maryland, nigga. What about my business, nigga?
This example right here is why I'm an Israelite. This is embarrassing.
JJ, not
Hey, JJ, you just adding shit to the thing on purpose, JJ. You actually letting that man. Hey, JJ, you actually let that man do
being an
that.
Israelite and become a Kemetic, and you guys ruined
on the
it.
truth.
Go ahead.
Hey,
I had to walk away. I had to walk away though.
Hey, Asar, you
my
got
bad.
Unfamiliar to others. I don't know Asar. Brother, it's an email to you when you got
I hear you,
comment from
Corey.
Michael Edwards
Asar,
from
you
me the
got
other
stop.
day.
I wanted to know, did you
pseudo.
respond to what
It's
I
old.
said to you? Did you hear what I said? I had to walk away after I said my
Go
point.
ahead, Corey,
You know, I know y'all arguing
because-
about some deep shit. You know, y'all want to argue about, you know, whose business is doing this and that, who started what. I know that's real deep, but I wanted to know, did you hear what I
My
said?
phone breaking up. Your phone breaking up.
Watch this.
My phone breaking
I love
up?
you, baby. I love you. I don't care what.
Asar, you gotta chill,
Yeah.
bro.
Chill for what? He lying. And so I
Now
had to
we
tell
moved
the
on
truth
from that.
No,
We
this
moved
shit is
on.
Hey, y'all done let me get downtown.
Nigga.
That's why my phone
Corey,
break up.
what's
You
your
know,
question?
it always breaks up
So we can
downtown.
know.
Ah,
Corey,
damn.
what's your question?
This
I wanted
ain't
to
the
know
air
the
you out.
response.
This ain't the air
Yeah, what he meant.
personal business out. Show y'all was
Sure.
talking
Right.
about
He
information.
asked me.
No,
And
I
then
want to
he
hear
tried to
about the
diss me.
personal
That's
business,
all.
though, Asar.
That's all.
Asar, I want to hear. I want the
That's
world to
dead.
hear
They don't
y'all
want to
say,
talk
yo.
about that. Corey,
Yo, you
ask
should
your
have that
question.
shit together before you said it, yo. You should have it together.
ask your
Fuck all.
question.
It's not personal.
You
It's not
wanna
personal
listen
business.
to him
It ain't
tell you you
personal. I don't
started
even know
your
why.
business
You
off?
should have your information
You want to
together
have an
about
You said
argument
what?
about whether you want to have an argument about whether he started your business or not. You really want to have that kind of conversation with this
No, I
guy.
want to hear him
That's,
say it. I
that's
want to
the
hear what this nigga
interesting
is saying.
thing
Is what I
today.
want to hear.
Well,
See,
I mean, his
y'all want
point
to
is
try
he
to.
started your business. I mean,
He
I don't
trying to.
know, like.
I didn't say he
What,
started the business that up. See how pseudo that went? I said he was calling a brother named
well, he
Amin
got the
to get
idea. You
information
gave him
to
the
start
idea
his
and the
business.
hookup.
Y'all done took
Yeah,
that to
you
he started
you
your
showed the
business.
jacket.
You're pseudo.
Oh shit!
You are
Without
pseudo.
you,
I
he
didn't
would
say
have
I
never
started
had a
your
business.
business.
That's
At
the
no
point.
point in time
That's
on
the
this
point you make.
conversation was that
Yeah,
stated.
the Alibaba
I don't
website
even know
not
his
really a
point,
secret.
Corey.
It's
I
not a
don't even
secret.
know his point, Corey.
Without you,
We
bro,
talking
he
about
would have never
I don't
had
even know
the
that nigga
business.
2012.
point, yo.
You had no
That's
idea,
basically what
and you
you're saying.
produced nothing from it at that time. No one
Yeah,
knew.
I don't even know what he's talking about, Corey. I'm just trying to hear
So
what
There
you
you
gotta
go.
ignore that
what
shit,
what his point is,
Let
You
it
gotta
ride.
ignore
argue
that
with a
shit,
guy.
man.
Since you
You're
don't
gonna
know.
argue with
Yeah.
a guy who's saying without him you would have never had a business.
I
You're
was
gonna have a
gone.
conversation about that.
I was gone. What happened? The big fight broke out. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to bring this back. Everybody can unmute themselves, but I was gone, and I think a big fight broke out.
Man, that's
I
all
see
I
we
got
back
is
at the top of the document again. Who's sharing the screen? Set Imhotep. Y'all do y'all thing. I'm about to. Who gonna be around for a minute that can host that.
Let me moderate it, man.
Who said? I gotta see what y'all be kicking. I would only give it to Ankh, but he tripping today, so I might have to
Let me
find
moderate.
somebody else. You gonna be around today?
Nah, I ain't tripping. Smash. Hey, Smash. Hey, Smash. How
Hold
about I
on.
say I start a high road crew, yo?
Here.
How far this gonna get, yo? How far is you? How many times you gonna let me say that? How many times you gonna say I know you argue that? You gonna edit after a minute? You gonna say, yo, shut the fuck up, huh? The fuck is wrong with you?
All right.
In the middle of a conversation.
I
That's
wasn't
crazy
listening.
to me,
I stepped
bro.
away. I
don't
stepped
under-
away,
don't
so
even
I missed
understand
it.
that weird ass
But
shit.
you the host right now. I'm about to have to do something for a
Yeah,
second.
nigga, stop.
Keep it popping
Why would
though.
you leave him the host?
So what happened? Who said that? The only other person I'll be making is Pan African
The
James.
Kemetic killer said it, man. Why would you leave
Oh,
him
the
the
comedic killer. Oh, that's JJ. You know I never give you the host, JJ. You be cussing me out too
I
much.
told him I started the dark side.
So
That's never
you
been
can
a
handle it.
secret.
I'll be right back.
His feelings was hurt. So now do what you want to do.
Man, my feelings wasn't hurt on that, nigga. You just
Why you
talking.
bugging? You bugging. You bugging about
No,
nothing. Then you tried to
bro.
turn it into me
Bro, we
starting your
just want to
business.
simply
I
hear.
said,
Listen, no, I didn't.
and that's Corey. That's
y'all
Corey
can't
said
keep
that
talking
pseudo man.
about
Corey
starting
been
your
flip
business.
flop. He's been a
Y'all
man.
really
Hey,
can't
Corey,
keep
I don't
having that
even know what the nigga's talking about, Corey. Hey, Corey, I don't even know what he's talking about. I'm trying to. That's why you
never
guys
know what we're talking about. He
Why has
incoherent.
that
He just tried to
conversation
tell
been
a
going on
shit
for
into joke,
30
took an
minutes?
L at the
I done went and
UNESCO.
renewed my license plate, and y'all still talking about about who started the Seshu Mani Metanetia. Like, who gives a fuck?
What you think a talk show is about?
Who gives a shit?
Think a talk
Who
show is
gives
about?
a
That's
shit
what
who
I think.
started that bullshit? Which one of you
yeah.
niggas getting paid
They
off that
asked, so we
bullshit?
said it. Yeah, they asked, so we said it. And so
Yeah, y'all started some pseudo
I never heard nobody
talking
ask.
to the founder.
So you told us who started it.
What
you
did
told
you
us you
teach
started
the
the
pseudo
shit.
filler? What did you teach?
Fine, you started
Nothing?
all of it. Let's
So
move on, bro.
what are you talking
started
about?
all that shit. Let's
Man,
I
he
move
want
on,
his
bro.
residual income, man. Get that man
No,
to
I
talk
don't
this
want
shit,
no
man.
residual.
God,
Just
It
what
sound
you
like
asked.
it sound like
They
bro.
want to know. Yeah,
It
they gonna tell
sound
you
like
what
you
you
need
asked.
some kickback. You want some kickback, bro? Like why you
No.
doing this? Like, you sound lame as fuck, bro.
This nigga $100. If you don't cash out this nigga $100, I'm gonna cuss your ass out.
You better get that man that cash out, man.
This nigga needs some money. This
Come on,
nigga
B.
needs some money.
He think I'm about to fight
This
you for the
nigga
rights
needs
over
some
abs you
money.
wear. So
I'm
go on and
finna
get
say
out
it.
some money for them shoes. Go on and get you them
needs
red and
some
black and
money,
green
and
shoes
he
today
crying
so that
'cause he
you
needs
can
some
make
money.
Unc feel comfortable
He feel
and you
like
can
he
stop
owe
being
him
worried about what I started and didn't start.
At least
And you'll
offering
be all
3%.
right.
Can he get 3%?
and he gonna shut the fuck up.
Y'all should
Can
let
he get
Babylon
3%?
All right, man. We're gonna come. All right, hey.
In the chat,
That's
man.
reasonable.
Everybody
3%.
$1, man, so he can calm down.
Hey,
$1.
listen. This we're
3% is
gonna do. Hold
reasonable.
on, man. Let's get
Needs to
back.
be
Listen, man. Listen, let's
Mute
just get back
everybody,
to the conversation, yo. Listen, let's get back to the conversation, yo. I just wanted to stay on that for one moment to show you how some delusional internet people can be, yo. It's the most ridiculous thing. Businessmen always reach out to other people, yo, when they putting their thing together.
See, that's why I
Just
wanted
like
to know if you
I would expect
respond to what I
anybody.
said, huh?
Yeah,
See,
yeah. I couldn't hear
that's
you,
what
yo.
I
But I'm
wanted
saying
to
it's
know.
ridiculous for me.
Because, see, listen, that he been on your team the whole time for 3 years.
Yo, Corey, Yo, Corey,
Who been on my team, Corey? Corey, who been on my side?
Corey, what are you talking about?
About your business. That very guy, you've been enabling him for 3 years.
I never agreed. Yo, I never agreed with him, Corey. Hey, Corey, I never agreed with him. No, I never. Hey, Corey, I never agreed with that man. Hey, Corey, I never agreed with that man. We ain't never agreed, yo.
He's been on the losing side of this history for a long time, Corey, if you don't know.
I can't hear you talking over you. I can't.
Hold on, you gotta stop. Mute him, Unc.
Man, I posted the Azure website 3 years ago. Anybody who now have an Azure certification, I need part of that goddamn business, man. I need some of that, man. Otherwise, y'all are pseudo. How about that? You see how crazy that shit sound?
So now these pseudos that turned it into me asking for money and residual from what I No. Because what you did from hanger on. You on John. That's all you've been a hanger on. Smash already had to tell you, I don't know why I'm messing with you, because without Unc, it ain't no real pseudo
engineering, and mathematics. We ain't talking about it.
Then he had to tell you that. He said, how you're trying to usurp Unc from his own business.
I mute him and he unmute himself, yo. I can't lock the nigga
off,
to me. I'm about to kick a nigga off. That's what I'm about to do, yo. He tripping, yo.
He's disruptive.
Yeah, he
I
really is.
I got a serious pertinent point that I'm trying to make to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm listening to you, yo. Go ahead.
They won't allow me. What I'm
on
saying,
his show. He gonna keep
back. It's my show right now. He in control.
Go ahead, hurry up, Corey. Hurry up.
That's how you know Smash Love, because he gave you them controls. So I'm gonna step off from the suit.
Yeah, step off, nigga. Yeah, step off. I ain't kick you off. This is my man.
He started a whole pseudo empire. He impressed me.
I never said
you can't promote a nigga from fries to the cash register. This is how they act. Mute me.
Come on, JJ. Let Corey talk one at a time. Go ahead, Corey.
You pseudos.
Hey, listen, I didn't say you agreed with that guy. So that's what I'm saying. You got to be careful. I didn't say you agreed. I actually know your stance on this position. That's why that's why I was getting so shitty. Because the point of my whole point was you were enabling this very conversation right here. From the start, from when you got on this panel to all the way up to right now, you enabled all of those things that you disagreed with. Everything that you disagreed with, you enabled all of it, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you need to respond to that.
All right, let me respond to that. Yeah, let me respond to that. So it's not my fault when people misinterpret what the fuck somebody is saying.
It's not my fault when somebody misinterpret the scientific consensus. It's not my fault. A pseudo will take anything and make it seem like it agrees with him. I've seen it time and time again. So at no point am I willfully enable anybody. Now they can act like I'm saying something and make it up as they go along. Then I'm saying something and do all that. That's not my fault, Corey. That's them based off of the way they misinterpret scientific data, yo, for their own bias.
Cheering, you've been cheering and
who cheering who?
Get him, Reggie. Get him,
You said what?
Smack. Get him a song. Like I done heard you say all like you've been cheering like when these guys get to going in on like Ngozi or me or Shepard.
Oh man, why you do that? Ho, wait, whoa.
Go get him,
Corey,
boy.
now you doing the same thing, yo. When do I care? Hold on. I'm an equal opportunist, yo. If Ngozi say something wrong, yo, I'ma deal with it. If you say something wrong, I'ma deal with it, yo. That's not me going against y'all. Me and Ngozi agree with more shit than we totally disagree with.
The enthusiastic go the way the enthusiasm that you go against. I ain't never seen. I'm saying like I'm just now seeing this enthusiasm, and the problem and the reason why I'm seeing this enthusiasm out of you going the other direction is because now you know they done ran all the way off. See, now the thing is, now you got to fight and say they killed Diop. I couldn't have said they killed Diop 7 months ago. You would have fought
that's
me.
Not no, that's not true, yo. Nah, that's not
internet off. You would have fought me.
No,
if
no, Corey,
to him, or whatever it is you say about Diop.
We can settle this real quick. No. What you tried to do was call Diop's a pseudo. That's not true. He just was wrong on his analysis.
I said Dr. Ben was a pseudo snake oil salesman.
And I'm saying he wasn't. Dog.
Actually,
he just was wrong on some of his data points.
That was pseudo science. Like look at now we can say 2020 is hindsight, but the fact of the matter is we can look back. And we can look back from right here where we standing today and say that shit he was doing, he was trying to pull Diop. That shit was pseudo, bro. Like we can stand here and say that. Now, if you don't,
no, but you missed the point. But Corey,
if you fight against
Corey,
that,
listen, we can actually have a conversation, Corey. You don't gotta go long. Let's stay right here, yo.
I ain't going long. Go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying, let's stick with Diop. Let's stick with Dr. Ben, right? And let's absolutely stick with Ivan Van Sertin. I'm saying the ideas that they was putting together was the only thing that was there that was counter to what the racism was actually saying. Now, was all their data points right? No, they wasn't. They was just straight wrong. Now, today, when people try to take a Dr. Ben book and run through it and hit us in the head with it, that's the pseudo part. It's pseudo when they try to run a Diop's work to you when we know it's already been debunked and discredited for that. That's the pseudo part, not them guys. They only had what they had. That's the only thing I've ever been saying, though, bro. That they only had what they had. That's all I'm saying. Like,
as far as Diop, I can roll with that. I can be fine with that. But Dr. Ben, that ain't gonna never fly with me. That explanation right there, that's never gonna fly with me.
I mean, so what did he say that was so offbeat though? Listen, let's do this. Corey, just give me Corey. Listen. What I'm saying is that, like, dude, I read the guy's work, and the guy was accurate with evolution and promoting Charles Darwin, yo. Now, when you come to the other stuff, the Egyptians was black. He just got that wrong. But why did he get it wrong? There wasn't no DNA analysis. There wasn't no skin map theory on why skin was. Those theories wasn't there yet. So he did like Ronika Rashidi and them did. Everything they seen that was dark in color, then that was black. I can understand that. Now I can't understand it. I don't think that Diop's nor quote unquote Dr. Ben would say that.
Dr. Ben went way deep though. Like he went to the Bible. I mean, this nigga was tying all kinds of shit.
Ben in the same category.
Dr. Ben is an Israelite, my brother. You gonna lay off?
Yeah, it's different. One is a scientist, an actual scientist, yo. One is an actual scientist.
So I can understand your point on Diop because he was actually in the field. So if you're proposing, huh?
Y'all hating on my
No,
Israelite
I'm
brother.
not.
So Dr. Ben, I mean, for
Hey, dog.
for Diop, right?
What is wrong with JJ, yo?
He crazy. Like we're reading Dr. Ben in a scientific treaty on the general history of Africa. So he was definitely in the conversation.
Yeah, you talking about DI. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Now, when we get to Dr. Ben, it's something else going on. But I'm not gonna go all the way because
no, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Right? We talked about his schooling and lack thereof, right? He basically did what I do. Right? I'm taking available data and do that. His shit just got renowned, yo. That's it. Right. So he wasn't actually, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what degrees he
So
actually
at
had.
no point he didn't know. You telling me at no point he didn't know the shit he was saying? I'm talking about Dr. Ben. The shit that he was saying was pseudo as fuck. At no point he didn't know that. He didn't. He had no. He thought that was all for real.
No, I'm saying in 1974, yo, the niggas just got out of getting choked out for being black, yo. Like we gotta look at the time and the era what's really going on. Yo, they was still they had the signs up for the white bathrooms. No, I'm just saying they had the signs up. No, in 1968 they had the signs up. When I was born, yo, they had the white black signs up, yo. People listening now like, what the hell is I talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like they had to drive to the libraries. They actually thought if you look black, right, like a black American, you was that. They actually thought that. Matter of fact, Dr. Ben was one of the people that didn't think humans came from the Bible. In the 1970s, right now they think that, though, Corey.
You actually dodged my question.
I'm saying, man, listen, some things
so do you
can
remember
now
what
look
my
at
question
as pseudo.
before you
Your question was, go ahead, bro. You said your question is some things that you knew he should have knew and changed his mind on. That's what you basically saying, right?
What I'm saying is, you telling me that the shit that he was pushing, that pseudo shit, he didn't know that was pseudo. That's all I'm saying.
Let's just bring out one point. Let's bring out the data point. That's how we had a real conversation. What was the pseudo point?
Not the Darwin stuff. Like
no, we off that. So we say
we agree that
he was the man was saying Israelite shit. Bro, I can play a Dr. Ben video that would make you cringe.
No, we talking about to make the book. No, what's the point? Did you remember though? Come on, yo, let's discuss it.
Man, it's a lot of shit. I can't off the top of the head. I can't remember right now.
I ain't gonna strike you down.
I've watched so many Dr. Ben videos on YouTube, but it was a long time ago, so it's been a while since I watched one. I didn't get into the book, but I did listen to his lecture. It seems to me that I'm listening to this guy, watching this guy on a video, and listening to the words that's coming out of his mouth. Well, I can get a better context than me putting it in context, reading it out of the book. That's what it seemed like to me.
What video can I read? So, Corey, let me say this though. Hold on, let me make this point. So, when we look at the debate, Murray Letowitz and Black Athena and all that, do y'all remember that conversation?
Yeah.
So, I'm just saying, based off of me learning and getting some information and data points, right, that I used to say that actually, right, that John Henry Clark actually, was better in the conversation, right? But now I realize that no, that's not necessarily true. He didn't actually directly answer certain questions the way they should have been, but this is just based off of my growth. And John Henry Clark is like one of my favorite teachers. But what this absolutely proves is that data changes, information changes, and your understanding of the information changes, right? So I'm not calling those guys pseudo. I wouldn't. I'm saying the people that keep promoting the things that they got wrong, they the real pseudos. They the dedicated pseudos. They the ones that keep the shit going. Like at a certain point, you got to retire that data right there. I'm willing to retire that data and still love them brothers for the work they put in. I'm not the one to call them pseudo. Maybe you are. I'm not mad at you for doing that. That's your opinion. That's how you feel about them. Based off of what you know now. I'm just going to say they was wrong. That's all I'm going to say.
Can I ask a question, if you don't mind, bro?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so like, what I've noticed is like, me personally, I was born in 1980, and there's no way in the world that in any educational facility that I've ever went to that they would give me a report to respond to read that wasn't current. Why is it that we have to go back to these antiquated ideas and argue Black history? Why don't we just use the current narrative that has facts that support the current position? Like, why are we going to these antiquated things that have been falsified and been proven false in some instances to argue points? Is it just because they Black, or like why are we doing that?
Yeah, like the UNESCO, for example. Like why keep going back to that when we got better information than the 1974 UNESCO? Don't they do that more often? Is that the only one ever? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, as far as that, like, it's a lot more information out there about the subject matter rather than
that gives us a clear picture.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That goes for both sides. Like, it seems like even on like Reggie and Jabari will pull that up. You will pull that up. Smash will pull that up. Like, it's so ambiguous. Like at this point, it's not anybody can use that any kind of way they want to use it. You know what I'm saying?
Corey, we're supposed to be posting 1800 sources and 1750 and 1930 and art. Like, why? Like, it's more in that field that we can look to get a bigger and better picture than just simply that. And it's gonna be more colloquial or astute to what we're talking about today. It's gonna use common terms. Like, why do we go there and get confused and lost in those fucking things?
Because
like,
genetics and all of that clears the picture up. And they don't really want to do that is because it's going to clear it up a little bit more for us, right?
Yeah, we don't want
clarity.
clarity. That's what you're saying, Chevy. We don't want the clarity because the muddy the water, everything.
Oh man, you sounded like me, Kyle. They're gonna cut you out in a minute, Kyle.
Yo, it's crazy, man.
They're gonna cut you out in the chat in a minute, Kyle. You fucked around.
I don't think it's really muddying the water. I don't really think it's muddying the waters when we actually go into the sources and see what they were saying, where we're trying to get a better understanding of how this idea that we consistently find ourselves arguing about, but we talk around it, was constructed. I think that's what the main conversation is about. Where did these ideas of race, racism, and all this shit, how did they come about?
It don't matter because we've moved past that in 2020.
No, you can say that.
You know what I'm saying? In the disciplines, in the real scientific disciplines, we've moved past that in 2020.
I understand in the scientific discipline, but we're
okay. So now
but hold on, Corey, we don't only live in a scientific world. We also live in a world where these social constructs have social consequences.
No, man, the conversation is not based off of the consequences.
When you go to the job interview and your name is Sabio, and then they throw your application in the trash. That's not what we're saying. We talking about scientific data here. So it's not about the everyday life and the scientific data. We're talking about
Corey, y'all misrepresented the Cairo Symposium, yo, and I can't let y'all do that. That's horrible what y'all just did, yo.
Was that the last symposium?
No, Kyle. Wait. I'm saying if y'all just hear what I'm saying, listen. If y'all hear what I'm saying, y'all will get my point.
Go ahead.
What I'm telling you is, it took the all way to the fucking Brooklyn Museum in a very, very slow process for scholars to admit what the Cairo Symposium admitted. It has taken all this time to get there. And if y'all know anything about science, it actually moves slow. I am telling you this. So y'all keep talking about how outdated it is. It actually isn't. It was ahead of its time, and they wasn't even ready to even admit what they admitted. Now, these new Egyptologists and Nubianologists, right? They are now catching up with the Cairo Symposium, yo. Just check out what I'm saying, dog. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about on this. So for y'all to say it wasn't outdated, it was ahead of its times. I just told you, 1968. You know what I'm saying? I was born in 1967 and had the white and black signs up, yo.
Even by the 80s, late 80s, early 90s,
they wasn't saying.
Nope.
It wasn't, yo. No, listen. I'm talking about the population in Egypt, yo. And what they were saying in the museums, they still had the Middle Eastern flavor on their tongue. I'm saying they wasn't even talking about the Green Sahara. They talked about the Green Sahara in the goddamn on Cairo Symposium. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't even know that.
Do Egypt have Middle Eastern components in it?
I mean, but why wouldn't they?
You're right.
But
why wouldn't they? Like, it wouldn't make sense not to. But wait a minute. But why wouldn't the Middle East have an African component to it?
We ain't talking about the Middle East.
It goes. No, we're talking. No, to put proper context.
I'm finna
it
give
goes
you
both
one.
ways.
I'm finna give you one. I thought about it and it's the way we saying it, Chef. And I'm willing to change it. I'm willing to change that because we keep saying there's a Middle Eastern or a Eurasian component in Africa. But what it really is, if we look at chronology and what the science says, it's actually an African component in the Eurasia and all that. But there's a caveat. I got a caveat. Those African components that are in the Eurasian population, right? They are already their own. They are already distinct from those other Sub-Saharan populations already. So I'm fine. I'm willing to say that it's an African component in Eurasia, but there
that
is
came back into Africa. I agree with that. Okay, fine.
Yeah, because that's how the chronology and the science actually talks about it. But
hold on. Let me say this though. Let me say this.
But go ahead.
So let's talk about the Middle Eastern component. Let's talk about the grains and all that. Whatever component we thinking, it got packaged in an African cultural context, and I think we always leave that out. It just did. No more different than
you always add it though, You always add it. You make sure it get put in there.
Right, but I just want to let y'all know that because that's what the data says.
I don't even know what that means though. Really.
Okay, let me explain it to you. We have chopsticks. We have yakami. We have yakami in America. That's not actually a traditional Chinese dish, but it comes from China. And we remix it in an African American style.
Vietnam, yo. It come from Vietnam.
Okay. The point you get my point I'm making. We don't eat Chinese food.
They all Chinese.
We can't stand real Italian pizza, right? We can't stand that shit. You just spit that shit out. If you ate some real Chinese shit, you'd be like, damn, it's different than the shit we eat. And like Mexican food, we don't really like Mexican food. We like Taco Bell. So I'm saying it's Americanized. Y'all get my point I'm making? Okay, man. All right, man. All right, fuck it.
Mexican food, dog. Taco.
You damn near live in Mexico though.
Yeah, come on, Smash. That ain't fair, Smash. You know what I'm trying to say.
Y'all would love it too, though.
No, man, nobody likes you. Yo, you like real Mexican food, yo. I get it.
Why is he right there? Food is called Tex-Mex, bro. We know the difference.
Yeah, I don't know the difference though. I could have told you that the Taco Bell was real authentic Mexican food, yo, for years until I learned from people from California.
All right, whenever you see tomatoes and lettuce on a taco, that's Tex-Mex, bro. That's not
Tex-Mex. I live in Houston.
Right. So I'm just trying to make the point that you can take a cultural item from Mexico and it get repackaged and Americanized. That was my point. So you can take things that you can find in the Middle East and it get repackaged. That's all I was saying. And people don't ever say that. They make it seem like the Middle Eastern shit came in and no, it got repackaged. We can actually look up the data on that. So of course you have a Middle Eastern component, but that component got mixed and matched and re-put together in Africa proper. And we always forget that. And we can read this stuff. So when you overemphasize the Middle East or you overemphasize Chinese goods in America, that's wild because you would never say that. You would never say that China gave rise to America just because you go in an American household and find Chinese goods remixed Americanized. That's all I'm trying to say. Go ahead, Smash.
I ain't saying I'm listening.
Well, that's all. That's been my point.
I definitely can agree with that. That's clear.
Hey,
What's up? What's up?
I want to share my screen, but I also want to know. I also want to know what's your stand
on this whole thing just clearly about the word Tamahu in a sentence or two?
I mean, I put it out there. I said that the week. I mean, it seemed like Jabari kind of right. I hate to say it though, but the old Temehu term wouldn't have been like Ankh said. That's anachronistic because we don't know nobody that was really white there in them ancient times. Just the Libyans told Massetti 18th dynasty, but the Tamahu started getting mentioned way back 2500 BC, 4th dynasty. And so we can't say even the inscription that they wrote in the 18th dynasty was the same people from the 4th dynasty. But I mean, if you look at all ancient a lot of sources say that there was light-skinned people. Now we find a derivative language, Merotic, that got a term that seems to be a cognate. I'm not stubborn enough to go against that. You got to be real hard-headed to see all this evidence and still say, no, that don't mean that because of something else. That's my stance.
Can I respond? It ain't a response. It's just a critique to what how the conversation got to where we are, and for a person who's new to
Diop said your opinions, yo.
Hey,
We can't take that word off.
Going through that though, before you go into that,
Go ahead, Kyle, yo.
I
He said your opinions. He meant your opinions when he said.
Hey, Kyle, y'all do realize that I was trying to like make a point with Smash, right? Before y'all just started something like that.
You was.
I really was. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Smash, I got my screen shared. You see that, Smash?
Yeah,
that's Diop.
But I can kind of see that word. That's from Ramses the Third, right?
Yeah, I'm turning it to the side so you can see it. You know, let me see. Okay, you see that first line? So I want to point out the fact that one of my first points is that Champollion, right? Now I got a whole list of stuff, bro, y'all. So Champollion pointed this thing out one time, right? He said the word Tamil. I got the actual attestation of Champollion, real book where he wrote it, and I got Ente Diop translation of what Champollion said about the Tamil.
Yeah,
okay?
That's cool. But what does that mean? What do you say?
Okay, so it gets deep. It's a lot because.
No, why don't you read it? Why you moving it? Why you moving it?
Okay, well then.
What did it say? Read it. Go ahead. Read it.
Just
read
opinions,
it.
though, right? Where's the source?
Read it, yo. Just read it. Go ahead.
Wait, slow down. Let me talk. I got to tell Smash this because he did ask me a question. Smash, it's a very big article, and I'll read much of it as you want.
I read that before, but I don't know. I don't think. Am I disagreeing with you? What was the last thing I asked you?
You asked me basically, am I disagreeing with you, basically, right? Where are you disagreeing with me, right?
So you said because you had Champollion calling them Tamahu and all of that, we agree on that. And they earlier said that they was light-skinned people. We don't even if they was Berbers, they would be a lighter skin. So we don't disagree on that. The disagreements come in.
White.
Yeah, that's where the disagreeing come in when the people call them white. But if you notice, they was trying to say lighter skin so much. I think Champollion said white with blue eyes and Oric base.
Well, actually, he called them European too, and he said he happened to be a race. But I'll get to that.
Yeah, when you activate it, you gotta be you.
Let's just go through.
Okay, how you doing?
Can I get back in? I just want to
No, you fine. You all right?
You doing good? How you doing?
Make sure you just make that lady feel at home, man. When you was talking to her, she was
trying to talk over you. So your
the lady at the dinner.
Mute up.
I just muted him. All right, but I'm about to go into the store. But so y'all can just keep.
I just want to say so y'all can direct the conversation a little bit better, bro. Like I think this conversation is sloppy, just to be honest with y'all.
I already pulled up an attestation though, so I ain't been on the show all day, so you really can't say it's sloppy based on me. So
no, I'm not talking about you at all, bro. Babylon, I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm talking about the conversation as a whole that we're having.
Can I have a few minutes to just show my source though? Can I have a few minutes to just show some stuff?
Let me get out 2 sentences or maybe 3, then I'm gonna be quiet. I'll mute myself out, bro. I just want to add to the conversation that I think that you are astute enough to kind of follow that path and make the conversation better as well as Smash and Unc and everybody else. But for people who are novice at this, people who are being introduced to the field, this conversation is sloppy for us because we're not defining the words that we're using. We're not discussing the diversity that exists within the largest continent on the world. We are completely skipping over those points. And so, like, are we now saying that Africa was not a diverse country, or these are questions that people like myself is having because I'm confused because the narrative that's being pushed is not conducive for me to learn anything because we're using such blanket and umbrella terms. Like, but we have to talk about at some point the diversity that exists within the continent of Africa, so we can separate these groups and not put this umbrella term on all Africans or all Black people or all Negroes because they're not the same group of people.
That blanket term you're talking about
it's like
is
an oxymoron when you say like just African culture. That's an oxymoron. There's so many cultures.
It's crazy to me. I've been saying
Now,
that from day one. I've been saying that from day
now let me
one.
say this. Now let me say this.
I said it was birthday cake, bro. But go ahead.
Now let me say this. What you said, I don't have a single disagreement with. I wasn't talking about that. That has nothing to do with what the conversation that I was talking about the word Temehu. I don't see how the word Tamahu gonna come into this whole diversity thing. I didn't explain to y'all more than one occasion that diversity does not mean mixing or migration. That diversity deals with DNA and the genes and the original genes, the L0 gene that the Khoisan holds is the most diverse, meaning it's been here the longest and it's the closest to the archaic human that we can get. That's what diversity means. It doesn't mean like you learn in school, like inclusion and diversity. It don't mean mixing. It don't mean migration, back migration. It don't mean none of that. So now, this with the Tamahu is a technical argument, just to let you know in the public know. It's a linguistic argument. It's a geographical argument. It's linguistic because we have Tehinu and Temehu and Ribu and Libu, and then we got Temeh and Tamayu, like that. So we got all these different terms, and then we got the Tamahu, right, down in Sudan, and the Temeh down in Sudan. We need to define those terms. What Temeh means? It means a mineral of the earth. So what Tamayu would mean down in Temeh? It would mean the people of Temeh, of the mineral of the earth. What's the mineral of the earth down there? In Nubia, in Sudan, is gold. So those things, but we don't get to that. So I'm saying our argument is technical because it's linguistic and it's geographical. And then it's chronological because we're dealing with time period. Whether the Temehu are the same people as the Tehinu, and whether these people came before the people in Southern Sudan, whether these Temehu in the north, near the Delta, came before the ones in the south, down in Temeh, down in Sudan. So now, then after that, we got to figure out whether or not these the sea people, a big mix of group of people that came into what you call the Delta. Because all this while, everybody been calling them Libyans. But understand this, when Smash showed that picture of the map, it reads Tehinu at the top, at the north of the Delta. It's a little bit to the west, but it's still at the north of the Delta. And then Temehu is almost going all the way down into Egypt proper. So the Temehu going down into Egypt proper, we discussing in this article that I'm talking about whether or not those are the Nubians. And we discussing whether or not the Tehinu even are Libyans proper since they're in the Delta. They're in the Nile Delta. That's part of Egypt proper. Libya is over to the left, to the west. So also, we got to find out whether or not the word Temehu means north, south. I got attestations of both north and south in Medjugorje.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Because here's the deal. Tamahu that ain't related to the Temehu word is actually the northern areas.
But they did say in one of these books we were reading that they have a references to Tamahu, not Tamehu, but Tamahu or Temehu, which could mean just Westerners in no particular ethnic. Keep in mind, keep that noted.
That's a fact. Did Smash cut off? Smash.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay, respect. Yeah, so Temehu, that's a fact, man. It does also mean Westerners, means North, but it also means South. Which, where they show one attestation I put in the dictionary where it means South in Guam.
Think about what you're saying. How could it mean all these different directions? You saying Tamahu means South?
No, I'm saying that people have given an attestation of what they saying it means South. Even in the dictionary where it says North, in Gardeners, I think it's Gardeners, it says North and South. I got it in this post, though. Just let me rock. I'm finna scroll down too.
No, this is what they do. They say Tamahu, the area that they occupied was South, but they didn't say that word was used to say South.
Okay. Let's see. I'm with you. I ain't disputing that. Okay. So now, this is just somebody writing in the blog, right there. They say the Egyptians never made maps. That might be just some information I just want people to hear. Just to hear that. You can look into that if the Egyptians actually made maps. So then, it say the Tamahu were Libyans, right? Then, somebody else talks. Now, right here is what we want to get to. Now, right here, it says, during the invasion of Egypt by the people of the sea, Europeans into the Delta region of Egypt. See, they call them Europeans right here. Most researchers link these whites to the Berbers. The whites who were part of the sea people invasion were called the Meshwesh. Researchers link the Meshwesh.
That's all. So yeah, they did say that back in the day, and no one disagrees. They said a lot of North African was Europeans, but then if you read, just like this is one of the reasons why Kyle keeps saying that. If you look at the data,
I'm gonna refute some of this now. Go ahead, though. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying it's gonna be old, but go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna refute some of this. Now, don't take none of this is my opinion. We're reading what somebody else saying. This ain't what Babylon done said. And besides that, the person who writing this is David O'Connor, who's gonna be talking in a minute, the author. He's an Egyptologist, and anybody can look up David O'Connor. You see what I'm saying? So now, the use of different names to describe the Tehinu and Asian in the Ramses II table of nations is understood in relation to the political and ethnic conditions in Egypt and Western Asia during this period. The research appears to indicate that the physiognomy of the Libyans had changed by this time. This resulted, but now notice their phenotype basically, their physiognomy changed, right? This resulted, for the most part, from the invasion of Egypt by sea people in association with the Libyans. Now, let's get this straight. They said the Libyans. They didn't say Temehu, they didn't say Tamahu. They said the sea people invasion of the Libyans and their collaboration in invasion of Egypt. That's the sea people. The figures on Ramses III table of nations are associated with the nations Ramses was dealing with during his reign. The Libyans attacked Egypt during the 5th and 11th years of Ramses III's reign. Beginning around 1230, sea people began to attack Egypt. In 1180, Ramses III had his decisive battle with the Libyans. So we know when Ramses fought the Libyans. 1180. Among the warriors fighting with the Libyans were sea people. Ramses III made multiple versions of his campaign against the Libyans. To understand the naming method for Ramses III table of nations, you have to understand that the term Tehinu was a generic term applied to the Libyans, who by this time were mixed with Palestinians Syrian people who were descendants of the Guti and people of the sea, Indo-European. The act against Egypt in 1188 was a coalition of tribal groups led by the Meshwesh, who are believed to be a Tamehu nationality. As a result, we find that the Meshwesh were referred to as Tehinu Tamehu. Don't nobody jump out the window. You see this in dark black? That's somebody commentary. And let's keep going though. This may not be correct because the Meshwesh are not mentioned in Egyptian text until the 14th century BC. The members of the coalition were led by Mesh and Sher, the ruler of the coalition. Each group was led by a great one or a magnate. The Meshwesh were semi-nomads that lived both in villages and look at this word, man. It's got a D, but most people don't know that D is a T. And that word right there would be said Timmy, right? What that word would be said? Temehu, town. So that's the word Temehu, meaning town. The Temehu lives in the delta between the Temehu and the Egyptians. Now, according to the map, that would be reversed. It would be the Temehu would be the northern coast. The Temehu would be coming toward Egypt proper, south. The Egyptians refer to all of the people in this area most often by the generic term Tehinu. The Timhu or Temehu, which included the Meshwesh, controlled an area from Cyrenaica to Syria. As a result, in textual material from the reign of Ramses II, there is mention of Temehu towns in Syria. David O'Connor makes it clear that Ramses III referred to these Temehu by the term Tehinu and Kinyu. And that go to why you was asking about smash that we find down south when it said Tamaya. The Temehu were very hostile to the Tehinu, Kehinya. In fact, the first mention of the Meshwesh in Ramses III inscription relating to 1188 was the attack of the Tehinu by the Meshwesh Sopet. That's another name for the Meshwesh, Sopet and Sea people. David O'Connor makes it clear that the records of Ramses III make it clear that the Meshwesh savagely attacked the Tehinu. Look at that. The Meshwesh, who are what? The so-called whites, right? Savagely attacked.
All right, but yeah, keep going. They are definitely North African, more like Western Berbers. But if you want to call them white, I'm gonna let you for this. Keep going.
No, but remember, Smash, I'm just saying what they saying. And remember, they calling the Meshwesh Indo-European.
So you reading from an 1800s book, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna move on. I know, but I just want you. Okay, but check it. Attacked the Tehinu and looted their city during their advance to Egypt. Page 35 and 105. The coalition of the Meshwesh had each unit of the army organized into familial units under the leadership of a great one. As a result, to understand why the Asian and Tehinu figures on the table of nations are identified differently, you have to use both the pictorial and textual material from the reign of Ramses III to understand the representation. Now notice he says you use the pictorial and the textual. As a result, Palestinian Syrian personage or figure D is labeled Tehinu. Now, for those who, because he was probably a member of one Meshwesh unit, thus he was labeled Tehinu. Now he's trying to explain to you how an invading people take on the name of the people that they invaded in the land, the people where they at called Tehinu. They invade, they take on these people, and they become a member of one of Meshwesh units. Thus he was labeled Tehinu. The personage that is second from the Egyptian, which is labeled an Asian. Now they talking about this as if you know what the Ramses III table of nations look like, and as you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 people, 5, 6, 7, 8 people listed, and he naming them in order. And he said the second person from the Egyptian that's standing there, which is labeled an Asian standing there, even though he is clearly a Taino. See, this person disagrees. He disagrees with them calling this person an Asian. He's saying a person in this stele, in this picture, the relief is a Taino, was probably a member of a Syrian-Palestinian unit when he was captured by the Egyptians. Thusly, he was labeled an Asian. You can find out more about this reality if you check out David O'Connor, The Nature of Temehu, right? Libyan society in the later New Kingdom in Libya and Egypt, 1300 to 750 BC. Edition by Anthony Leahy, page 209 and 113. SOAS Center of Near and Middle Eastern Studies and the Society of Libyan Studies, 1990. In the Table of Nation, figure B, we see the traditional depiction of the Temehu, the side lock, the shoulder cape, and face and clean face. The Temehu called Meshwesh are different from the Temehu and the original Temehu recorded by the Egyptians prior to the New Kingdom. See that? So these people, this Meshwesh is different than the Temehu and the original Temehu recorded by the Egyptians prior to the New Kingdom. Below is a Meshwesh. See, everybody can see what a Meshwesh looks like. But we got plenty more pictures of him. So the Meshwesh wore Temehu traditional costumes, but they are not believed to be real Temehu. The Temehu and the Temehu usually wore different costumes. In the New Kingdom depictions of the Temehu, the Meshwesh have long chin beards, like Syrian Palestinians and peoples of the sea. They wear kilts, sheets, and capes, open at the front, tied on one shoulder, like the earlier Temehu. They wore feathers as a sign of high status. David O'Connor makes it clear that there was marked heterogeneity of the Temehu, page 41.
All right, let's bring it to a close on the readers part.
Okay, the first attack on the Libyans, I didn't even want to read this, but the difference in the dress, everybody see it. We just gonna go through real quick. Temehu, O'Connor says that page 74, the work cited above, the Tamahu and Ramses III, they have hairstyles, dress, apparently ethnic types that are markedly different than the Temehu or the Temehu of the Old Kingdom. So we have an Old Kingdom Temehu, that's why I said chronology, and then we have a New Kingdom Temehu, right?
Yeah,
so then we
look, but that go with what we arguing, and that still reconciles the difference I was trying to show between what Reggie said and what Jabari said, that the Old Kingdom Tamahu might not have been white people, and it might not mean nothing, but the New Kingdom ones might have been.
Yeah, because it said right there, concluded that the Meshwesh was a mixed tribe of Libu, or Ribu, like tribesmen, right, that's Libyan, Libu, with their native chiefs who become subject to a family of Tenu, right? Origin 1962. While Osing, that's another person talking about this now, not just David O'Connor, but Lane, Wainwright, now Osing, suggested that the New Kingdom, Temehu, had displaced or absorbed the earlier Chinyu, but had selectively taken over or retained some Chinyu traits. In the case of the rulers for Meshwesh, like the word where. Like where would the Meshwesh get the word where? Like hedge where. Like that word. That's maybe next.
No. That's coming from the ancient Egyptian perspective. The most of the things we know about these people ain't from their native language. Like we didn't really call them Meshwesh either, but it was something like that. So that's coming. They didn't call themselves where. We called them where. Where was a term under Hakah. It's under Hakah. You a boss, but your polity hasn't formed into a big enough unit for us to call you Hakah.
Yeah. Okay. It says they discovered from the adopted traits they discovered from the Egyptians to be characteristics of ancient Tenu or Temhu, so as to increase their prestige or in some way had these traits imposed upon them by the Egyptians. Basically, they culturally appropriated, culture vultured the land and took on the name of the people and the look. Now check this out though, cause smash, this word come in, this one little part, cause the way you break down the word Tamahu makes a difference to what I'm talking about, the scope of the linguistic. Because this person breaking it down is Tamahut, right? It is my opinion that given the organization, the Libyans in Mahut family of tribal groups, that's what they define in Mahut
Is the screen matching? Is the screen matching what you're reading?
Yeah, I'm moving up right there. You don't see it right there. It is my opinion
That you that on the screen. Maybe I need to turn it. You was just reading. All right. It says, it is my opinion that the given the organization of Libyans into the Mehut family of tribal union. What's that?
It's gonna tell you later.
They understand that they messed that up by now. What's the Mehut family?
It's a family of tribal groups. That's what they're saying is defined as. That's what they saying. That's what they got.
They figured out over the last 200 years, that started in the 1800s, bro, what you reading. And they figured out since then that ain't no thing, that Mahout family.
Okay.
Like,
yo, Babylon Don.
They're going to be like,
can we get a name on that source? Who is that source from?
David O'Connor.
So he...
It said in 1230 they were Indo-Europeans. Why are we speeding past that? Let's stop there for a minute. Go back up.
That's right. Sometimes prior to that's what I was talking about, JJ.
Yeah, they trying to speed past it, man. Go on, read your knowledge, bro.
They got erroneously discredited you because I thought you were still reading Shep. No.
Let him read the Indo-European because I'm gonna clean that up real quick.
I'm not making a point. It ain't from me. You could tear it up. Just rip it up as it goes.
No, you must didn't hear me, bro. I said I might have erroneously discredited you. And I said because I thought you Champollion, but you just said something about Dave Connors. If that's not an 1800 books, then I'm taking it back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is David O'Connor. And Osteen and Wainwright, but this David O'Connor writing this out of his book and out of his essay. He says sometime prior to 1230 BC, over an extended period of time, Indo-European speaking people, later to be known as the Sea Peoples of the Sea, entered Western Asia and Libya and were adopted by Temehu families. Now that's the original family, the Temehu of northern Libya, northern Africa, right? Now look, this adoption of the new immigrants by Temehu or Temehu probably led to the Meshwet and Sopet adopting Temehu customs, but maintaining that traditional field. The original Temehu, like the legal, right, the Libyans, probably saw the integration of sea peoples into Temehu society as a way to increase that number and possibly conquer Egypt. So they all got together. It's attestations, the war in the river of Ramses defeating these people with different helmets and different types of dress on, and him pulling them out the water. We got pictures of that. It is interesting to note that the Meshwets were very sure that they might be able to conquer the Egyptians, basically using the sea people. Now listen to these names: the Meshwets, the Akawashu, the Luki, the Turshon,
Babylon. I did a whole store run, bro. I think I did a 15-minute store run. You still reading?
No, but one of the things they're gonna point out. One of the things they point out is that the Meshwesh, the Shekelesh, the Ekwesh, all these ashes, they have a certain link linguistically, and they're gonna point these things out. So I know these dudes don't know about this.
Babylon Don, can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah.
I want you to scroll up to the beginning of the article.
The very beginning of the article?
Yeah, those first 4 words is very important to everything that you're reading. It is my
Bro,
opinion.
just say the first 4 words, man. Come on, bro.
It is my opinion. It is my opinion. You cannot skip over that.
Okay, it is my opinion.
You cannot skip over that.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
I seen that, and I wanted to bring that out so
Come
everybody.
on, man. Everything is somebody's opinion. That's the art of
opinion.
being honest with you. Get out the way, man. I'm reading. The Nehesu, right? The Nehesu. That's under why, right? That's the Nehesu, right? And I want to point this out. That's not Nehesu. That's Nehesi. Nehesi. Like you say, Kimiti. So it's Tamai.
Nah. That won't work.
Man.
You can't do it off pronunciation. I'm just saying because we don't know how these terms are pronounced, my brother. So you couldn't be able to prove nothing to us off of a proposed pronunciation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well look, that go the name. That go to Bowman. The Nehesiu were ancient members of the Temehu. This would explain the reason why the Meshwesh and the Nehesiu were mainly both.
No, so let me explain this away. See, these people are still under the
Remember,
Hold on.
this is David O'Connor.
Real quick. You're right. Sabio's right before I press mute. I want to explain to the reader that the misunderstanding that Nehesiu is a people and not a southerner is allowing him to say that they would go back real quick, Babylon, is allowing him to say that they was a people group. But look, if you understand where he said the Nehesiu were ancient members of the Temehu, that's true. Because there were some Southerners who lived in the Sudan that was part of the Temehu. But if we make them into a people group right now, we're going to be messing up. So now I'm going to allow everybody to mute themselves as they so choose. You can unmute yourself as you choose.
Yeah, all I want people to understand is that this is his opinion.
But Smash, let me dispel this Indo-European thing real quick, if I may.
Yeah, let's get ready to wind it down. I'm over the 6-hour point, so let's say what we're saying right now in closing, right straight up.
If I may share my screen real quick.
Yes, you may, always.
We're gonna get rid of this right now.
I think Sabia or Babylon got to stop first.
Yeah, I think so. Man, we go. All right, so here we on the screen. So can y'all see my screen?
In a minute.
We can't see your screen.
Babylon. James just said, "Wow, humans don't come from Africa now." Who said that?
They bugging in the chat.
Oh, y'all in the crap fighting.
That's why I'm about to get at this real African.
Hold on. So it's Babylon. It ain't Babylon turn. It's Asar turn. Then we'll go one by one as we close this down.
Right. Is it sharing now?
It's trying to, but your Wi-Fi. There you go.
That's good.
Hey, Smash, but just know, Smash, that I was gonna wipe the floor with everything y'all said today.
About what? About what though? We said a lot of things.
About who the Temehu was. I know you heard all the stuff I was saying, bro.
Nah, I mean all them books you got. Well, we've been through that, and I'm glad that you going through it. I'm proud that you're going through it.
Talking about that. I'm talking about. Sorry, you're gonna get a chance. I'm just talking to Smash right quick. Smash. I'm talking about the fact that I'm taking it's two footstool, Tamahu that.
Huh?
Tamahu of North Africa with animals. Hold on, let me just go through a list with you now.
We can barely hear you. That's all. I didn't hear what you said about the footstool. Say it again.
Okay. Two footstool, Tamahu on there. Okay. This is what they saying. Okay. Now you heard that. Now let me go to the next. Tamahu with North African animals. They talking about that because these Tamahu didn't have no animals in their attestation. So that they saying that they ain't from Africa because they never had any African animals and no attestation with Tamahu. Now let's go. Then it said Leptis, 40 years after Napoleon, saw the Tamahu in the walls of 61, and that's what Leptis called them. Okay?
What did he call them? What did he call them?
Yeah.
He called them Tamahu.
Okay.
Tamahu. I'm reading you all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep going. Go ahead.
I'm reading my notes. I ain't studying that page no more. Hold on. You're going to get your turn.
That's the Euro-African race that old boy got up on the screen.
Okay. Now we got the Tamahu. So we got the Tamahu called a Meshwesh, called a Bekin.
No. Slow down. You mean Tachenu, not Tamahu called Meshwesh. So remember that Tachenu was the bigger group, and if you want to break it down, you start getting names like Tamahu and Meshwesh.
No, I'm saying now you're switching up what I'm saying that these people are saying.
Okay.
They are saying straight up, and they done said 1,000 times that Tamahu is an Indo-European that became the Meshwesh because the sea people, Indo-Europeans, invaded the Libyans and created this stock of Meshwesh, and they took on the name of the Temehu and the culture of the Temehu.
Okay, yeah, we're not mad at that, and that's not. No, we.
Now we moving.
I didn't think I was messing that up though, Babylon. I was with you on that, so keep going.
Okay, now we move into the Temehu of the 6th dynasty text.
The different Temehu, the original ones that Reggie may have been talking about, that ain't white, correct?
Yeah. Now watch it now, because we mentioned the dynasty. Now listen though, because listen to the dynasty.
Tamahu is black and white. Case closed.
Exactly.
Y'all.
Yeah, exactly.
No, slow down. Slow down. Let me finish. Before you jump to your ethnic color changing conclusions, let me finish. The Temehu in the 6th dynasty text by Harkut, right? By Harkut, convinced, and he called them, listen to this, Smash, Heka Yam Kas.
We called him what?
Heka Yam Kas.
Don't play with me, bro. He called him what?
Heka, Y-A-M, Yam. We know what Yam is.
Nah, you messed that up. You messed up already.
No, I'm telling you what the attestation.
But we can pull it up right now. I'm gonna tell you, I'm familiar with the attestation. He never called no Temehu Hekayam. What happened was I'm telling you because you don't know. You just doing some readership. I'm telling you what I know, dear to my head. So popping off 1,000 neurons. Let me tell you. Look, this is what happened. So if you hear what I have to say. I feel you. I know. I'm not incriminating you. But if you hear what I have to say and it don't appease you, okay. But if you hear what I'm trying to say and it don't appease you, then fine. But at least hear me out. Now, it was you got to remember when Harkut went to the south, he was going to form an army of tens of thousands of Nubians first. And one of the places he went to was Yam. You remember that? So now think of what you said. You said they called the Temehu Hekayam. No, what happened was Hekah, the ruler of Yam, was chasing the leader of the Temehu all the way into the land of Tamay. And Harkut had to chase him and pacify him because it was a bigger fight. They wanted to go fight the Asiatic sand dwellers.
He put that hacker on y'all. That's all he did. No, he did a little magic.
No, so we're talking about a different hacker right now. Hacker is magic, JJ, but Hekah also means to be a ruler. So you're right too.
Yeah, but Harkut convinced Hekayam Hasit to go and do a robbery and get money off of them instead of killing them.
No, he did. He stopped them from you getting better now, but he stopped them from doing it. But at first you said Hekayam was the Temehu, remember? And that's where I said no, you messing that up.
If I said that, if I made a mistake and said that I'll read my notes, and what I said, I'm gonna read my notes again in case they come off like that again. The Temehu 6th dynasty text by Harkut, who convinced Hekayam Kasit. And then I said, y'all hear that name? Hekayam Kasit. Now you might have thought that I was saying there was Temehu 6th dynasty in the 6th dynasty text by Harkut, convinced Hekayam Kasit. That's what I was saying. Now the next thing, listen to this. This is another note. This from all different places. Temehu were first in Sudan, and Temehu second in Libya.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it again, man.
But you 100% right. But again, I'm gonna let you repeat it. But go ahead.
Somebody is saying that the Temehu, right, who would be equivalent, Temehu were first in Sudan.
Yeah, but let's slow down. When you say Sudan, bro, these books you reading, the Sudan was formed in like 1956 or something like that. So y'all can look that up and see. But let me finish, please. Let me finish, bro. The Sudan was formed in like 1956. So when you say in the Sudan, and somebody could say no, it was a different year, but it's very close to that. But before then, Sudan just meant the country of the blacks because they had not formed an actual place called Sudan, a country. So when they say they was in Sudan, you might make people think that it was Temehu in the areas we call Sudan today. They just simply mean in the lower southern areas of the Libyan area.
So Let's do this.
No. Hold on. No.
Hey,
In
let's
my
look at our
attestation,
stars source real quick, bro. He got some
But
in
Euro
my
Africans in there.
attestation,
yeah, we about to get
in
busy.
my attestation, it says
Come on,
the
man.
Temehu was first in the Sudan, and the Temehu was found second in Libya. Now listen, Champollion wrote it. Sesostris wrote it. It's a war of Sesostris and Tanusis, right? Like Tanis, I meant like Tunisia, the king of the Goths. That mentions also the word Tema. Watch this now. So hold up. Listen to this. Biban, Biban. I ain't even gonna go into what Biban means. Biban El Maluk, Tamahu sculpture. Look that up. The Biban El Maluk, Tamahu sculpture. Okay? White color, white head, white feet. Right? There's a Tamahu means western, Tamahu means northern, and I'm getting this out to so-called attestations now. Southern European, and also Tamahu means north and can be found as town.
Man, that's
Right?
a lot of error.
Massey and Gardner. Massey and Gardner say that. Okay, that's them, not me. Massey and Gardner say that.
Yeah, Gerald
Okay,
Massey and Alan Gardner. Absolutely.
So let me show you something on the screen.
You gonna share or you want me to?
Ramses III
real
tiles,
quick, hold on.
Egyptian Museum of Cairo, Ramses III tiles got Tamahu. Says he won.
All right.
He mentions 4 nations: the Remet, the Nahesi, the Aamu, and the Temehu.
Now look at this, my brother, real quick, because you've been getting it in for about an hour now. Look at this. It say the empires of the Western Sudan. Do you think they talking about in Nubia?
Hold up, Smash, you're not sharing. Let me stop sharing.
No, I'm probably sharing it to everybody else. Yeah, it say the empire. This is the Metropolitan Museum. Why are they talking about West Africa here? Going all the way to Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. Because you think the Sudan is what it is now.
Right.
That's a problem. And so what they do, I'm pointing out to you, it seems like once I start illustrating the era, the stance always change.
Don't
Because and then you confuse me like this ain't what you was just saying. You said the Temehu was in the Sudan. I'm trying to show you they wasn't talking about the modern Sudan where the Nubians is. They talking about
modern day Sudan.
Babylon. He's showing you the old Sudan.
Yeah, you did like 30 minutes of talk time.
Can't make him drink.
Come on, let's go next person. But you got it in, Babylon, thanks to you. But
you did good work. You did good work. So let's watch this real quick. Let me make sure it's sharing. Let me try to reshare it again. Let me know if it hit. There it goes.
The whole dissertation, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a new guy though.
No, you good. So we got to look at this Indo-European thing for a minute, right? Let's look at who they're trying to call Indo-European.
Yeah,
which is crazy. When you see who's supposedly Indo-European, you'll understand why there was racism at that time and what Sheikh Anta was up against. Okay, following in the footsteps of G. Elliott Smith and those of Sergey, and I brought Sergey up several times because that's where you get all that genetic stuff that Marcus Garvey was having to deal with. At an earlier date, most Egyptologists take the view that the primitive population occupying the Egyptian and Nubian Nile Valley from the pre-dynastic period onwards, Badarian and Amratian or Nakada I, and up to the first dynasty belonged to a dark Mediterranean or again Euro-African race. This is how we debunk this.
Oh, wait. Is that on the screen somewhere?
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading it.
I know. Oh, Euro-African. Oh, yeah. So what's this document?
Watch.
All right.
Often incorrectly called Hamitic. So all you Hamite lovers out there, this is for you. This population is taken to have been leucodermic white, although its pigmentation may have been dark, even black. It is subdivided into 2 groups. One Eastern, watch who they call Indo-European. Ancient Egyptians, Behas, Galas, Somalis, Danakils.
That's how you read in the Oriental Institute track.
Listen, no, pay attention.
because it gets
If they call it
no,
Egyptian,
you don't know what you're talking
Come on,
about.
man.
Sit
Let the
back,
brother
brother. You don't know what
read,
you're talking
man.
about.
Come on, man.
You think you know what the source
I've
say,
been listening
you
for
don't
20
know what the
minutes,
source
bro.
say yet.
Indo-Africans is killing them. Euro-Africans, but keep
Exactly.
going.
And it's about to come out. So they're talking about and here goes let's go to the Westerns. Libyans, ancient Nubians, North African Berbers, Tuaregs and Tudos of the Sahara, Ganches, and the Canary Islands, and the Fulani. They're saying all these people that you know to be black are dark or Euro-African dark, but they're really white. Wow. Okay? So that's a problem. Let's go further because we about to dispel all that right now. You understand? Because this is when they term Euro-African, this is who they're talking about. They're talking about black people that you know today. The distant origin of this human type might be the Olduvai man of East Africa, signs of which are found from the end of the Gambelian period onwards, around 11,000. Comba Campbell, race of Cro-Magnon in Europe. This is where they get this from. This type, therefore, would appear to be African in origin without being Negro in the usual sense. Indeed, even those Egyptologists who are convinced of the essentially African nature of the Egyptian civilization stress the fact that the population which founded this civilization was not Negro. So this is what I was talking about.
Right there, see, he proved. Ain't none of y'all Egyptian.
No, this that old homework,
Egyptian.
man.
He just proved it right here, man.
Y'all love them books from the 30s, man.
Hey, can y'all stay on mute?
Y'all ask me
Can y'all stay
who
on
wrote it on
mute?
Tom
Hey, can y'all stay on mute?
Hey, come off one by one with some order. Whoever first speak first.
Hey, I wanted to ask
All right, Corey chimed in. Babylon, you had enough talk time. Oh, that's somebody else. Let's hear Corey and then the
I
Star.
wanted to ask Asar what the name of this source was. I thought this was a good source. What's the name of it, Asar?
Look, he thought it was a good
or if you know.
Yeah, he think these is good sources because they from. Look, this is how you could tell. All the sources that the book is citing is 1949, 1921, 1950. So it's a 1960 book. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
That's fine. I just wanted to read more on it and
we are
where he got it from. I just wanted to know the name of it. That's all.
God damn. Let me finish. Mute everybody, Smash, so I could finish.
All right, that's cool, but you be having them old ass books, bro.
No, they're good. Watch.
This 1960s no better. Am I correct? You know I'm right.
Watch. It get good.
It ain't no better than the 60s, but keep going.
So
it's gonna. God damn.
You can continue. You can continue. Go ahead.
It's gonna get good. And this is the problem. We need to know what the argument was then, because this is that symposium information.
Okay. That was a good way to agree and admit that it was from the 60s. We need to know what the argument was then. Man, I listen to every word.
In the 70s, and that's not from the symposium. That's not, none of that.
This is from the symposium, so sit back because you don't know what you're talking about.
Don't let him finish, man. Y'all got scared and shook up.
Babylon, let him finish, please.
You don't know what you're talking about. Trust me when I tell you I already know. Now,
Cruz, ain't none of y'all comedians. Let's keep reading, man. Go ahead.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Come on,
it's gonna get bad for you in a minute. Watch. The fact that the population which founded this civilization was not Negro, that's what they said. The authors are always at pains to point out that the pure Negro element appears to have been minute in the groups analyzed. 2 skeletons in 100, for example. At Naga Ed Dere in early pre-dynastic times, and 1 in 54 in lower Nubia. That's Massalard's work, and that was Frankfurt's and Bissing and Neville. So although all anthropologists concur in acknowledging the existence of a Negroid component in the mixed population, which constitutes the primitive Egyptian ethnic group, at least from Neolithic times onward.
It
will also be observed.
Where's the checkmate? Explain to me. Slow down. Tell me what the checkmate is.
Not you, Babylon. He's not you. You just too sensitive. He was checkmating JJ, bro. Go ahead.
Your book. Now it's your favorite book. Calm down, brother. Let me finish. It will also be observed that in spite of the composite character of this population, which is confirmed by all anthropologists, it is considered to be belong to a single race
of branch of humanity. According to a well-known study by H. Junker, true Negroes appeared in the lower Nile Valley only from the 18th dynasty onwards around Junker. Junker's conclusions have been accepted by all Egyptologists who since 1921 have no longer translated the Egyptian word Nehesi by Negro, as had formerly been the practice and
Oh my
translated
God.
instead as Nubia.
We told y'all this a long ass time ago. We be trying to explain, look, they had issues over this word Nehesi.
Exactly.
Keep on beating them up, bro.
I'm showing you the actual
He
racism.
just said they don't got the issues no more though. Even if this book is 1960.
Oh no, this is the people in the ancient
if you're
Egypt.
saying it's
This is
1960, then they
it's
cleared that up.
1974, yeah.
Yeah, so they cleared it up way back then though. So really what he read, if y'all really read what he read, this book is killing people. But keep on reading, bro.
This is the same thing we was reading earlier, by the way, just a different part. Keep going.
Yeah, this is the same John. So this one is
I don't know the name of it. Y'all refuse to tell me.
It's that UNESCO. It's the UNESCO conference 1974. It's called The People in the Ancient Egypt and the Meroitic Script.
Okay.
This is further down where I was telling him to get to, but I'm gonna click over to the other book, which makes the corrections on this book, even though this book makes some corrections. Now, this book already called Nubians, Indo-Europeans, and Somalis, and Fulanis, Indo-Europeans. So you know they already messed up. But this is the racism we're talking about. If Egyptologists are very nearly unanimous on the composition of the primitive Egyptian race from the end of the Neolithic period until the dawn of history, let me move this out the way.
Well, you need to look up Indo-European. Look up the word Indo-European.
Oh,
do they have a concept of race?
We gotta remember we winded down the show though.
This is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just skip over to the other because they playing. It is worth. We're gonna go right here.
That mean like European.
We're gonna go right here. Miss Fawcett considers, and this is for anybody who's using skulls, because in this book it debunks that as we go. But let's go here. Miss Fawcett considers that the Nagata skulls from a sufficiently homogeneous collection to warrant the assumption of a Nagata race and the total height of the skull, the auricular height, the length.
Hold on, slow down. Because Nagata is just a different way to pronounce Nakata, just so they know. So break that down for them.
Yeah. Cephalic index and facial index, this race would seem to approximate to be the Negro. So the skulls and stuff that we're talking about in ancient Egypt, it would be considered to be the Negro. In nasal breath, height of orbit, length of palate, and nasal index, it would seem closer to the Germanic peoples. Accordingly, the pre-dynastic Nagatians are likely to have resembled the Negroes in certain of their characteristics and the white races and others. So they think that those features are Germanic and Germans look like Negroes. Watch what else they say. It is worth nothing that the nasal indices of Ethiopians and Dravidians, all of a sudden that means nothing, would seem to approximate them to be Germanic peoples, though both are black races. These measurements, which would leave an open choice between the two extremes represented by the Negro and the Germanic races, give an idea of the elasticity of the criteria employed. Let's go further down. An attempt was made by Thompson and Randall McIver to determine more precisely the importance of the Negroid element in the series of skulls from El Amra, Abydos, and Howe. They divided them into three groups: Negroid skulls, those with the facial index below 54, nasal index above 50, short, broad face, and broad nose. Non-Negroid skulls, meaning nasal index below 50, long, narrow face, and narrow nose. Intermediate skulls assignable to one of the two previous groups on the basis of either. Now, this is them trying to be racist, and it backfires on them as we go further. The facial index on the evidence of the nasal index plus individuals marginal to either group, the proportion of Negroids would seem to have been 24% of men and 19% of women in the early pre-dynastic and 25 to 28 respectively to the late pre-dynastic. Watch them shoot themselves in the foot. Keith has disputed the value of the criterion selected by Thompson and Randall Macabre to distinguish the Negroid from the non-Negroid skulls. His opinion is that if the same criteria were applied to the study of any series of contemporary English skulls, the same would be found to contain approximately 30% of Negroid types. That means 30% of Negroids would make up Caucasians. Let's go further down. The converse of Keith's proposition could also be asserted, namely, that if the criterion were applied to the 140 million Negroes now alive in Black Africa, a minimum of 100 million Negroes would emerge whitewashed. So you're lying on the material. Because based off of these skull features, if we took 140 million Negroes from Africa, 100 million of them would appear to be European.
Read what he say next and kill it.
Yeah, it destroys them as we get into this paragraph. It may also be remarked that the distinction between Negroid, non-Negroid, and intermediary is unclear. The fact is that non-Negroid does not mean of white race, and intermediary still less so. Watch this. Falkenberg reopened the anthropological study of the Egyptian population in a recent work in which he discussed 1,787 male skulls varying in date from the old pre-dynastic to our own day. He distinguishes four main groups. The sorting of the pre-dynastic skulls into these four groups gives the following results of the whole pre-dynastic period. 36% Negroid, 33% Mediterranean, 11% Cro-Magnoid, white, and 20% of individuals not falling in any of these groups approximating either definitely higher than that.
Why the Negroid number always the biggest, but when they talk, they minimalize it and make the Negroid components the smallest.
Exactly. And it get worse because they tell you that the ones that they say weren't Negroid, that were supposedly Mediterranean,
they find out they is Negroid because those was the Somali types.
Yeah. Well, those were the Indo-Europeans. And who did they name? Nubians,
the Euro-Africans.
Indo-Europeans, Somalis, Indo-European, for anybody who says Punt wasn't involved in ancient Egypt.
But we got to read that part but on Petrie because that's what we've been talking about all day.
Petrie, can I ask you?
Well, he flowing real quick, and you was building for hella long earlier. Let him finish flowing. Let him finish flowing.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. But let's wait till Star finish flowing because he's doing a good job.
So I don't want to miss that paragraph either. Egypt at a late, but far otherwise, the facts prove that it was preponderant from the beginning to the end of Egyptian race. Oh, hold on, let me go up because I missed that portion. Where is it at? The point about all these conclusions is that despite their discrepancies, the degree to which they converge proves that the basis of the Egyptian population was Negro.
I now read that again so I can take it for a soundbite. Read it all the way through and I'll have that forever. Go ahead.
The point about all these conclusions is that despite their discrepancies, the degree to which they converge proves that the basis of the Egyptian population was Negro in the pre-dynastic epoch.
Wonderful.
Right there.
Keep going.
Thus, they are all incompatible with the theories that the Negro element only infiltrated into Egypt at a late stage. So throw that garbage out.
Throw it out. Now let's stop real quick. Ain't this still the UNESCO document that beat up Diop?
No, this is the other one.
Okay. I was about to say. Go ahead.
UNESCO says something
all Negroes.
But keep going. Then I was wrong. But keep going.
Are all Negroes the same?
Thus, they are all incompatible with the theories that the Negro element only infiltrated into Egypt at a late stage. Far otherwise, the facts prove that it was preponderant from the beginning to the end of the Egyptian history, particularly when we note once more that Mediterranean is not a synonym for white. Elliot Smith's brown or Mediterranean race being nearer the mark. Elliot Smith classes these Proto-Egyptians as a branch of what he calls the brown race, which is the same as Sergei's Mediterranean or Europhasian race. The term brown in this context refers to the skin color and is simply a euphemism.
No, not Eurasian. Not Eurasian. Hold up. Go back. You said the wrong word because people need to hear it. He said you're African, not you're Asian. People got to hear that. Look, you're African.
Yeah. Oh, I did, huh? I'm sorry. Which is the same as Sergei's Mediterranean or Euro-African race. The term brown in this context, and this is for everybody who says brown, the term brown in this context refers to the skin color and is simply a euphemism for Negro.
Damn, he killing y'all. I mean, what happened? I need to turn on my sound effects, but they've been crashing my computer. So, go ahead.
Ancient civilizations. It is thus clear that it was the whole of the Egyptian population which was Negro. Barring an infiltration of white nomads in the proto-dynastic epoch. In Petrie's study of the Egyptian race, we are introduced to a possible classification element in great abundance, which cannot fail to surprise the reader. Let's see what happens. Petrie published the study of the races of Egypt in the pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic periods, working only on portrayals of them. Apart from the stereotypian race, he distinguishes 6 separate types, which is silly.
But we got to stop. He said, aside from the Stegiopegian race, y'all know what Stegiopegia is? That's having a big-ass booty. See? So they just trying to hide that shit. He talking about these women with big old booties. If people want me to look it up, I'll look it up. But that's what the Stegiopegian race is. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Smash. Go ahead, Smash.
I'm going to show them real quick because they're going to think I made that up. So spell it out for me. Steg, S-E.
S-T-E-A-T-O-P-Y-G-I-A-N.
G-I-A. So Stegiopegia. Accumulation of large amounts of fat on the buttocks. Who be thinking your partner wrong? Let me show you something. So how they tried to slip that in there? Accumulation, exactly. What does this say?
Stereopegia.
And then he goes on, he says, working only on portrayals of them. Apart from the Stereopegian race, he distinguishes 6 separate types. An aquiline.
Oh, I'm sorry. I stopped your share. No, I didn't. Go ahead.
Oh, you good? Okay. Apart from we read that. He distinguishes 6 separate types. An aquiline type, representative of white-skinned Libyan race. There you have the Libyans. A plaited beard type belonging to an invading race coming perhaps from the shores of the Red Sea. A sharp nose type, almost certainly from the Arabian desert. A tilted nose type from Middle Egypt. A jutting beard type from Lower Egypt. And a narrow nose type from Upper Egypt. Going on the images, there would thus have been 7 different racial types in Egypt during the epochs we are considering in the pages which follow. We shall see the study of the skeletons seems to provide little authority for these conclusions. So anybody using this old information from Petrie, you're wrong. Let's see. It says, let me go. The above mode of classification gives an idea of the arbitrary nature of the criteria used to define the Egyptian races. Be that as it may, it is clear that anthropology is far from having established the existence of a white Egyptian race, and would indeed tend rather to suggest the opposite. Nevertheless, in current textbooks, the question is suppressed. In most cases, it is simply flatly asserted that the Egyptians were white. And the honest layman is left with the impression that any such assertion must necessarily have a prior basis of solid research. And so they go into the textbooks, but we're going to skip down just a tad bit because what he does is he talks about what you see in their text. We'll read one. In the textbook intended for the middle secondary school, we find the following sentence. A black is distinguished less by the color of his skin, for there are black-skinned whites, than by his features. Thick lips, flattened nose. It is only through these twistings of the basic definitions that it has been possible to bleach the Egyptian race. Now, when we come down here, especially when they start talking about slavery in ancient Egypt, because you're going to find a bunch of Europeans being enslaved, and that's what he get to, it's going to be a wrap. Y'all had enough? Y'all good? Y'all good?
So what are you reading from again? What are you reading from?
This is ancient. Let me see. This is Black. Origin of the Ancient Egyptians is the chapter, and we are in Ancient Civilizations of Africa.
Wonderful. Man, that was dumb
47.
checkmate piece.
Yeah. And when we get into here, when we start talking about who, it's over.
Chief X gonna debunk this whole book tonight.
Saul, can we see the can you go to the front and can we see the whole book?
Yes, Saber. Let me pull it up.
Excellent work.
Oh yeah, you killed him. UNESCO. Oh yeah, you killed him. So what am I trying to ask? Like, what you gonna show tonight, Bob? It's just over. Let it go. Have a new topic. So now y'all can see if Bob have a new topic or not. If he don't follow Smash advice, he gonna have a topic that's gonna continue this going. If he do follow Smash advice, he gonna go live with a different topic.
Respect. Here's the thing: is he picks and chooses who he wants to respect, and he can't do that.
You gotta turn your mic up so everyone can hear you clearly.
You can't hear me. I'm saying.
Oh, that's maybe just me. You just kind of low. Go ahead, go.
Yeah, the problem with is that he picks and chooses who he wants to respect, right? So when you show a UNESCO article, right, it has got to be respected, right? Because it is it's following the program that he asked for, interdisciplinary analysis.
Hold the hell up. I'm not cutting you off, Reggie. I'm actually accidentally reading the screen. Keep going. Y'all read the screen while Reggie talking.
Y'all want me to keep going?
Nah, let Reggie finish. I cut him off, bro. Let Reggie finish.
Nah, keep going, Saber. Saber, keep
so
going.
is this really in this book, bro?
So
this is about the symposium, and this is UNESCO? Man, what's the matter with people?
Oh, I didn't read the book. So
go ahead.
Did not read the he did not read the book. Picked and choose what he wanted to, right? And he has to either respect the method and the methodology, or he needs to stop talking about. He can talk about everything else, evolution, Charles Darwin, but as far as Egypt and Black, right? Black Egypt, he needs to just shut up. Right. Facts. Now go to where you was reading the page number so that everybody can see it from UNESCO and say, where is your better source? So
he said he wanted to debate. This is page 41, and I ain't even in there, and I ain't even look.
Right. Where was the stuff that you was reading with that it was with the statistics and it was overwhelmingly Black?
Yes.
Most who wrote this part?
This book here.
Who wrote this part?
I can't remember. There's a list of everybody.
Just scroll up a little bit. The Egyptians, how they saw themselves. Just scroll up until we get to the beginning of this section. It might show us. Because this is this is a killer. If you don't mind scrolling up a little bit more, it'll show us when we get to the beginning of the section. I mean,
you want to? Okay.
Yeah.
I did not read the UNESCO book, so whatever he said.
All right, was that it? We just went. Go down a little bit. Something that just the under blood groups. Let's see what happened. Under blood groups. Right under the Egyptian race according to it don't show who wrote these parts, but
this is like a summary, and he puts the scientists in there for each quote. Like he'll quote Herodotus, he'll quote Petrie and say, here it is from Petrie. This is what we found out here. And then the list of each author, and then I think who does the full narration is in here too.
But the reason why I wanted to look because the part you was reading was only what Diop and them said at the conference. So you telling me they went and wrote a book and only put what Diop and them said about in the section about the people in Egypt?
Nuh-uh. They cover Maccabee's argument and all that too. Cool. He quotes everybody.
All right, my bad. Let's get back to it. My bad.
Yeah. So the fact is that that what Asar and Carl was reading was from UNESCO, right? And so in 1974, they had already said this. So whatever Ankh is saying is from his own mind. He has not read the UNESCO book. They didn't beat up Diop, right? They did not, other contributors contributed. They did not, Diop's part was just really dealing with Kemet and Kemetiu and stuff like that. But as far as who the peopling were, the peopling of ancient Egypt, I guess Ankh did not read that section. What's this whole thing, black skinned?
Yeah, this book destroys that whole argument.
Right. So Ankh did not
read it. Smash was right earlier in saying that you're going to discount everything that the Greeks said about the ancient Egyptians, right? So now I will say this because I'm going to have to do another chore. All of this stems from this whole conversation, 6 hours, stems from a spiritual Kemetic priest, right, talking about the Tamahu with spiritual sources, right, about who the Tamahu are, saying that the Tamahu was white, right? And from his spiritual sources, he has not read UNESCO. He has not read Libya Antique. His sources are spiritual sources. Now, the Tamaya, that's in 3,000 years later, that is in another script, and they are identifying people, to me, akin to, even if at that time they might have the word white, right? But I don't know what the word white is in their language.
Well, look at this quote on the screen. So who the hell wrote this quote right here?
I'm telling you, it's a rap.
Who wrote that quote right there? It don't say so.
I don't know each individual.
It was in a conference.
No, I'm talking about, look on the actual, go scroll. Oh, it says an exception, Volney. That's Volney. So go down.
Yeah.
Go down. Now let's read what this say. And we're going to read it for them. All of them, that part.
No. Don't skip the top.
Okay.
Who traveled in Egypt between 1783 and 1785 at the peak period of Negro slavery and made the following observations on the true Egyptian race, the same which produced the pharaohs, namely the Copts. So that's what we're talking about here. During slavery periods, Volney did this. He says, all of them are puffy-faced, heavy-eyed, and thick-lipped. In a word, real mulatto faces. I was tempted to attribute this to the climate until, on visiting the Sphinx, the look of it gave me the clue to the enigma, beholding that the head characteristically Negro in all its features. I recalled the well-known passage of Herodotus, which reads, for my part, I consider the Colchi are a colony of the Egyptians because, like them, they are black-skinned and kinky-haired. In other words, the ancient Egyptians were true Negroes on the same stock as all the autochthonous,
autochthonous or whatever,
autochthonous people of Africa. And from the datum, one sees how their race, after some centuries of mixing with the blood of Romans and Greeks, must have lost the full blackness of its original color, but retained the empress of its original mold. It is even possible to apply this observation very widely and posit in principle that physiognomy is a kind of record usable in many cases for disputing or elucidating the evidence of history on the origins of peoples.
Now, well, let's stop because we got to deal with the word autochthonous. What, go back? Yeah. Autochthonous. Now, that means, we know what that means. It means made indigenously and supported indigenously. So Google it real quick. Grab that and pop it into the wiki and watch what it shows. Yeah. It's gonna be like, it ain't got nothing to do with the outside. It basically means it got nothing to do with nothing outside. Exactly. Autochthonous. It means made and supported all by your damn self. Native to the soil.
Hello.
You feel me?
The word. Yeah.
But that's the Greek. But go down a little bit more and it'll show us the American autochthonous. It should.
Hold on, let me pull up the.
There it go, right there.
Smash, can you see that?
Merriam-Webster. That's etymology, but it still works.
Did you see that? Did not read the UNESCO symposium by Mokhtar?
Well, I know he read it, but he must have forgot what was in it.
No,
yeah,
he read
that's
what
why
he
I was
wanted
saying
to
he
read.
could.
He
Yeah,
didn't read the whole book. He read what he wanted to read.
Formed and originated in the place they got found. All right, that's what. So that means they right where you found them. It was where they formed and where they originated. They didn't walk in from the Mediterranean.
I don't want to call Ankh pseudo, but
I'll do it. He's pseudo. All right, go ahead, baby. You say
this is bordering on on his statements are bordering on pseudo.
But if you want to get some views, do that show tonight. he gonna fire right back at you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I'll send you the book, and that way, because if he say anything, you just gonna be like, bloop, bloop.
No, I have the book because you know what? He's gonna discount scholars based on. He's gonna create stop signs all over the place.
Well, let's analyze the sentence now that we know what they truly mean by attactionalist or whatever. If y'all want, click the button so we can hear it pronounced. If you you can right click. You know, if you right click, yeah, click read out loud. Oh well, but it'll come. And so I'm gonna reread the sentence. Here it comes. Maybe you didn't share the audio. So the ancient Egyptians, don't trip. Yeah, don't trip. You didn't share that. The ancient Egyptians were true Negroes of the same stock as all attachalists or whatever people of Africa. So all the ones that was raised there and wasn't immigrants there, basically.
And it gets really bad because they make some real clarifying statements concerning, and this is more of Volney here. To the testimony of Volney, Champollion Fagak, brother Champollion the Younger, was to reply in the following terms. The two physical traits of black skin and kinky hair are not enough to stamp a race as Negroes, and Volney's conclusion as to the Negro origin of the ancient population of Egypt is glaringly forced and inadmissible. Being black from head to foot and having kinky hair is not enough to make a man a Negro. This shows us the kind of specialist argumentation to which Egyptology has had to resort since its birth as a science. Some scholars maintain that Volney was seeking to shift the discussion to a philosophic plane, but we have only to reread Volney. He is simply drawing the inferences from crude material facts, forcing themselves on his eyes and his conscience as
now. Let me read this next part. The Egyptians as that. Well, somebody else can read it.
I'll bring it up.
Yeah, because this gonna get good. The Egyptians as they saw themselves. It is no waste of time to get the views of those principally concerned. How did the ancient Egyptians see themselves? Into which ethnic category did they put themselves? What did they call themselves? The language and literature left to us by the Egyptians of the pharaonic epoch supply explicit answers to these questions which the scholars cannot refrain from minimalizing. They can't refrain from minimalizing this stuff, twisting and interpreting. Now look at this. The Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves. Now what does it say right there? I'll let somebody else start reading.
Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves. Equal, the glyph Kemet equal Kemet, the Negroes, literally 44. That is from Diop. This is the strongest term existing in the pharaonic tongue to indicate blackness. It is accordingly written with a hieroglyph representing a length of wood charred at the end and not crocodile scales. This word is the etymological origin of the well-known root Kemet, which has proliferated in modern anthropological literature. The biblical root Cam is probably derived from it and has therefore been necessary to distort the facts to enable this root today to mean white in Egyptological terms, whereas in Pharaonic mother tongue, which gave its birth, it meant coal black. In the Egyptian language, a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it into a singular kemet from the adjective kem equal black. It is collectively is a collective noun, which is thus the whole people of the pharaonic Egypt as black people. In other words, only the purely grammatical plane, if one wishes to indicate Negro in the pharaonic tongue.
The crowd say they can't hear you for some reason. Look at the chat. Everybody's saying that. Keep going though.
Okay, then let somebody else read. No problem.
Somebody want to pick that up?
Yeah. Bob, just talk a little closer to the mic. It'll probably jump in.
In the Egyptian language, a word of assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting in the feminine singular kemet from the adjective. Kim, black, is therefore means strictly Negroes, or at the very least, black men. The term is a collective noun, which thus describes the whole people of pharaonic Egypt as black people. In other words, on the purely grammatical plane, if one wishes to indicate Negro in the pharaonic tongue, one cannot use any other word than the very one which the Egyptians used of themselves. Furthermore, the language offers another term, Kemetu, the Negroes, the black men, literally, equals Egyptians as opposed to foreigners, which comes from the same root Kem, and which the Egyptians also used to describe themselves as a people, as distinguished from all foreign people. These are the only adjectives of nationality used by the Egyptians to designate themselves, and both mean Negro or black in the Pharaonic language. Scholars hardly ever mention them, or when they do, it is translate them by euphemisms such as Egyptian, while remaining completely silent about the etymological sense. They prefer the expression Remet Kemet, the men of the country of the black men, or the men of the black country. In Egyptian, words are normally followed by a determinative, which indicates the exact sense. And for this particular expression, Egyptologists suggest that Kem equal black, and that the color qualifies a determinative, which follows it and which signifies country. Accordingly, they claim that the translation should be the black earth, from the color of the loam, or the black country, and not the country of black men, as we should be inclined to render it today with black Africa and white Africa in mind. Perhaps so, but if we apply the rule rigorously to Kemet, we are forced to concede that here the adjective black qualifies a determinative, which signifies the whole people of Egypt, shown by the two symbols for men and women, and the three strokes before them, which indicate the plural. Thus, if it is possible to voice a doubt as regards the expression Kimi, it is not possible to do so with the case of the two adjectives of nationality, Kemet and Kemetu, unless one is picking one's argument completely at random.
So stop right there. Unless you're being random and weird, and you're trying to get away from the fact that the adjectival noun, Kim, in the word Kemet, isn't descriptive for the people, you're being random. This is what the Egyptologists say. This is what UNESCO says. This is the rule. Stop lying to, and I see there's books I don't even pull out because it's gonna. So my brother sat 12. You asked the question, which is what made me hop back on.
But that's Unc's method.
Yeah, exactly. Well, these random
arguments at random.
Yeah, you're random and weird, brother Arthur. We love you, but stop being random and weird. The information does not say the lie. You followers like Kyle and runner up behinds like Geechee, my brother Geechee, run around behind.
Let me ask you though.
Before you move that screen, could somebody give me the reason why that Kemet right there in the center of the screen doesn't have the owl there? I just want to know.
Oh, you don't need it every time. You don't always need it. You don't always need it. The owl is just a phonetic complement. You don't always need it.
It's a phonetic complement. So
isn't it because the crocodile thing is Kem itself? Maybe you should have said that.
It's not a crocodile.
As in it has the K and the M in it one time.
Yeah, it got an M in there, and sometimes they just put another M behind it. It's called a phonetic complement. But I now let me just say something to be clear. That seems apparently, obviously, to be the work of Sheikh Anta right here and writing in this journal. But someone said that he got discredited and they produced books after the conference that show that. But this so a book after the conference that's using what he said at the conference.
But hey, I hear him talking. They really, like I said. Now I could go over here. This is
let's
move.
We're
gonna stay over there.
Let's go because it could be more under that. Let's just finish that out. But this is a different book. Let's just please before you carry on.
We're gonna stay over there. I'm just letting you all know.
See, that's the hop them around. You went from the book of Deuteronomy to Joseph. Let's make sure. Scroll down just a little bit more and see that they conclude this with what they're saying. Because we can scroll down later, somebody could do a show and say, but look what it said later. So just scroll down the page a little bit, if you don't mind.
No, we here. This is the next paragraph right there. It is remarkable. But I'm just saying there's more in the chamber. So I'm telling people don't play because I'll pull them out.
So if we read a lot of this in the original UNESCO, I just wanted to see if it ever concluded something at the bottom.
Oh, it does. It starts to go into this. Your favorite part. It's talk about the Nehesi right here, but it also goes into
there's an argument. There's an argument where Sonoran challenges
exactly
the grammar of.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see if they addressed that next.
Yeah, they did.
No, but I'm saying, see, they addressed it in UNESCO, but if this book, see, they don't. So if this book doesn't, that means they thought Diop won. This is what I'm showing you. We seen the argument, and now we see this scholarship that the scholars chose from that debate to write a book afterwards. It was Diop's words.
Just search Sonoran. Search Sonoran, and you'll see the argument.
Yes, Sonoran has another discussion where he goes and tries to debunk it. He fails, but he tries. Here, this is good because it's going to go into, it's a remarkable circumstance that the ancient Egyptians should never have had the idea of applying these qualitatives to the Nubians and other populations of Africa to distinguish from themselves. So they never.
Is this only the section of what Diop thought? That's what I'm asking. Or did they I know it's Diop's work, but feel what I'm asking, Reggie. This is a work produced after the conference, right? Now, is in this work produced after the conference, are we simply viewing the section that reviewed what Diop thought, or did they take what he said? Yeah, they took his work and used it in another work. Basically, they're corroborating what he said, correct?
Right.
They're corroborating what he said. Go ahead, Sable.
This is Diop's words, right? This is so all of this is Shekan to Diop's words. If you want to see the conversation,
we looked at it already.
Sonoran, you did?
Yeah, we earlier, remember we had the other book open, but I don't think the question still stands. Is there another part in this book that we're reading that says an opposite view of what we're reading? Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Actually, there is the opposite. So they book, the different opposite. Yeah, in this book, because like it talks about Maccabee's argument and what have you.
Well, then now this can't be read as if it's some type of victory or something honest, because all we doing is reading the black side. You see what I'm saying?
The side that pertained and that actually persisted. This is what we've got.
So now later somebody could go to some different pages in the same book and read the white shit. See, that's not a win then.
Well, no, you could go in there, but this corrects everything concerning those points. So you're gonna see that, like you seen the other argument. He posed what Andrew and McAveen said. He said they said this right here. But after they said this, Joe did.
What do they conclude in this book? That Diop right or what?
Yeah, that Job is correct. Volney is correct, and that the other concluding scientists that did the work were correct. And then it goes a little further than that. It starts to connect some of the African cultures.
Can we see anything that say anything like that?
Yeah, like what in particular you?
Well, I see. It appears that they saying he correct because each sentence, like they not saying Diop said this. The way we looking at it, they just giving us this information as if this is right information. You see what I'm saying? You could keep scrolling down, and they may get to a point and be like, "This, all of this was surmised by Diop," but it don't appear to be that way. And look, this is
Sheikh Anta Joe Pierre, 1955, but they're showing his age.
Yeah, they used him as a reference, so somebody else put this together and referenced him, and so basically they saying he didn't get beat up. That's my point.
Exactly, and that's why I'm telling you it was devised by there's a group of them that agreed that put this book together. So they use Massalard's work, who has mixed views, Juval satire. But their conclusion is that Diop was correct at the end. And here goes anybody who says Walif don't have cognates.
Pick one.
All right, can you share that book? Can you share that book in the chat?
These are
Pick one. No, yeah, I got
these
you.
are Diop's. These are Diop's statements. So you have to go further. You're saying that you read Sonoran's statements?
Yeah, earlier we did that. Yeah.
You should read it in this book.
So that's what I was asking. Are they in this book? African. So this is the question. This book is African civilizations of ancient Africa or whatever.
Right.
Formed by UNESCO. And if they're telling us about the civilizations, they can't give us two different opinions. This is like an encyclopedia, so to speak. So I will figure it seems they chose on what Diop said at the conference over other people. It says origin of the ancient Egyptians. Here go a conclusion. How about that? Do we want to see anything in this conclusion?
Let's read the conclusion. The structure of African royalty, which the king put to death either really of symbolically after a reign which varied in length but was in the region of 8 years, recalls the ceremony of the pharaoh's regeneration through the said festival. Also reminiscent of Egypt are the circumcision rites mentioned earlier in the totemism, cosmogonies, architecture, musical instruments, etc. of Black Africa. Egyptian antiquity is to African culture what Greco-Roman antiquity is to Western culture. The building up of a corpus of African humanity should be based on this fact. This is why we study. So anybody who asked that question, why are you studying ancient Egypt? He just told you. It will be understood how difficult it is to write such a chapter in a work of this kind where euphemisms and compromise are the rule. In an attempt to avoid sacrificing scientific truth, therefore, we made a point of suggesting 3 preliminaries to the preparation of this volume. So they're going to tell you how they put it together and why.
All right, here come everything we looking for. Just read that part. Yeah, there it go. Here it go.
All of which were agreed to at the plenary session held in 1971, so before UNESCO. The first 2 led to the holding of the Cairo Symposium. This is at UNESCO from 28th January to February 3rd, 74. In this connection, I should like to refer to certain passages in the report of that symposium. Professor Verkouter, who had been commissioned by UNESCO to write the introductory report, acknowledged after a thorough discussion that the conventional idea that the Egyptian population was equally divided between blacks, whites, and half-castes could not be upheld. Professor Verkouter agreed that no attempt should be made to estimate percentages, which meant nothing, as it was impossible to establish them without reliable statistical data. On the subject of Egyptian culture, Professor Verkouter remarked that, in his view, Egypt was an African culture. Professor Verkouter remarked that, in his view, Egypt was African in its way of writing, in its culture, and its way of thinking. Professor Leconte, for his part, recognized the same African character in the Egyptian temperament and way of thinking. In regard to linguistics, it is stated in the report that this item, in contrast to those previously discussed, revealed a large measure of agreement among the participants. You heard that, right? A large measure of agreement with the participants about the African character, the thinking. Y'all understand? All right. The outline report by Professor Jope and the report by Professor Obenga were regarded as being very constructive.
So let's stop. So it wasn't regarded as being beat up. It was regarded as being very constructive. Keep going.
Similarly, the symposium rejected the idea that the Pharaonic Egyptian was a Semitic language. Turning to wider issues, Professor Sonoran, this is who Brother Saber Reggie talking about, drew attention to the interest of the method suggested by Professor Obenga following Professor Joe. Egyptian remained a stable language for a period of at least 4,500 years. 4,500 years. Egypt was situated at the point of convergence of outside influences, and it was to be expected that borrowing had been made from foreign languages, but the Semitic roots numbered only a few. 100 as compared with a total of several thousand words. The Egyptian language could not be isolated from its African context.
and its origin could not be fully explained in terms of Semitic. It was thus quite normal to expect to find related languages in Africa. The genetic, that is not accidental, relationship between Egyptian and the African languages was recognized. Professor Sonoran noted that the method which had been used was of considerable interest, since it could not be purely fortuitous.
Hold on. Whose method was that?
This is Sonoran.
No, he said the method used was notable. He was talking about what Diop and them did. Yes, he said what Obangi and Diop did is off the hook. It's considerably of considerable interest, but keep going.
Yo, I thought they got beat up. Smash, what you talking about?
Exactly.
Which had been used was of considerable interest, since it could not be purely fortuitous that there was a similarity between the third person singular suffix pronouns in ancient Egyptian and in Wolof. He hoped that an attempt would be made to reconstitute a Paleo-African language using present-day languages as a starting. Now, why would they use present-day languages as a starting point for Paleo-African? Could it be that your African-American vernacular and other African cultures is, yeah. Whatever, guys. In the general conclusion to the report, it was stated that although the preparatory working paper sent out by UNESCO gave particulars of what was desired, not all participants had prepared communications comparable with the painstakingly researched contributions of Professor Sheikh Job and Diafao Benga. Stop lying on these men. Ain't nobody ain't nobody put no hands on them.
Can we change the title of this whole presentation that Uncle Keck was wrong on UNESCO?
I'm gonna have to chop this up into 2 videos. This has been the last 4 hours, but the first part was about something else. Keep going though. This is clear.
There was consequently a real lack of balance in the discussions. That means Sheikh Antijop and them was beating them up. A new page of African historiography was accordingly written in Cairo.
Let's stop. Godly. So how they get beat up if a new page in African historiography was accordingly written in Cairo? Go ahead. We doing this like the Hebrews do.
Right. The symposium recommended that further studies be made on the concept of race. Such studies have since been carried out, but they have not contributed anything new to the historical discussion. They tell us that molecular biology and genetics recognize the existence of populations alone, the concept of race being no longer meaningful. Yet whenever there is any question of the transmission of a heredity taint, the concept of race, in the most classic sense of the term, comes into its own again. For genetics tells us that sickle cell anemia occurs only in Negroes. The truth is that all these anthropologists have already, in their own minds, drawn the conclusion deriving from the triumph of the monogenetic theory of mankind without venturing to put them into explicit terms. For if mankind originated in Africa, it was necessarily Negroid before becoming white through mutation and adaptation at the end of the last scalation in Europe in the Upper Paleolithic. And it is now more understandable why the Grimaldian Negroids first occupied Europe for 10,000 years before Cro-Magnon man, the prototype of the white race, appeared around 2000. I'll read the last part.
They want this to be Blackology so bad, but it's UNESCO. They can't even believe it. So keep going.
No, but that last part is probably not true though. Like the Cro-Magnon man being the prototype of the white.
Oh yeah, no, we're not worried about that. So this the deal is we know we reading some 50-year-old document. You feel me? So what we talking about is did Diop get beat up or not? You feel me?
Yeah. Cro-Magnon hadn't been debunked yet. It just came out. So the ideological standpoint is also evident in apparently objective studies in history and in social relationships. It is the phenotype that is the individual or the people, as that individual or people is perceived, which is the dominant factor, as opposed to the genotype. For present-day genetics, a Zulu with the same genotype as Vorster is not impossible. Does this mean that the history we are witnessing will put the two phenotypes, that is, the two individuals, on the same footing in all their national and social activities? Certainly not. The opposition will remain not social, but ethnic. The study makes it necessary to rewrite world history from a more scientific standpoint into account the Negro African component, which was for a long time preponderant. So I told you science had a problem with the Negro.
Read that again.
Yeah, read that again. That's
Yes,
just
Read
killing
that
it.
again.
I don't even believe a book like this exists, bro.
I told you I got the
God,
point,
from
so
UNESCO, this is chat. Oh, it's over. I'm not arguing this no more. I'm just gonna send people this link and just never argue this ever again.
We're gonna do this on a high level. You know, Unkin is high level scientific, right? Read UNESCO's conversation on science. Read that again. We're gonna do this on a high level. Science is undefeated.
That's right. That's right. This study makes it necessary to rewrite world history from a more scientific standpoint, because you ain't been using science concerning black.
Wait, no. Don't commentate. Come on,
Don't
read
even
it.
say
just read it.
Taking into account the Negro African component, which was for a long time preponderant. It means that it is now possible to build up a corpus of Negro African humanities resting on a sound historical basis instead of being suspended in midair. Finally, if it is true that only truth is revolutionary, it may be added that only rapprochement brought about on a basis of truth can endure. The cause of human progress is not well served by casting a veil over the facts. The rediscovery of the true past of the African people should not be a divisive factor, but should contribute to uniting them, each and all binding them together from the north to the south of the continent, so as to enable them to carry out together a new historical mission for the greater good of mankind, and that is in keeping with the ideal of UNESCO. Mic drop.
No, go to 74. So that says note by the editor of the volume. Footnote.
So hold on. Yeah.
The editor of the volume, the opinions expressed by Professor Shaka Diop in this chapter are those which he presented and developed at UNESCO Symposium, The People of Ancient Egypt, which was held in 1974. A summary of proceedings of this symposium will be found at the end of this chapter. The arguments put forward in this chapter have not been accepted by all the experts interested in the problem. Wait, it says the
this
argument
is by Gamal Mokhtar.
So
he's the writer.
but he's the editor, and so Diop wrote it. The opinions expressed by Professor Diop in this chapter.
Yeah, but this is Gamal Mokhtar who edited the information.
So notes about
together.
Yeah, so he took those. So basically, Gamal Mokhtar did not go get Sir Saharan's work. He went and got Diop's work and edited into this African book of history for UNESCO, and then placed this disclaimer for us reading later. Like, this what we rolling with now, but just know everybody don't agree with this. But this don't mandate no type of beat up.
No, this means Saharan continued his argument. This means that MacIver and I think Anderson continued their argument, and that's fine. We've got the facts. And there go Terranetter. Everybody who saw my show the other day, just know you got to feature it before everybody else got to see this.
Yeah,
I'm shutting the mic down.
We need to go over this again, Terranetter again, at another point on another show.
Yeah. When somebody else gonna hit the button later, I'm gonna get ready to prepare. But let's get it ready to close it out. And let's hear some people who might have felt opposite of what they've heard from what you read. Anybody want to start that out? Go ahead.
I kind of just wanted to clarify from earlier that I was not saying that Brother Ankh was wrong because he did not show his information. I was just trying to say that he should not have been standing on that claim without bringing the information. And I think he misinterpreted what I said, or maybe I wasn't clear in how I was bringing that across.
Word up.
Don't apologize, be you.
That's the truth. I wasn't trying to say he
No,
was
it's
wrong.
clarification more.
I
Yeah,
know.
more.
I'm just saying, don't apologize. Be you. You ain't getting nothing from nobody else. You do you.
Man, I don't think I'm arguing this ever again. Every time I'm gonna pull out this link right here. Matter of fact, share it for the people because every time they need to see the link, Asar just ended the argument with, "Why would I talk about this again?" Just so people can ignore everything we just read, what UNESCO said. They're gonna just try to find some other UNESCO work and say, "No, look at what this one say." All right, that's cool if there's a contradictory one. But I ain't on that this no more. It's just dead all of a sudden.
Yeah, because I mean it's soundly put to death by an Arab brother, Mokhtar.
Hold on, the link you shared I can't find it. That's a link to your computer, I think.
Oh, dang. Oh, that's right, because this is mine.
What's the name of the actual book?
Yeah, let me get y'all the
book. So when I told them that stegiopegia meant accumulation of large amounts of fat on the buttocks, especially as normal condition in the Khoi and other peoples of the Arab parts of South Africa. Well, what did he say? Petrie said besides the stegiopegia race or whatever, Steatopegia race, there were other people in Egypt. See, you trip off that? But these people found like the Khoi in South Africa. So what's up with that?
Oh, the Khoi ain't there. Man, you made that up, man.
Well, we need so we just want a source. I know what you lead to.
Yeah, I know.
Saying the place Khoi is related to the Khoi needs more sources. That's all. But where we at right now, though? We was about to see something.
I'm just typing that in there. Y'all make.
The name of the book. What's the name of the book for everybody?
Yeah, General History of Africa 2. This is the second one. I'm typing it in because I can't get the I gotta dig because it was hard to get this.
Here we go, right here. General History of Africa, UNESCO. No, I mean it might not be the book, but it's something talking about it. Yeah, it's showing the book. So I'm gonna share the screen for people so people can know what we reading from.
It was hard to get that goddamn book.
You got that. Share that, email that to me. But let me I need to get that. That's just a checkmate piece. Yeah, it's gonna mandate that I change my whole YouTube style. Because ain't no need to be arguing about that no more. Just give people that book, and if they can argue with the book, let them.
It's gonna be hard. I'm gonna give you another one too. Like I said, this second one over here that I have, this is from one of our black scholars. I wanted to bring him over here and on the my show. He goes in.
Oh, this is checkmate. So it's actually over. So what we find out by my man saying that he read these books and they did some other books after the conference. Well, here's one, and this is supported by UNESCO. As you see, I'm on their website right now, and we read what they concluded and whose work they used from the conference. So I won't be saying nothing else about this again. I don't care how many videos we see. I can't be convinced otherwise. I just seen the text with my own word that they was using Diop works in the general history of Africa, presented by UNESCO. So that's over.
You might be interested to know, Smash, and everybody else on the panel as well. They're about to publish 4 more volumes of General History of Africa, December 2023, on the Wikipedia right now. Just watching it here.
Oh, and I hope them hurry up and come out because that's going to help my brother. Because right now, in the General History of Africa, it say Kim mean black people. It say Kim mean black people.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat because
thank you, Sable. Because I can't find it.
Yeah, I'm about to try to put it too. I'm trying to do it too. Here it go, right here.
Here it go.
Yeah, put yours too, but that's the wrong chat. So you go here, Reggie.
I had to beat up a saw
in
Ujao, so I just need to find it on my computer. But there you go.
Oh yeah, well, everybody should shut up. That's been settled. It's actually in the UNESCO's Encyclopedia of Africa. I don't want to talk about what Kemet mean no more. It just showed us in the encyclopedia, black people. Now, who don't like that? That's in the chat that want to say what they say against that encyclopedia. Because y'all gonna say it later. Oh, I think everybody vamoosed. Hold on, let's see.
Nah, they know what it is.
Did all the naysayers vamoose? We gotta have one. They definitely broke wind. Pew. Flintstone feet. When you look at stuff like, look, ain't no naysayers here no more. Not a chef, not a Corey. Pew! Even though it's been 8 hours, shout out to them. I know we got other things to do.
Another addition we might need to go over. Maybe I'll start it. Is on. They did the same thing on Libya. Right?
Oh yeah.
That's where I remember. I'm one of the people besides Smash. Smash has done a lot of work on Nubia, right? But it's forced me to go into Libya, right? So they did another symposium on Libya because I was dealing with this Tamahu and Temehu stuff, this spiritual Tamahu source, where how does somebody flood the whole internet with a word named Tamahu and never give his source, his spiritual source? How does somebody do that? And then everybody says that I'm a hater when I just want to know his source. Was it Massey? Oh, he says Diop said it. So just because Diop said it, it stops, right?
Clearly didn't get through with him.
You get on a bus at the first stop with Diop is driving.
Keep going. This your background music for all the Mesopotamians. All you Mesopotamians better hide tonight. It's that Oakland shit. Oh, I'm gonna turn it down. That's your background music. Go ahead.
No, that was overground music.
Nah, I turned it down.
The fact of the matter is that when people come out who are charismatic and they say things, we have an obligation to check their sources. And when their sources are wrong, right, they need to either own up to it or move, right? So we got two things out here. We got the Tamahu, and we got, unfortunately, Bobby Banger has changed to Bobby Busted. Bobby Busted.
Do that show, Bobby Busted, tonight. It's gonna be funny. But this dedicated to the Mesopotamians. So y'all the Peckerwoods in this instance, and y'all spitting that Peckerwood shit. So we gonna tell these Mesopotamians what to do. This is what they need to do. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Yeah, hold on. This to all you don't come out in these YouTube streets. Yeah. Mesopotamian boys, get up out of here. Don't go live. All right, that's all. That's what y'all made me think about, Ascari X.
I ain't heard that in years.
They got that Peckerwood knowledge, and they better hide with that bullshit, that Mesopotamian shit. Get it up out of here. Keep going. What's up?
I have a question for the elders on the panel, right? Or for my elders on the panel. How would you say in Medinacho or Ren Kemi, or however you pronounce it, a dark-skinned scribe?
We got one. Neon Elder. So they say Kim. They just said Kim, and they translated it as dark skin. But we could say you could say the other term that actually means Kim. Nikayu Isis was the dark skinned elder. That's as they translated. But to say dark skin, they didn't say skin. They just called him Kim. But yeah, we about to do 8 hours, y'all. I'm way past my stream time. Hey, this is one of the best shows. We almost maintained 200 people for the whole show. So that's another step for me, and that's thanks to y'all, the people watching. Oh, you know how we do, Brendan. I know Bobby gonna get me back tonight. I'm gonna be watching in the chat laughing. But what I ain't gonna do is I ain't gonna come on his show and cuss him out and scream him out. That's why I be saying about Bob, that's the only thing he be doing wrong. I won't come on your shit and do that. I'll just contend against you in a different way. But he learning. When he wrong, he don't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? He be like, oh shit, I'm wrong. And I'm just saying, look, man, just say you wrong and get the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? It's just that easy.
Hey, shout out to the pseudo killers. I expect y'all to come back with some strong information, some strong pseudoisms, and we love you. Don't be taking this stuff personal.
Nah, they're gonna hide tonight. Ain't nobody going live. They're gonna hide tonight. But they might come out tomorrow though.
White. They black, but they white. They black, but they white.
Sheffrin, don't come out tonight. You know we did a good job. Corey, hi tonight. Everybody lay that shit down. Go get that encyclopedia that we shared in the chat and start teaching on that. I dare one of y'all to read that on one of y'all pseudo-ass shows that been saying it wasn't no Africans black. Y'all never would do that. It's an encyclopedia from UNESCO. Why don't you read what we just read? That lets you know you pseudo. You won't read that shit on your show because it's going to make you look stupid.
But you think you want to debate me?
I mean, I don't want people to think we talking to the same people and shit. You know, I'm going to have to start calling names. Chef, y'all not going to play that on y'all show. You feel me? Because if you read that encyclopedia on your show, you probably lose connects with Chief X and all that. Chief X would never read that on his show. It's the encyclopedia from UNESCO. So, yeah, I'm talking my shit for no reason because we overwon this one. And I'm just talking shit like Goliath in the street. I don't want to get hit by a slingshot. So I'm going to turn this down right now. Anybody want to say their last words?
Hi, tonight.
Yeah, oh yeah, come on. What's up, Reggie? You going to do us the last words? Come on.
Yeah. We're doing this on a high level. We're doing this on a real high level. We're looking at multiple scholars. We're doing an interdisciplinary method, right? Using books with various views, right? And we can't rely on one-liners without source and high, especially spiritual sources, right? And Bobby Banker, you know, he's a trooper. We love him. He's got to come back with some high-level source to say what he says, to impeach what Makhdar said, the editor of the UNESCO African Civilization on the UNESCO conference. So I'll be looking forward from that, from Bobby Benga. And he's still Bobby Benga, but until he does that, he Bobby Busted. And that's about, and I love him. Going on high level.
Bobby Busted.
What Saber said.
Why you doing him like that?
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that my brother Smash. The only thing I didn't hear directly from you, which I am really kind of concerned, that just a direct statement that Tamahu in the period of 3100 BC meant one thing, and
yeah, you're right. No, we found sources today. We got actual people. Anyone can see the sources we found that corroborate what you're saying. That it meant one thing in ancient times. We all seen it. Then they said it meant another thing. That some people invaded and it became to mean another thing.
Thank you so much.
But I'll be trying to help to make both stop. So that conflict should be over then. You feel me? That's what I'm saying.
No, somebody needs.
You still saying he wrong though?
Yeah, because he never brought up the source. He never brought up the source, and so to say one thing means one thing in 3100 BC, which he said was the white man, but the new word constructed 3100 years later in the first century meant something else, and we can see why it meant something else because this is the first time the Nubians are actually seeing the Romans or having combat with them. And they have a right to name them. And I think that they named them based on the changing Libyan populations of that time period.
Correct, for sure. Let me end out real quick. This is the founder of the Seshu Ma'ani Medunecha. This is the establisher of the dark side. This is your brother Asaram Coppin doing this for years. Okay? And I don't encroach on Saber Reggie's time frame. He's my elder. I've been doing this for years. You can find me on Blog Talk 2 and YouTube. So when these dudes come up in here and they get to running their mouths and y'all get excited because y'all following, we didn't know who they was. And the elders didn't know who they was. If it wasn't for Saber Reggie, we wouldn't know them. They ain't special. So I don't care about your following, your clique, your group. If you keep misleading the people, you're going to mess up the community. So when you come to listen to me at any time, anywhere I'm at, I'm going to give you what's real. I'm going to give you what it is. And trust me, I got sources to go. That's all.
All right,
And my
look.
brothers get busy.
The Mesopotamians is the Peckerwoods. So if y'all hear me say them Peckerwood niggas, that's who I'm talking about. And y'all better not go live tonight. Yeah. All right, we up out. Anybody want to do any more last words? We got 4 minutes before it's 8 minutes on the hour. 8 hours on the dot. So we got 4 minutes to kill. We're going to end it at 8 hours.
Say that again.
They the Peckerwoods. So y'all hear me say, man, them Peckerwoods, y'all know I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about black people who say that the people in the Levant was in Egypt. They the Peckerwoods, they better hide tonight. You know what I'm saying? Don't go live. All you're going to see is arrows in the chat. Shout out to my archers. Make sure you fill up their chat with the arrows.
Wait, say that again, Smash. You better not go live tonight.
Don't go live tonight, live tonight. Having fun, but shout out to Corey, shout out to Chef for making it fun. Shout out Ultimate, shout out to Bobby Banger. You know how we do. But ain't nobody gonna get around the Magi. It's just like you running up on the pot and you know who beat you in chess every time. You can keep trying, but it's gonna turn out the same way it turned out. But shout out to y'all. Anybody want to close this out? We got 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes. Come on. What's the last? Sabio, take us home. You there? G Laquan, take us home. Anybody? I see people sleep after an 8-hour stream.
Nah, Chef. Brilliant show. That's all I gotta say, man. I like, but I'm still didn't. Is I'm agreeing with you that the conclusion didn't say what he was saying.
Nah, he tried to get up out of here. I already predicted by the beginning of the show, by the end, his phone gonna do something and he won't be here. Because it's gonna get too hot. I predicted that. So he bailed out after we start showing that it wasn't no other book. We read the whole UNESCO. They didn't say Diop got beat up. My whole everything today was in defense of Sheik anti-Jacques. And so thank to y'all for supporting this long ass stream. Somebody had to do it, and it turned out to be the Magi, because that's what we do. We defend Kemet and we ain't shy about it. And we had like, so go ahead, you got the floor.
No, that's it. Hey, I appreciate everything, man. You take care of that.
Thank you too.
All right.
Sabio, get the last word. Sabio fell asleep.
Hey, peace, Smash. I just fell off for a little bit, but I do want to say this, Smash. You're going to have to make Osatum caught, and I ain't blaming this on you because I know you didn't hear him right, but we need Osatum caught to source up on the word Nagaru. Now listen, Smash, just let me handle it. Don't get in the middle of it.
We got 2 minutes. You got 1 minute and 10 seconds. Go.
Okay. We want him to source up on Nagaru being the same thing as Nakata. Don't say nothing, Smash. Just let Osatum call source on Nagaru being Nakata Osatum call.
Well, hold on. I thought I suggested that. I thought I was first that suggested that when he read the book.
No, Smash, but you ain't hear it right. I know you did. So just let me know something called cover, and then you're going to say at the end, you're going to say, okay, appreciate that, Babylon.
Well, all you got to do is look up Nakata. You're going to see the alternative spellings, and you won't ask them to do that no more. That spelling that I got at the book is because I looked up Nakata many times, and they called it many different things. One of them got a D in it. It got a G in it. Nagata. They called it that. Let's look.
But listen to what I'm saying. He ain't saying Nagata. He's saying Nagara, like Nigaro.
Oh, I don't know. Did he do that? Oh, nah, that ain't right.
Yeah, I swear, man.
Nah, that's not right.
That's what I'm telling you. I know you didn't hear it right. I already know. He was talking about the same thing Mighty Hebrew we talk about. The Nagaru. The ones out of Indus Valley. The black ones. The Indians. I'm telling you, I just want to hear him say it. I just want to hear him roll up to it. I ain't even trying to debunk my message. I just want to laugh. Okay, man.
All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for making. Yeah, this was a hell of a show, and thanks for the people who watched. Thanks for subscribe if y'all ain't subscribed. I got some cool cash apps today. I also let me look and see who I need to be thanking, man. I be tripping while I put this on the screen, and I might even end it with a song today, like I ain't did in a long time. Well, let me thank these cash. Sabio, what happened to you, bro? You fell off? Let me think these cash apps. Hold up. Corey, but whoever that was. Oh, I need to pay somebody too. Okay. Tassetti, what's up? Thank you. Jekko or whatever. Robert. Dang, y'all was doing it today. Dwayne, Chris Thomas, Brother Logic. That Brother Logic appears to be from yesterday. So now I get to send this 20 to my daughter that she just requested. See how good that is? Y'all hard. This payment has been accepted. Oh, I just accepted her payment. All right, thank y'all. So how we going to get up out of here? What blapper to play? I ended the meeting. We're going to get up out of here with another blapper. I guess they crazy, bro. Because thinking you're going to beat the Magi talking about some shit coming about Kemet, talking about the language and shit, you got to be one of them grammarians. You know, everything else, it ain't going to work.
Lazy,
we gotta take that.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but his homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that Sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100.
And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me. A doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels, all blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you
like and subscribe. Thank you for supporting the channel.
That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just
this been out for a couple years, but I never put it out. I only play it on YouTube.
You're a fool if you're
for my people who follow me.
And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh.
I ain't even trying to put out music at this age.
The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh.
So just watch my show and enjoy it. Thanks to you.
Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lex. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking.
And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tapping in. Another wonderful show. I like that song too. Since it's still 150, enjoying that vibe, we're gonna hit y'all with a treat. I'm out of here. Peace. We'll hit y'all with this treat coming off my new album at the end. Maybe out and we waiting for the vinyl. But we out on this note. But I'm gonna have to talk all over this, just so nobody can't rip it.
Just rolling
yeah, we
up
out.
The weed, ladies stop by my page.
Listen to the lyrics though.
So I block the young chicks that ain't old enough
we out.
To trees, but I like whatever comment that they bold enough to leave.
All right, I'm gonna let you hear this part.
Follow me, cause rhymes from my catalog
Read like an intergalactic battle log, satellite feed to the spaceship. When traveling, my documents are placed in the basement of the Vatican, where scientists try to duplicate my rhyme patterns. To do this, they must lubricate the mind matter and find that and match the kind that I dispatch.
Shout out to Albert Jenkins.
The fabric of space-time. To meet you, I'm traveling back. Plenty of nights for him, like Phineas when he stabbed that Midianite whore with the javelin. That's in the Torah. I'm in the mortar just recording for the art of slaughter. I told the king to pay tribute and he brought his daughter. Exotic trees in my horticulture, fly aeronautic products for the vultures. Raps hidden in imported sculptures. Got my custom broker scrambling to meet me at the port of Oakland. Connect got money to lobby to keep the border open. You ain't got no rhymes or no style neither. Cats get confused, heard more lines than wild zebras. Yo. Hey yo, you couldn't imagine the colors in my kaleidoscope, the effervescent essence provided by my exotic flow. Regarded on how he plotted on nautical wavelengths and brought it from the basement to the pavement. The same shit as astrologists and astrophysicists. The love and knowledge of a lyricist is serious. The theory is mysteriously furious periods of time that it took. Fuck that, y'all ain't hearing it. If I'm capping on the track, is the capstone on the pyramid. I'm an expert and it's an experiment. And dropping metaphors is my favorite thing. I rock fly Jews, think David slingshot.
I'm gonna leave y'all with that. I rock fly Jews, think